Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Even their boss Enel is someone he abuses casually. So let him go in and fight these noobs? This is not a cannon to fight mosquitoes. This is an atomic bomb to fight paramecium. Naturally, he asked them to go in for the trial because fighting these people would really help them grow. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask them to go if it had no effect. Okay, you just have to wait and see. I also have something to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Sia Chan's figure disappeared instantly. Hey, Sia Chan, no. What will we do if you leave? Usopp shouted, but Sia Chan was nowhere to be seen around at this time. Ciao, Chopper. How about you go to this trial? No. Chopper's head suddenly shook like a rattle. You two are struggling here slowly. Robin and I are leaving first. After saying that, Nami took out the map and walked towards the altar of living sacrifices. Only Usopp and Chopper were left where they were. No, why don't you leave with us? Nami turned back and smiled. You are a man, you can definitely do it. Watching Nami and Robin walking away, Usopp became increasingly panicked and couldn't help but ask Chopper, how about we follow the three of them? I think it's okay. Chopper immediately replied excitedly, but then he seemed to have thought of something and said a little tangledly, but will we be looked down upon by them? It doesn't matter that I'm a reindeer. After all, I'm a pet on the ship. But if you're a human being, at this time, Chopper is very self-aware of being a pet. In the face of life, pets can be pets, which is quite good. Chopper, hearing Chopper's words, Usopp had an expression of disbelief on his face. He never imagined that his once innocent pet would now be able to use aggressive tactics. What a pity, he was so naive. Who is he, Usopp? The exciting general technique is so useful to him. Usopp must go now, otherwise he will really be looked down upon, but ciao ba, then I'll go in. You can stay here alone. There will definitely not be any monsters dozens of meters high here, nor will there be any magic weapons that Sia Chan said, let alone any gods coming here. Just feel free to stay here. After saying that, Usopp walked towards the swamp trial. Monster? Divine weapon? God. It was okay that Usopp didn't say it. As soon as he said it, Chopper suddenly felt an inexplicable chill behind him, but he still forced himself to comfort himself. Usopp is right. There will definitely be no such things here. Huh? Cece. Suddenly, a soft sound came from the grass behind Chopper. Chopper turned his head stiffly and saw that a grass not far behind was trembling continuously. Oh, wonderful. You Usopp, wait for me. Wow. Chopper immediately transformed into a reindeer, and then chased in the direction of Usopp, tears falling wildly in the air. After a few breaths, the little bird jumped out of the grass and tilted its head in confusion. Huh, you've been gone for so long. Why doesn't the priest come out yet? Zoro was walking in the Iron Trial Forest, cursing. Also, wasn't the Cloud River here just now? Why is it gone? Could this Yunha still change its position? Zoro held his chin in thought, not doubting at all whether he was lost. At this moment, Zoro suddenly seemed to feel something. He put force on his feet and jumped to the side. The next second Zoro jumped out. A white cloud-like object slammed into his original position, creating a huge hole. This is Cloud, Zoro said curiously. Yes, this is Yin Taiyin. Zoro narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the source of the sound. He saw a bald man sitting on a huge dog with a strange weapon in his hand. The cloud that had just attacked Zoro now slowly began to retract into his weapon. Zoro raised an eyebrow, asked, Are you the priest in charge of the Iron Trial? That's right, my name is Ohm. I'm in charge of the Iron Trial, where the survival rate is 0%. Survival rate 0%. Oh, the survival rate will improve today, Zoro said lightly. Really? Then I'm really looking forward to it. Shung, go and see how much he weighs, Ohm said to the dog under him. Then he looked back at Zoro. My holy spirit knows how to box. If you can't defeat my mount, then there is no need for us to continue fighting. Woof! Accompanied by a dog barking, Shung suddenly jumped out and charged towards Zoro with his teeth bared. Zoro unhurriedly pulled out the knife from his waist, then waved his hand casually, and a huge sword energy shot out. The holy dog originally bared its teeth and ran towards Zoro fiercely. However, the moment it saw the sword energy, the dog's face twitched, and it immediately ran in the opposite direction toward Ohm at a faster speed than when it came. There was a look of horror on his face. But how could it run as fast as the sword energy? The sword energy quickly passed over it, and then it froze in place. Half a second later, a huge blood mark suddenly appeared on its body, accompanied by the sound of tearing flesh and blood, and countless blood splashed. Holy! Ohm shouted in horror. Boom! The dog just fell down. Zoro took out his earwax and said calmly, "What did you just say? It can box? That's really powerful." Ohm quickly ran to his dog's side. After checking, he found that his dog had lost consciousness and was killed instantly with one move. Then he turned to look at Zoro with a fierce look in his eyes. "How dare you hurt my sanctity like this? It's unforgivable. Go to hell," Ohm shouted, and then with a strong wave of his hand, the iron cloud quickly shot out and attacked Zoro. Zoro held the knife horizontally in front of him, flew backwards several meters with the force of the attack, and slashed hard while in the air. A flying slash flew towards Ohm, but Ohm only dodged the attack with a slight jump. Watching Ohm's movements, Zoro narrowed his eyes, whispering quietly, "Is it domineering? It's interesting." The reason why Zoro was able to tell that Ohm was using his haki instead of relying on speed to dodge was because he saw that Ohm had a tendency to dodge when he first made his move, rather than dodge after seeing his moves. In that case, let me use you to practice my skills and see if you can stimulate me and awaken my knowledge. There was a smile on Zoro's lips, and his eyes were fixed on Ohm as if he were looking at prey. Appiato, the rope trial area. Sanji followed Yunha's direction and walked slowly on the ground, complaining. "Where's this priest? It's been so long since Lousy came in without even seeing a single figure, and he smoked countless cigarettes." As Sanji finished smoking another cigarette, a smile flashed across his lips. "Found you. Beat asterisk 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 D." Sanji looked up and saw a man sitting quietly in front of him with a big bird beside him. Sanji walked to a place more than 10 meters away from him and stood there, looked at him, and asked, "Are you the priest of Lashizi?" "Yes, my name is Shura, and I am in charge of the rope trial with a survival rate of 3%. Of course, after today, the rate will be even lower. You are quite confident, Mustache." Sanji lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said calmly, "Oh, Qinghai people like you are all skinny monkeys and are not my enemies at all. After I deal with you here, I will go and deal with your companions one by one." "Hey, stop. Excuse me, you don't have to think about what's going to happen next, because you can't defeat me." "Really?" Shura chuckled sinisterly, then picked up the weapon beside him and rushed toward Sanji. Seeing this situation, Sanji did not hesitate and rushed towards Shura as well. However, when Sanji took a few steps, a look of horror appeared on his face because his body suddenly couldn't move. "What's this? Haha. These are the rope clouds that are as thin as gossamers all over the ground in the rope trial. 1 or 2 ropes may not cause any hindrance to you, but since you came in, you have already been entangled with countless strands. Now, you can't move. Just die obediently." Shura smiled ferociously, pointed the gun in his hand at Sanji, and stabbed him hard. Sanji frowned. The situation is not good. At the same time, on the other side, "Hey, are these balls made of clouds?" Sigwai. After Luffy came to the ball trial, he looked at the clouds of balls in the sky with an excited expression. "Okay, go up and have a look." After saying that, Luffy spotted a ball cloud and stretched out his hand directly. But when his hand just touched the ball cloud, an accident happened. A snake jumped out of the ball cloud and bit Luffy's arm. #degree. Luffy was so frightened that his eyes almost bulged out. He hurriedly swung it hard and avoided the snake's attack. It's so dangerous." "So these are snake eggs?" "No, there is everything here. It all depends on your luck. At this time, a voice came over. Then a person who looked like a ball appeared in front of Luffy. Looking at the person in front of him, Luffy's head tilted. Ball man? Oh, rude Qinghai people. I am Shadley, the priest in charge of the trial of the ball. You guys dare to break into this place, so be prepared to die here. Rubber pistol. Shadley wanted to say something more, but Luffy punched him directly. But Shadley just dodged Luffy's attack lightly. Then he looked at Luffy arrogantly and said, Sneak attack is not a good thing. I'm the priest who controls the heart network. I will predict your movements in advance, so it is impossible for you to hit me. Yeah. So, rubber machine gun. I told you, it's impossible for you to... Before Shadley finished speaking, sweat suddenly broke out on his face, and he hurriedly shouted, No, no. At this moment, seeing so many fists, Shadley finally panicked. He can indeed see clearly that Luffy's movements are good. But the problem is that Luffy's strength has improved too much now compared to the original work. Therefore, it is not comparable to the original work in terms of power or attack speed. Of course, even though Shadley could clearly see Luffy's movements now, he couldn't react at all because of his speed. Bang! Bang! Continuous blows were heard, and Shadley was punched countless times by Luffy in an instant. The yellow glasses lenses on his face were shattered, and his spherical body was made even more bloated. The moment Luffy withdrew his fist, his body flew backwards like a cannonball and hit countless trees before stopping. His neck tilted, and he lay motionless on the ground. This priest is so weak. Luffy curled his lips in disdain. Sure enough, Sia Chan is right. Even if he has the power of knowledge and domineering, it is of no use if his body cannot react. I hope that God can endure the fight a little longer. After saying that, Luffy walked along the cloud river, humming a song. The altar of living sacrifices, it's really fun. The pineapple is delicious. My head is hot. Idiot, idiot. In the rope trial area, Sanji slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and said calmly, Do you think the meat of this fire-breathing bird is delicious? At his feet, the priest Shura was lying injured all over his body. He looked at Sanji with a hint of fear in his eyes and asked in disbelief, How can you Qinghai people be so strong? Sanji blew out a puff of smoke again. It's just that I am strong. There's a guy with green hair among my companions who is very weak. It would be embarrassing to tell anyone. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'll give you another ride. After saying that, Sanji slowly raised his feet. Shura's face turned green when he saw this scene, and he hurriedly said, No. Whoosh! With a sound breaking through the air, Sanji's leg kicked Shura hard, and he was given a flying package. I wonder how Miss Nami and Miss Robin are doing. But at this time, the green-haired weakling that Sanji was talking about. Hey, are you still conscious? First tell me which direction Yunha is. Zoro squatted down, patted Ohm's face gently with the back of the knife, and asked. Ohm's consciousness was blurred, and he raised his hand with the last bit of strength, pointed in a direction, and then lowered it. Over there? Thanks, dog man. Zoro stood up slowly, put the knife back into its sheath, and walked in the direction Ohm pointed. If Ohm was still conscious at this time, he would definitely say, You were so polite. When I slashed him just now, it was like a god of death. This is why Ohm showed Zoro the way. He was afraid that if he didn't say anything, he would be in danger later. Life in this world is difficult. Since then, the battle between Luffy and the three of them has ended, and they all walk towards the living sacrifice altar. The only area where the battle has not been resolved is the area where the two brave warriors are. Swamp Trial area. Usopp and Chopper were walking slowly along the Cloud River back to back, always alert to their surroundings, fearing that something might pop out of nowhere. Chopper, we've been here for so long. Why don't you think that priest has shown up yet? Usopp asked in a low voice toward Chopper behind him. I don't know. Are you afraid of the two of us? Usopp's eyes lit up when he heard this. Don't tell me. It's really possible. After all, we two are strong at first sight. Maybe this so-called priest would be so frightened that he ran away as soon as he came within 100 meters of us. Ha ha! I think so too. There are spiders. Chopper smiled and suddenly screamed, and then his whole body jumped on Usopp. Usopp was also startled by Chopper's voice at first, but when he saw the spider Chopper was talking about, he laughed disdainfully. I saw a spider standing above a bush at this time, about the size of the heads of 2 adult men. Chopper, that's it? A spider of this size is not as big as 1,000th of the one I killed during the battle at sea. What does this mean? Huh? Really? Usopp. Chopper immediately looked at Usopp with an expression of admiration. Feeling Chopper's gaze, Usopp felt refreshed from head to toe, and then said, "Just wait, I'll catch that spider right now." After that, Usopp walked in the direction of the spider. For him, who has been dealing with various insects since he was a child, he is not afraid of such things at all, right? Unless the body is particularly large, at this size, it is still within his control. Come on, let Uncle Usopp show Chopper what qualities a qualified brave sea warrior should possess today. Usopp came to the spider and grabbed it without saying anything. This spider is not very big. Why is it so heavy? There was a puzzled expression on Usopp's face. He had used a lot of force just now, but he didn't even pull up the spider. So Usopp pulled a few more times in disbelief. But no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't pick up the spider. Usopp felt a little embarrassed for a moment, especially when he felt Chopper's strange gaze behind him. The feeling of embarrassment became even stronger. Usopp took a few steps back. He didn't believe it. He couldn't even pick up a spider. Usopp opened his hands. Cough bot. A pool of saliva fell on his hand, and then Usopp rubbed it hard with both hands. Chopper, who was watching this scene from behind, was completely stunned. He felt his head was itchy for no reason, and he must have grown a brain. He felt that knowledge entered his mind in a disgusting way. If possible, he would rather he had not seen this scene. What should I do? I'm going to vomit from last night's meal. However, Usopp didn't care about this at all. He finally stopped after his hand were almost bald. In an instant, Usopp's aura changed. His eyes were full of confidence, and he slowly walked towards the spider. This is a super powerful buff passed down from his ancestors. He doesn't believe it. This is not enough. Usopp came to the spider and grabbed it again. His eyes narrowed, and he exerted force with his hands, but the spider still didn't move. But this time Usopp did not stop, but kept exerting force, and his face began to slowly become congested and turned rosy. Finally, when he was about to burst his face, he finally felt a light touch on his hand, and the whole spider was pulled out by him. Only, is his eyesight blurry? Why does it feel like he sees a human figure? The spider has transformed? As the sound of bang came, Usopp and Chopper both turned their heads stiffly and looked back. They were stunned when they saw a figure slowly standing up from the ground. In an instant, there seemed to be some kind of magnetic force between the two people, and they quickly moved towards each other. After they were both close to each other, they turned their attention to the figure opposite again. Usopp is not an idiot. When he discovered that the spider he thought was a human, he immediately thought of the identity of the person in front of him, the priest in charge of the trial of the swamp. Usopp and Chopper looked at each other solemnly, assuming defensive postures. The other party also looked at them quietly. 5 minutes later, Usopp and Chopper both tilted their heads. It was obvious that both of them were staring at each other, but neither of them took action, not even the most basic communication. Moreover, Usopp noticed that the man opposite them was biting his lip and holding back a lot of sweat on his face. In an instant, Usopp thought of a possibility and said tentatively, "Well, you can't speak if you bite your lower lip." Spider-Man screamed in surprise. Sweat broke out on his face and said regretfully, "I forgot. Usopp, Chopper, is this guy a fool?" The man looked at the two of them, moved his hand strangely, and said, "I am the priest in charge of the swamp trial, Gadaz. For the sake of what you just reminded me, I will make your death more comfortable later." Gadaz first smiled ferociously, then suddenly shouted, and instantly put on a defensive posture. "What magic did you use? Why can't I see anything all of a sudden?" Usopp and Chopper were startled by his sudden movement at first, but when they found that they were both on the same spot without making any movement, and Gadaz's eyes turned white across from them. They came to a conclusion. I checked my eyes. He's an idiot. Usopp turned to look at Chopper and whispered, Chopper, this man is an idiot. We can. Half a minute later. Do you understand, Chopper? This is our battle plan. Yeah, I understand. Chopper nodded vigorously. What are you mumbling about? Do you think you could defeat me by making me invisible? You are so naive. After that, Gadaz created a strange cloud in the surrounding area, and then said with a smile, I have placed ubiquitous swamp clouds around me. As soon as you come here, you will be trapped in these swamp clouds and unable to move. Come on, let's see how you defeat me. Usopp didn't speak, but took out his slingshot, pointed it at Gadaz, and hit him. Gunpowder Star. The attack fell directly on Gadaz's body, directly setting fire to his clothes. Ah, how come there's fire? Without any hesitation, Gadaz immediately took off his clothes. However, while he was panicking, Chopper had already circled behind him and transformed into an enhanced form. The muscles in his arms bulged. He clasped his hands together, ran towards Gadaz, and jumped up high when he was almost close to the swamp cloud. Carved hoof. 2 hooves hit Gadaz's body hard, and powerful force burst out, carrying him flying backwards. While in the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. And where he flew upside down and was about to land, Usopp had been waiting there for a long time. He stretched out his right palm and put his left hand against his right hand. The moment Gadaz flew over, his eyes froze. Impact. A powerful shock wave emitted from Usopp's hand, blasting Gadaz away again as he was about to fall. He couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood in the air, flew more than 10 meters, and then hit the ground heavily. Usopp couldn't help but wave his hands on the spot and murmured, The recoil of this impact is a bit strong. Usopp, we win. Chopper ran over and shouted happily. Ha, of course. The 2 of us are so strong. If we go out together, we can deal with a mere priest, right? Indeed, indeed. Chopper agreed. Let's go to the altar of living sacrifices. Maybe we'll be the 2 fastest people to get there. After all, the other people may not be able to defeat this priest as quickly as we do. Then we can laugh at them hard, haha. Usopp laughed happily, and all he imagined in his mind was seeing Luffy and the others laughing at them after they got there slower than him. After being described by Usopp in this way, Chopper couldn't help but picture this scene in his mind, and he said excitedly, Then let's go quickly. After collecting it, he ran out directly. It was obvious that he was very interested in making fun of Luffy and the others. Hey, Chopper, wait for me. Usopp shouted, then chased after Chopper. Gadaz was left lying quietly on the spot. Gadaz can be said to be the most humiliating defeat among the 4 priests, being defeated so easily. The reason is still because of his idiot-like character. Like when he couldn't see anything just now, he immediately panicked. And when he panicked, his mental network failed, which was why he was defeated so easily by Chopper and Usopp. At this point, Appiato's 4 God-tier officials have all been defeated. In the end, only the 50-man divine core and the god, Enel, were left. In a shrine with giant bean sprouts, Enel closed his eyes while biting the apple in his hand. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked forward faintly. After he gnawed all the apples in his hand, he cursed disdainfully. A bunch of trash. They were defeated so easily. In their perception, just now, the priests under him disappeared one after another, and each one was defeated after not persisting for long. This makes him, as the boss, very embarrassed. After a while, Enel stood up, relaxed his muscles, and showed a sinister smile on his face. People from Qinghai have some strength. Let me come and meet you. After that, with a flash of lightning, Enel's figure disappeared. And somewhere in Appiato, a group of 50 divine soldiers surrounded a man. Sia Chan looked at the 50 people in front of him indifferently and asked calmly, Is something wrong? People from Qinghai, you dare to come here. How brave you are. Didn't you know that this is the center of the gods, and the only way to enter is to die? A huge man looked at Sia Chan and said fiercely. Sia Chan didn't want to talk to them. He narrowed his eyes, and a powerful conqueror's domineering energy emanated from his body and charged towards them. Facing the domineering power of Sia Chan, who had now reached a high-level conqueror's level, these magic soldiers had no ability to resist at all and fell to the ground one after another. Sia Chan did not hesitate and continued walking towards his destination. After a while, he came to a cave and walked straight in. After another period of time, Sia Chan finally reached the end and saw what he wanted. The corners of his mouth were raised slightly. Art Proverbs. Enel spent 6 years building something to fly to the moon, powered by thunder. Naturally, Sia Chan would not let go of such a thing, not to mention how valuable the ability of the Ark to fly was. Just because there is so much gold in the Ark, Sia Chan cannot give it up. But Sia Chan will not just remove the gold from the Ark and sell it. There is no need. The big Golden Bell Tower is still in his system space. He doesn't know how many Baileys he can exchange for it by picking up scraps from it. And last time in Alabasta, he also visited the Sand Crocodile's lair and found a lot of gems and gold. Even without the gold from Sky Island, he still doesn't know when the Baileys he has accumulated will be used up. Sia Chan looked at the Ark in front of him, and with a thought, the Ark disappeared instantly. After finishing all this, Sia Chan clapped his hands with a smile on his face. Now most of the gold on the island has been collected by him, and the only thing that has not been confiscated is the one in the belly of the snake of the Lord of the Sky. There is no need to take that bit of gold, Sia Chan. Just leave it to Luffy and the others to drink soup. Otherwise, I would go to Apaya to look for gold, but I wouldn't find anything at all. Boom! At this moment, a huge noise came, causing the hole where Sia Chan was to shake a little. A look of surprise appeared on Sia Chan's face. This is... The domineering aura instantly filled the air and rushed towards the direction where the movement came from. After a while, when he understood what happened, Sia Chan couldn't help but show an interested look. He murmured softly, "Zoro, I didn't expect you to win the prize. Interesting. I can't miss such a beautiful scene." After saying that, Sia Chan's figure disappeared instantly. Boom! Boom! The continuous, huge movements attracted everyone's attention. After thinking for a moment, everyone quickly ran in the direction of the noise without any hesitation. At this time, in the center of this storm, all he could see was thunder and countless sword energy. After a fierce confrontation, Zoro and Enel stood looking at each other. Zoro's black turban has been tied on his head. His eyes are fixed on Enel opposite, and there are many traces of electric shock on his body. As a god, you still have a lot of skills. You are much stronger than the priest Lao Shitsi under you, but this is what makes it interesting. Otherwise, playing in simple mode is really a bit uninspiring. Enel also looked a little ugly at this time. There was a long and narrow knife mark on his chest, and blood was flowing out from it. He looked at Zoro with a little doubt in his eyes. He couldn't understand why his powerful Logia ability suddenly felt less useful recently. The two people he met one after another could both touch his body. The one who hit him yesterday could do it, and so could the swordsman he met today. Isn't he Logia? Where's the invincibility of physical attacks? He racked his brains and couldn't figure out why, and finally asked Zoro, "Why can your attack touch me?" "You guess." After Zoro finished speaking, he rushed towards Enel without hesitation. Enel saw that the Qinghai man in front of him had no idea of giving him any face, and he couldn't help but feel angry. He said with murderous intent, "Since you are so disrespectful, don't blame me for being cruel. I was just careless. Otherwise you thought you had a chance to attack me? I'm a thunderbolt." After saying that, Enel's figure instantly turned into a bolt of thunder and disappeared. Zoro came to a sudden stop and glanced around. The next moment, God's sanction, along with Enel's voice, a huge thunder beam suddenly fell from the sky. Zoro's expression changed, and he immediately rolled away. But before he could rest for a while, countless thunderbolts attacked him again. Zoro narrowed his eyes and instantly covered the knife with his weapon color, holding it horizontally in front of him. Boom! Zoro was sent flying out and hit a tree hard, unable to help spitting out a mouthful of blood. He looked up at Enel, his eyes full of solemnity. Enel's lightning speed is too fast. With his strength, it is difficult to dodge, unless he masters the haki of wisdom and information, which allows him to predict the opponent's movements in advance and then dodge. But the problem is that he now feels that he is only one step away from understanding the sight, hearing, and color, but even at this step, he cannot break through no matter what. And it's difficult for his attacks to hit Enel, which is also a problem. Zoro knew that what Enel just said was right. He was accidentally chopped by him because he was confident in the Logia ability of his fruit. Later, when he knew that Zoro's attack could touch him, it became much more difficult for Zoro to hit him again. On the contrary, Zoro's injuries continued to increase. If it weren't for the armed haki who helped him carry it, he would have fainted just a few times after being electrocuted. Thinking of this, Zoro stood up, took a deep breath, put all the knives back into the scabbard, and closed his eyes. Even their boss Enel is someone he abuses casually. So let him go in and fight these noobs? This is not a cannon to fight mosquitoes. This is an atomic bomb to fight paramecium. Naturally, he asked them to go in for the trial because fighting these people would really help them grow. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask them to go if it had no effect. Okay, you just have to wait and see. I also have something to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Sia Chan's figure disappeared instantly. Hey, Sia Chan, no. What will we do if you leave? Usopp shouted, but Sia Chan was nowhere to be seen around at this time. Ciao, Chopper. How about you go to this trial? No. Chopper's head suddenly shook like a rattle. You two are struggling here slowly. Robin and I are leaving first. After saying that, Nami took out the map and walked towards the altar of living sacrifices. Only Usopp and Chopper were left where they were. No, why don't you leave with us? Nami turned back and smiled. You are a man, you can definitely do it. Watching Nami and Robin walking away, Usopp became increasingly panicked and couldn't help but ask Chopper, how about we follow the three of them? I think it's okay. Chopper immediately replied excitedly, but then he seemed to have thought of something and said a little tangledly, but will we be looked down upon by them? It doesn't matter that I'm a reindeer. After all, I'm a pet on the ship. But if you're a human being, at this time, Chopper is very self-aware of being a pet. In the face of life, pets can be pets, which is quite good. Chopper, hearing Chopper's words, Usopp had an expression of disbelief on his face. He never imagined that his once innocent pet would now be able to use aggressive tactics. What a pity, he was so naive. Who is he, Usopp? The exciting general technique is so useful to him. Usopp must go now, otherwise he will really be looked down upon, but ciao ba, then I'll go in. You can stay here alone. There will definitely not be any monsters dozens of meters high here, nor will there be any magic weapons that Sia Chan said, let alone any gods coming here. Just feel free to stay here. After saying that, Usopp walked towards the swamp trial. Monster? Divine weapon? God. It was okay that Usopp didn't say it. As soon as he said it, Chopper suddenly felt an inexplicable chill behind him, but he still forced himself to comfort himself. Usopp is right. There will definitely be no such things here. Huh? Cece. Suddenly, a soft sound came from the grass behind Chopper. Chopper turned his head stiffly and saw that a grass not far behind was trembling continuously. Oh, wonderful. You Usopp, wait for me. Wow. Chopper immediately transformed into a reindeer, and then chased in the direction of Usopp, tears falling wildly in the air. After a few breaths, a little bird jumped out of the grass and tilted its head in confusion. Huh, you've been gone for so long. Why doesn't the priest come out yet? Zoro was walking in the Iron Trial Forest, cursing. Also, wasn't the Cloud River here just now? Why is it gone? Could this Yunha still change its position? Zoro held his chin in thought, not doubting at all whether he was lost. At this moment, Zoro suddenly seemed to feel something. He put force on his feet and jumped to the side. The next second Zoro jumped out, a white cloud-like object slammed into his original position, creating a huge hole. This is Cloud, Zoro said curiously. Yes, this is Yin Tai-Yin. Zoro narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the source of the sound. He saw a bald man sitting on a huge dog with a strange weapon in his hand. The cloud that had just attacked Zoro now slowly began to retract into his weapon. Zoro raised an eyebrow, asked, "Are you the priest in charge of the Iron Trial?" "That's right. My name is Ohm. I'm in charge of the Iron Trial, where the survival rate is 0%. Survival rate 0%. Oh, the survival rate will improve today," Zoro said lightly. "Really? Then I'm really looking forward to it. Shung Shung, go and see how much he weighs," Ohm said to the dog under him. Then he looked back at Zoro. "My Holy Spirit knows how to box. If you can't defeat my mount, then there is no need for us to continue fighting." Woof! Accompanied by a dog barking, Shung Shung suddenly jumped out and charged towards Zoro with his teeth bared. Zoro unhurriedly pulled out the knife from his waist, then waved his hand casually, and a huge sword energy shot out. The holy dog originally bared its teeth and ran towards Zoro fiercely. However, the moment it saw the sword energy, the dog's face twitched, and it immediately ran in the opposite direction toward Ohm at a faster speed than when it came. There was a look of horror on his face. But how could it run as fast as the sword energy? The sword energy quickly passed over it, and then it froze in place. Half a second later, a huge blood mark suddenly appeared on its body, accompanied by the sound of tearing flesh and blood, and countless blood splashed. "Holy!" Ohm shouted in horror. Boom! The dog just fell down. Zoro took out his earwax and said calmly, "What did you just say? It can box? That's really powerful." Ohm quickly ran to his dog's side. After checking, he found that his dog had lost consciousness and was killed instantly with one move. Then he turned to look at Zoro with a fierce look in his eyes. "How dare you hurt my sanctity like this? It's unforgivable." "Go to hell," Ohm shouted, and then with a strong wave of his hand, the iron cloud quickly shot out and attacked Zoro. Zoro held the knife horizontally in front of him, flew backwards several meters with the force of the attack, and slashed hard while in the air. A flying slash flew towards Ohm, but Ohm only dodged the attack with a slight jump. Watching Ohm's movements, Zoro narrowed his eyes, whispering quietly, "Is it domineering? It's interesting." The reason why Zoro was able to tell that Ohm was using his haki instead of relying on speed to dodge was because he saw that Ohm had a tendency to dodge when he first made his move, rather than dodge after seeing his moves. In that case, let me use you to practice my skills and see if you can stimulate me and awaken my knowledge. There was a smile on Zoro's lips, and his eyes were fixed on Ohm as if he were looking at prey. Appiato, the rope trial area. Sanji followed Yunha's direction and walked slowly on the ground, complaining. "Where's this priest? It's been so long since Lousy came in without even seeing a single figure, and he smoked countless cigarettes." As Sanji finished smoking another cigarette, a smile flashed across his lips. "Found you. B***************. D." Sanji looked up and saw a man sitting quietly in front of him, with a big bird beside him. Sanji walked to a place more than 10 meters away from him, and stood there, looked at him, and asked, "Are you the priest of Lashizi?" "Yes, my name is Shura, and I am in charge of the rope trial with a survival rate of 3%. Of course, after today, the rate will be even lower. You are quite confident, Mustache." Sanji lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said calmly, "Oh, Qinghai people like you are all skinny monkeys and are not my enemies at all. After I deal with you here, I will go and deal with your companions one by one." "Hey, stop. Excuse me, you don't have to think about what's going to happen next, because you can't defeat me. There is no way. Zoro is like this now. If Enel accidentally hits him with a thunderbolt, he will be stunned, so he, the deputy captain, has to work harder." After a while, Sia Chan drank the freshly brewed tea and looked at the battlefield between Luffy and Enel. "I was thinking silently in my mind. With Luffy's current strength, plus his physique from the thunder-knocking fruit that day, I'm afraid Enel won't be able to hold on for long. In fact, if Luffy wasn't immune to lightning attacks, his performance against Enel wouldn't be much better than Zoro's. But there is no way. Who calls him Nika fruit is awesome. Once Enel's lightning is useless, at least 90% of his abilities will be reduced. After all, Most of his moves are developed based on the Thunder Fruit. Sure enough, under Luffy's attack, Enel was beaten back and forth, constantly vomiting blood. Enel is going crazy at this moment. How come all the people who appear recently can touch his Logia entity? The first one hit him just like hitting his son. He was completely unable to resist and couldn't even see his movements clearly. The second one was a little better. Although he could touch him and suffered a lot, it was still within the acceptable range. After all, he could beat him. As for this third one, Enel just wants to say one thing. It's so G, outrageous gate of opening. It's so outrageous. His thunder and lightning was useless to the person in front of him. He was completely immune to it. Do you want to play like this? Then give him a slap in the face? But in despair, he still found a glimmer of hope. That is, the speed of the person in front of him was not so fast that he could not react. Thinking of this, Enel quickly pulled away and closed his eyes. He said softly, "Heartnet." After Enel activated the Heartnet, he easily dodged all the attacks Luffy made. Seeing this scene, Luffy's eyes narrowed and he murmured in a low voice, "Are you being domineering?" After murmuring, Luffy's eyes showed a hint of excitement. Enel's strength was just right for him, and he wouldn't be too far behind him like Sia Chan. In this case, it would be a good idea to be his sparring partner, and maybe he could be able to master the domineering power of seeing and hearing. Thinking of this, Luffy became even more excited and attacked Enel again. After dodging Luffy's attacks several times in a row, Enel also realized that he could not continue like this. If he continued like this, he would only be beaten passively. When he dodged Luffy's attack again, Enel's body turned into a bolt of lightning, appeared behind Luffy in an instant, and then hit him hard with a stick. Luffy was knocked out, but he got up within a second after landing. He looked at Enel and smiled lightly. "With your blow, there is no way it will have any effect on me. Strike is useless. So what about slashing?" As he spoke, Enel's stick turned into a trident again, and then he stabbed Luffy hard with the trident. And just as he expected, Luffy's next performance brought a smile to his lips. Luffy saw the trident poking towards him and immediately dodged to the side. Enel laughed and said, "Haha, it seems that your weakness is indeed slashing." "That's right," Luffy admitted seriously. Watching this scene, Enel felt like crying for no reason. It's not easy. I finally see hope of winning. God knows what he has been through. In just one day, he has changed from the god who thought he was invincible to the experienced monster that anyone can come up to fight now. However, not everyone can use him as a stepping stone. If you want him to be a stepping stone, you must be prepared to be killed by him. Enel's eyes gradually became fierce. He held the trident in his hand tightly and rushed towards Luffy. Luffy watched as the trident kept poking at him and kept dodging. In fact, he was able to fight back, but now he wanted to learn the haki from this battle. That's why he kept dodging instead of attacking. Gradually, Luffy became more and more skillful in dodging and became more and more relaxed. At a certain moment, Luffy even closed his eyes, but he was still able to dodge all Enel's attacks. #degree. Enel? Seeing this scene, Enel felt bad. Why did he feel like he had seen similar scenes before? After Luffy closed his eyes and dodged multiple attacks from Enel, he finally opened his eyes, looked at Enel, and said with a smile, "Thank you for allowing me to master the power of knowledge and color." Hearing this, Enel's face turned darker. "Are you saying no? Two of you formed a group to swipe me, right?" Luffy put on an attack stance and said, "A new battle begins." After saying that, Luffy rushed towards Enel. Sia Chan, who was watching the two fighting on the other side, couldn't help but shook his head. Judging from Luffy's current mastery of haki, Enel's defeat was only a matter of time. There's not even any suspense. After the Thunder Fruit has no effect, Enel's attack methods are too lacking, and it is completely impossible for him to be Luffy's opponent. Thinking of this, Sia Chan couldn't help but sigh again. Enel, this experienced monster, is not very good. He was just brushed by two people, and he couldn't stand it anymore. At the same time, Sia Chan also felt several auras approaching here. The next second, Sanji jumped out of a bush and immediately saw Sia Chan drinking tea here and Zoro lying on the ground. He came over and asked curiously, Sia Chan, what happened to Green Algae Head? Sia Chan said slowly, I was beaten by an experienced monster. It's not a big problem. Just take a sleep and it will be fine. Oh, Sanji nodded, then turned his attention to Luffy and Enel over there. Asked, is that the so-called god? Right. Then it seems that this god is not very good. He was beaten like this by Luffy. How could the Green Algae Head be defeated by such an opponent? What a shame. Sanji said disdainfully. Hearing this, Sia Chan glanced at Sanji strangely. You are a bit brave, Sanji. You must know that at this time in the original work, Sanji and Zoro performed the same when facing Enel. They were killed instantly without any ability to resist. Even though their strength has improved a lot compared to the original work, they still cannot be his opponent if they face Enel. The gold content of Thunder Fruit is quite high. Since Luffy can handle it, I won't get involved, Sanji said calmly. Sia Chan waved his hand, and a chair appeared on the spot. Seeing this, Sanji glanced at Sia Chan with admiration, then sat down. Sia Chan was a little speechless when he looked at Sanji. This guy Sanji, if he sticks his butt out, he will know whether he wants to go to a small school or a big school. Hey, Sia Chan Sanji! A shout came from the distance, and both of them couldn't help but turn their heads and saw Nami and Robin running towards them. Sanji's eyes immediately turned into loving eyes. He stood up and squirmed. Miss Nami, Miss Robin, we are here. Seeing this scene, Sia Chan waved his hand, and 4 more chairs appeared on the ground. Just do it at once, otherwise Usopp and Chopper will come over and ask him to do it again. After Nami and Robin arrived, they looked at Sia Chan and Sanji and couldn't help but ask, Are you here? Have tea, isn't that an obvious thing? Sia Chan replied calmly. Oh, what about Zoro? Nami asked, pointing to Zoro on the ground. Oh, this Shao Kai Kun has been defeated. Sanji immediately replied. As a partner in the same boat, he will definitely not miss any opportunity to belittle the Green Algae Head. Okay, let's sit down and drink tea and watch the battle between Luffy and Enel. If you feel that Enel's lightning is too dazzling, I have a few pairs of sunglasses here. As he said this, Sia Chan had a thought in his mind, and several pairs of sunglasses appeared on the table. The main ones were all in one size. Sounds good. Robin covered his mouth and chuckled. Then everyone sat down and watched the battle between Luffy and Enel, which was a bit like watching a monkey. Finally, after another period of time, Enel was covered in injuries and could be defeated at any time. Luffy also had a lot of wounds stabbed by Enel, and blood was constantly flowing out, but they were not serious. And these injuries are nothing to Luffy's physique. In terms of physical fitness, Luffy is much better than Enel. Xiao Qian from immune to death, master of sit-ups, these are all Luffy's labels. Luffy punched Enel hard, and Enel flew backwards instantly. Luffy stepped forward directly, stretched his right hand backwards, and kept spinning, twisting into a twist. Rubber boomerang! An extremely powerful blow hit Enel's chest, shattering all the bones in his chest and denting the whole body. Enel's figure instantly flew backwards like a meteor, spurting blood in the air. Then he rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. Enel defeated. At this point, all the enemies on the island have been eliminated by them. The whole process seemed extremely easy. Except for a certain swordsman who was slightly seriously injured, the others were basically uninjured. Sia Chan slowly stood up and walked towards the direction where Enel fell to the ground. He's going to experiment. When Nami and others saw Sia Chan leaving, they also followed him. Sia Chan came to Enel, waved his hand, and a large basket of fruits appeared in front of everyone. There were all kinds of fruits in it, but the most popular ones are apples and pineapples. Sia Chan, did you know that I was tired from playing, so you specially prepared fruits for me? You were so considerate. Luffy ran over and said happily, and then stretched out his hands towards the fruits. Seeing this scene, Sia Chan suddenly remembered something bad. He remembered that once before, Luffy ate a large basket of fruit in one bite. The moment this idea came up, Sia Chan appeared in front of Luffy and kicked him. Kicked him away dozens of meters. Sia Chan, what are you doing? Luffy stood up and said dissatisfiedly, I'm here to use it. If you want to eat it, I'll give it to you later. Let me try something first, Sia Chan said angrily. Try something? Sia Chan, what do you want to try? Nami asked curiously. Others also looked puzzled. You'll find out later, Sia Chan said mysteriously. Then Sia Chan squatted down, grabbed Enel's neck with one hand, and then exerted force so hard that Enel's neck was crushed by Sia Chan, and the breath on his body slowly disappeared. Everyone didn't feel uncomfortable when they saw Sia Chan killing Enel. Instead, they looked curiously at what Sia Chan's so-called experiment was. Sia Chan slowly came to the basket of fruits and stared at the fruits in front of him. In less than a minute, a certain pineapple in the basket began to change, and its appearance slowly changed from yellow to blue with lightning stripes. And the entire shape has also changed slightly. Sia Chan looked happy when he saw this scene and said with a smile, "It's done." Sia Chan took out the freshly baked thunder fruit and carefully put it in his hand to examine it. At this time, everyone nearby looked at this scene with shocked faces. They had completely seen the entire process of the fruit's transformation. Robin looked at the shape of the fruit and the special lines on it. A drop of sweat flowed from his forehead and couldn't help but ask Sia Chan, "Could this be?" "Yes, it's the thunder fruit," Sia Chan said with a faint smile. "What?" Everyone present showed extremely surprised expressions when they heard the news. Sanji asked in disbelief, "Isn't this the so-called power of God? How did it come to this pineapple?" When a devil fruit user dies, the superpower will randomly attach to the nearest fruit and convert it into a devil fruit. But before that, these are just my guesses. I'm not sure whether this method is feasible, so I'll give it a try. Sia Chan replied lightly. Although Sia Chan said so, he was at least 70% sure that this method could be successful, because in the original work, Caesar once experimented with slime. When the slime died, an apple in a basket next to it turned into a devil fruit. If those apples happened to be there, then it was indeed a coincidence. The problem was that Caesar's men took the initiative to push the apples over at that time. And this probably means that Caesar already knew this principle in advance, so he did it. But the main reason is that he originally wanted to kill Enel, so using him for experiments is considered a waste. Even if it doesn't work out in the end, it won't have any impact on him. Sia Chan looked at everyone, then looked at Zoro, who was still sleeping on the ground, and couldn't help but kick him. This kick directly hit Zoro's wound, causing him to wake up from his sleep in pain. Then he immediately stood up and shouted, "Which be asterisk 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 D kicked lousy. Are you looking for death? I kicked the ball, what's the problem?" Sia Chan looked at Zoro indifferently and said, "You be asterisk 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 D. Don't think that just because you are stronger than me, you can do whatever you want. I have to show you some color today." Zoro yelled, but the knife on his waist never came out. "Oh." The air was quiet for a few seconds. Zoro looked at Nami and others and shouted, "Don't you stop me." Everyone shook their heads, and Sanji even said, "Come on, I want to see how you get beaten. Curl your eyebrows. You're looking for death." The three swords were instantly unsheathed and slashed towards Sanji. The knife directly cut off Sanji's smoke in the middle. Sanji was so frightened that his face turned pale, and then he became filled with uncontrollable anger. "You green algae head, are you looking for death?" Bang! Chong! The two of them started fighting back and forth. It was supposed to be a battle between Sia Chan and Zoro, but now it became a battle between Zoro and Sanji. It seems that Zoro is quite smart and knows how to pick the weakest persimmons. "Hey, everyone!" The sound from the distance attracted everyone's attention, and they saw Chopper and Usopp running towards them waving their hands. Sia Chan smiled slightly when he saw this. Just in time, everyone is here. When the two came to them, they also noticed the thunder fruit in Sia Chan's hand, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sia Chan, what is this?" Sia Chan did not answer them first, but looked at Zoro and Sanji, who were still fighting over there, and said, "Hey, you two, stop fighting now. We have something serious to say." "Huh. In that case, I will give Sia Chan some face and let you go," Zoro said calmly. "You green algae head, I'm giving you face, right?" Sanji's anger, which had subsided a little, rose again. Sia Chan looked a little helpless when he saw this scene. These two were really incompatible. But no matter what, he is responsible for this matter, so let him solve it. Sia Chan walked toward the two of them and separated them in the middle when they were about to start fighting again. Then he called everyone to come over. Sia Chan took the thunder fruit in his hand and spread it out in front of everyone, and asked them, "Does any of you who haven't eaten the fruit have any ideas about this?" "Huh, you mean this is for us?" Nami asked curiously. "Otherwise, I've already eaten a devil fruit. Can't I eat another one?" Sia Chan said angrily. Although Sia Chan felt that it would be fine if he took another one, there was no need at all. He already has the god-level fruit of Monkey King, and he is already so powerful even though he has not developed the fruit at all. If you wait until it is fully developed, you won't even know how powerful it will be. The difference between the thunder fruit and the Monkey King fruit is like a firefly compared to a bright moon. Even if he eats it, his strength will not be improved. It is better to give it to the other people on the ship. If you feed it to them, their strength will definitely increase by an order of magnitude in a short time. After all, this is one of the strongest Logias. Sia Chan continued, "So what do you say?" After a moment of silence, Zoro was the first to say, "My goal is to become the strongest swordsman in the world. I have no idea about devil fruits. I don't have any idea about this either," Sanji said calmly. However, his thoughts drifted into the distance. He is a member of the Vinsmoke family and is a reformer. Although his abominable father said that he is a semi-finished product, this cannot conceal the fact that he still has blood factors in his body. He was afraid that eating this devil fruit would have an impact on his bloodline factors and lead to unpredictable consequences, which was not what he wanted to see. He felt that he was good as he was. Although he was a so-called semi-finished product, he had human emotions, which was completely different from his cold-blooded brothers and sisters. So based on these reasons, it is absolutely impossible for him to eat devil fruit. Usopp said, "I don't want to eat this devil fruit either. Although I know from your conversation that it has a strong ability, what I want is to become a brave sea warrior. If I become a landlubber, that doesn't make sense, right? I still want to experience the fun of the sea." Hearing this, Sia Chan nodded and turned his attention to the last person. "Nami, what do you say?" Nami didn't answer immediately. She looked at the thunder fruit in front of her with some emotion. He had realized a long time ago that his strength was the worst on the ship, and she also tried to practice what Sia Chan said about domineering. But there is no way, limited by talent, and there is no result. But now, the opportunity to become stronger is right in front of her. As long as she eats this fruit, she can immediately become a powerful natural fruit ability user. She is also one of the strongest Logia, and she knows very well how powerful thunder is. After thinking for a while, Nami's eyes showed a firm look, and she looked at Sia Chan and said, "I'll eat it." "Okay, here you go." Sia Chan showed a smile and handed the thunder fruit to Nami. Then he said, "But I have to warn you, this taste may be a bit unpleasant, so you'd better be mentally prepared." Nami looked at the thunder fruit in his hand and was in a daze. As long as she eats this fruit, she will gain powerful power, and she will no longer be the one who needs to be taken care of the most on the ship. Nami's eyes were firm as he picked up the thunder fruit in his hand and bit into it. The next second, Nami's face suddenly turned blue and she covered her mouth tightly. It took a while before she swallowed what was in her mouth. Then he gasped for air. "Is this a bit unpalatable? I have never eaten such an unpalatable thing since I was born." Nami looked at the thunder fruit with lingering fear, and then said with an ugly face, "There are so many more. What should I do?" "Ha ha! You only need to eat one bite of the devil fruit to be effective. You don't have to eat it all," Sia Chan said with a smile. "Is that so?" Nami's face showed visible joy. He patted his chest with some fear. "Fortunately, I only need one bite. Otherwise, I really don't know how to continue eating," Sia Chan said. "Nami, try it now and see if you can use your ability." "Okay, I'll try." Nami nodded, then closed his eyes. After a while, Nami stretched out his finger. Everyone who saw this scene took a step back in unison. Suddenly, Nami opened her eyes, and then a small arc of electricity surged in Nami's hand. "Oh!" Sia Chan suddenly felt a little confused looking at this electric arc that could at best light up Sanji's cigarette. Is this thunder fruit an inferior version? Sia Chan couldn't help but have this idea pop up in his mind, and at the same time, other people's reactions were similar to Sia Chan's. They all look at each other. You look at me, I look at you. Nami was a little embarrassed when she looked at the electricity she was emitting. It seemed a little different from what she had imagined. At this time, a man who was not afraid of death appeared. Ha ha! Nami, what are you doing? Isn't this enough to tickle me? Zoro laughed loudly. Nami's face darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she said with a smile, Really? Ba-tang. Bang. Zoro defeated. Sia Chan stood there, considered it for a while, and then said, Nami, your performance is actually much better than that of many people who have just eaten devil fruit. Many people can't use their abilities at all when they first eat it. Really? Of course it's true, Sia Chan said seriously. Sia Chan is actually right about this. In the original work, CP9's Kaku and Califa were not able to use their abilities immediately after eating the devil fruit, but they were able to use them after a period of time. But to be honest, Sia Chan also thinks that Nami's arc is indeed a bit. Don't know what to say. Although the main reason may be that Nami is not familiar with the thunder fruit yet, Sia Chan thinks that the more likely reason is that Nami's physical condition is too weak. Don't tell me the food of these priests is not bad. Somewhere in Appiato, Luffy said while eating meat. Half a day has passed since the battle between Sia Chan and Luffy. During this time, the few remaining sober people among them had already taken out all the gold from the Lord of the Sky's belly. Now, there is only one last thing left for the Sky Island trip. Thinking of this, Sia Chan looked at Luffy and asked, Luffy, are you full? Almost. Okay, now we have to complete the agreement with Uncle Kalikai. Sia Chan said lightly, but we haven't found the golden bell yet. Who said they didn't find it? Sia Chan looked at Nami and smiled. Then with a thought, the huge golden bell tower appeared in front of everyone. This is this Golden Bell Tower. Except for Sia Chan and Robin, everyone present widened their eyes. Suddenly, Nami arrived in front of the golden clock tower, as if teleporting, and pressed her whole body against it. $_, he said excitedly. How much gold is there? After coming back to his senses, Sanji looked at Sia Chan doubtfully and asked, Where did you find this thing? Sia Chan did not speak, but pointed to the sky. Seeing this, everyone didn't ask any more questions. Their ability to accept things has become much stronger during the time they came Sky Island. Isn't it normal to find something in the sky? Sia Chan turned his attention to Luffy and said, Come on, Luffy, go ring the golden bell. Okay. Luffy stood up and nodded seriously. This is their agreement with Uncle Kalikai. As long as the golden bell rings, it can prove the existence of the Golden Land. This will prove that Kalikai's ancestor Noland is not a big liar and restore his innocence. Luffy walked to a few dozen meters away from the golden clock and stood still. His eyes narrowed. Third gear. Luffy's fist quickly grew in size, and then it was covered with armament-colored hockey. Giant elephant gun. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy's huge fist suddenly swung forward, causing bursts of sound to break through the air. Then he hit the golden clock hard. The bells that pierced the sky continued to sound from the golden bell and spread throughout the sky. At the same time, it also spread to Qinghai, which is 10,000 meters away, a gathering place for Sandians. Weibo and others, who were all beaten up by Sia Chan, were sent back to their gathering place by Gonfuer. At this time, they suddenly heard the melodious sound of bells, and everyone's attention was attracted. An old man listened to this voice. His face was full of horror, and tears surged from his eyes unconsciously. This is the sound of Sandora's lamp. What? Everyone around was startled by the old man's words. Weber asked directly, Elder, do you think this is the sound of lighting the lamp of Sandora? That's right. The elder nodded. Although this is the first time I have heard this sound, I know from the records left by our ancestors that the sound of Sandora's lamp is like this. For a moment, All the Sandians looked at each other. The lamp of Sandora, which they had worked hard for so long but failed to light, was inexplicably lit today. While thinking, Weber seemed to have thought of something and said in horror, "Could it be them?" Somewhere in the clouds on Sky Island, an old man was watering flowers happily when he suddenly heard the sound and quickly turned his head in that direction. This is the Song of the Island. Although Gon 4 heard this sound for the first time, he was sure that this beautiful sound was the Song of the Island. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of a saying passed down from Kong Dao. When the Song of the Island sounds again, it will be the day the war ends. Sweat suddenly broke out on Gon 4's face. Could it be that Straw Hat and the others succeeded? Thinking of this, Gon 4 didn't hesitate at all, put on his armor in an instant and shouted, "Pierre!" He kicked his feet hard, then landed on a red bird and galloped in the direction of Appiato. At the same time, everyone on Angel Island also heard the bell. Everyone looked in the direction of Appiato. Everyone stopped what they were doing at this time. Enjoy this wonderful sound. Qinghai, Gaia Island. Kalikai was sitting outside the house, smoking a cigarette, and the orangutan were sitting next to him eating. "Boss, how are the Straw Hat Boys and the others doing? Have they found the Golden Land?" "Huh." Kalikai exhaled a puff of smoke slowly. "Who knows?" Just when a few people were still about to say something, a melodious bell sounded from the sky. In an instant, several people stood up immediately. Boss, can this be?" An excited expression appeared on the orangutan's face. Kalikai also showed a smile and replied, "If nothing else happens, that's it. The sound of the golden clock." Straw Hat and the others succeeded. My ancestor Noland was not a liar. The excitement on Kalikai's face was palpable. He has been trying to prove his ancestor's innocence for so many years, but he has only found sporadic clues. There is still a lack of solid evidence to prove that Noland is not a liar. And today, his wish finally came true. Thinking of this, Kalikai burst into tears unknowingly. "Hey, boss, you're crying. How embarrassing. It turns out the boss is a crybaby. You two are looking for death, right?" The perspective returned to Sia Chan. After ringing the golden bell, Luffy said with a smile, "Uncle Chestnut Head should be able to hear it this way." You can definitely hear it. The penetrating power of this bell is very strong," Sia Chun said lightly, and then walked to the golden bell. With a thought, he received it back into the system space. The mission of the golden clock has been completed, and now it is just ordinary gold to Sia Chun. As for the symbolic meaning it has for the Sandians, that is not within the scope of Sia Chen's consideration. This golden bell is already his private property, and no one can ask him to hand it over. "Straw Hat, you are here." A voice came, causing Sia Chun and others to look over. I saw Gon Fuer sitting on a bird flying towards them. After a while, he came to the crowd. "Oh, old man, why are you here?" Luffy asked him with a smile. "I heard the singing of the island, so I came over to take a look." As he spoke, Gon Fuer scanned the messy forest around him. Suddenly, he seemed to catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye, and his face was filled with horror. He pointed in that direction and asked tremblingly, "Could that be Enel?" "That's right," Xiachen replied calmly. "He is dead, and your Angel Island will no longer be threatened by him in the future." "What?" Gon Fuer had an expression of ecstasy on his face when he heard this. Enel's death was a shocking bombshell to him, which meant that the mountain that had oppressed them for the past 6 years had finally disappeared. Thinking of this, Gon Fuer immediately jumped on his bird again and said, "I'm going to tell the people on Angel Island the news first, and I'll chat with you later." After that, he sat on the bird and flew towards the distance. "What an impatient old man," Sanji said calmly. "Let's go to this island again. I found that there are actually a lot of fun things here," Luffy said excitedly to everyone. In the next few days, everyone wandered around Angel Island. Because they solved Enel in advance, the residents of Angel Island do not know what happened specifically, but the only thing that is certain is, the stone that had been weighing on their hearts disappeared. Enel's death is good news for all Angel Island residents. Angel Island has been in a happy atmosphere these days. And today, Sia Chan and the others are finally saying goodbye to Sky Island and embarking on their sailing journey again. On the beach of Angel Island, everyone, you must come and play if you have the chance in the future. Cornus said to everyone, "Ha ha, I will definitely come if I have the chance." Luffy responded happily. Today, the ones who came to see them off were Cornish, her daughter, and Gonfor. At this time, Gonfor also sincerely thanked Luffy. "Thank you for defeating Enel and restoring our peaceful life." "Ha ha, we're just taking it easy." Although Luffy said this, Gonfor did not think so. In his opinion, the group of people in front of him were the benefactors of their Angel Island. "Okay, Luffy, it's time for us to leave." Sia Chen's voice came. Luffy turned around and looked, and saw that everyone had arrived on the boat at this time, and then said to the three of Cornus, "Goodbye, we are leaving." After that, Luffy ran towards the ship. "Miss Cornus, goodbye." Sanji stood on the boat and greeted Cornus with tears in his eyes. Cornus smiled and responded, "Sanji-kun, goodbye." After hearing this, Sanji's eyes filled with love, and he reluctantly said, "Miss Cornus, I'm so reluctant to live here." Zoro said disdainfully, "What are you, a third-rate swordsman, talking about? Are you an idiot? If I leave, who will ensure the nutrition of Miss Nami and Miss Robin?" Sanji responded in the same way. Hearing this, Zoro just looked at him with disdain, said nothing, but walked aside and sat down directly to sleep. The Mary began to move slowly, and Luffy sat on the goat's head and shouted to the three people on the shore, "I have been taken care of by you for so many days. Thank you. Goodbye, everyone." The three of them also waved to everyone. As the ship gradually moved away, Cornus looked at Gonful next to her and asked, "Lord God, is there any other place where I can go down besides the end of the cloud?" "Oh, I don't know either," Gonfor said truthfully. He was also wondering about this question when he heard Sia Chan say that they would not go down from the end of the cloud. But in his opinion, Sia Chan is a terrifyingly strong and mysterious person. Maybe there is a place where he can go that even he doesn't know about. However, in the next second, he knew how Sia Chan and the others got down. Sia Chan, who was a few hundred meters away from them, jumped up high, then waved his fist violently. A hole was punched out in Bye-Bye High, and then the boat fell down. Gone for. Will there be any problem if it falls like this? It seems that this method cannot be imitated by ordinary people. At this time, the melee was falling from the White Sea to the White Sea. Sia Chun, is this how you want to proceed? Sanji shouted at Sia Chun. Is there any problem? Sia Chun asked doubtfully. This is a big problem. Are you sure we can still survive if we continue like this? It's okay. I can't possibly harm you, right? Really? Oh ho ho. It's so exciting, Luffy said happily. Chopper and Usopp were holding each other in tears. As for the other member of the timid trio, Nami, Sia Chun had already told her about this method of whereabouts before and was huddled in the cabin. It's safe. Sia Chun jumped on the goat's head and estimated the distance to Bai Hai. When it was almost 100 meters away, Sia Chun suddenly punched again, and a reverse thrust greatly slowed down the melee's descent. When the melee landed on the White Sea, it only splashed more than 10 meters of waves, which was harmless. Then Sia Chun followed the same example and penetrated the Bai Hai again. But the difference this time was that Sia Chun did not let the melee fall directly. Instead, he used somersault clouds to carry the melee slowly down to the sea. This speed is just right, allowing him to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the sky. Hey everyone, what a beautiful sunset! Chopper's exclamation attracted everyone's attention, and everyone's eyes couldn't help but follow Chopper's line of sight. The sunset returns to the mountains and sea, and the afterglow of the setting sun penetrates the clouds. At this moment, everyone is fascinated. They're immersed in this beautiful scene. The next day, Sia Chun, did you catch anything over there? Luffy turned to Sia Chun and asked. No, I even suspect that there are no fish in this sea area. Sia Chun replied a little angrily. Don't tell me, I feel the same way. Usopp next to Luffy also shouted. It has been a few days since Sia Chun and others came down from the empty island, but they still have not reached the next island. In the past few days, a few people were bored to death, so even Sia Chan joined Luffy and the others' fishing army. There were 2 people sitting on the railings on both sides, Luffy and Usopp, and he and Chopper. But 2 days passed, and none of the 4 of them caught any hair. It made Sia Chan want to cheat a little, so he just used his knowledge to fish with domineering colors. After a while, Sia Chan also became angry when he saw that there was still no movement from his fishing rod. He jumped directly into the air and punched into the sea. Boom! A huge water column splashed up, and Sia Chan saw a lot of fish mixed in it. He narrowed his eyes and used Moonwalk to catch them all. Sia Chan is so angry because he can't catch any fish. Usopp mocked Sia Chan. Indeed. Luffy and Chopper nodded in agreement. You guys are a bit brave, Sia Chan said with a smile on his face as he looked at the others. Bang! Bang! Yes. I'm sorry. The 3 of them apologized to Sia Chan with bruises and swollen faces. Sia Chan walked up to the 3 of them and said with a smile, If you can't beat me, you have to hold your tail between your legs. Do you know? Long-nosed, Tanuki, straw hat idiot. Hearing Sia Chan's name to them, the timidity of the 3 people disappeared instantly. They all glared at Sia Chan. Today, even if they can't defeat them, they still have to fight to the death with Sia Chan. This is a matter of dignity. However, just when a few people were about to take action, Zoro, who was on the bow of the boat, suddenly said, Hey, there seems to be something on the sea. Treasure, treasure, treasure. Luffy's trio cheered around a newly salvaged barrel with a flag on it. At this time, Sia Chan, who was on the side, could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth while looking at this thing. The reason is still because of the first 5 words of Poseidon's royal treasure written on the flag. Of course he knows what it is, but the problem is that it feels a bit outrageous only after he knows it. Why does it feel like the plot is a bit broken? Yes, this thing is what Moria used in the Demon Sea to find prey. Theoretically speaking, Moria's character will never run around if nothing happens. So, are they the ones running around now? Have they come to the Demon Sea? Who can tell him why he flew directly from the Sky Island and ended up here? He is not sisterly, but now it doesn't matter. It doesn't make much difference to him wherever he is. This is the confidence that strong strength gives Sia Chan. No matter what, Gyuki Snake God, come and kill as many as you want. It's not a treasure inside. It's just some wine and dry food. Nami came out and said calmly to a few people, Why did you know it before you opened it? Luffy asked, unconvinced. Didn't you see it says Poseidon Go Hosen? This kind of thing is called a flowing bottle. It is something that people offer to the gods in order to pray for smooth sailing. Go Hosen means offering to the gods. Tisk, it's not a treasure. After hearing this, Luffy instantly shuddered, and the excitement he had just now was gone from his eyes when he looked at the barrel. Then our efforts were not in vain, Usopp said helplessly. That's not necessarily true. At least the food inside is edible. You just need to pray to the gods. I heard that wine that has been beaten by waves will be especially delicious. Nami said playfully while looking at everyone. Yes, Robin nodded in agreement. But according to the rules, after eating, we need to put new tributes in and let it continue to drift on the sea. Really? You're welcome then, Luffy said with a smile, then turned to look at Zoro. Zoro, don't you like wine the most? Come here and let's pray to God together, and then we can drink it. I don't know how to pray to gods. Also, have you forgotten? Didn't the god of Kong Dao just get beaten away by you? Zoro curled his lips disdainfully. Seeing that Zoro had no intention of praying, Luffy didn't care about it. Instead, he clasped his hands together in a prayer gesture and muttered, God, please let me enjoy the beautiful wine dedicated to you. I will become a new god and lead the world. In the middle of reading, Luffy suddenly realized that the line seemed a little wrong, and then he smiled sheepishly at everyone. Sorry, I'm cheating. Everyone. All in all, after Luffy finished his remarks about his wolfish ambition, the prayer ceremony was officially completed. Luffy rubbed his hands and looked at the barrel in front of him with excitement. Then he began to untie the rope. The moment Luffy opened the lid of the barrel, a violent explosion suddenly occurred inside the barrel, knocking Luffy out of the way. Then a stream of red light flew into the sky and exploded when it reached a certain height, turning the entire sky red. Everyone on the boat was watching this scene blankly. Chopper couldn't help but ask curiously. The wine turned into light and flew into the sky. Robin shook his head and said with a serious face, "It's a glow bomb. It's okay if it's just a prank, but if not, we might have been targeted." Being targeted? Hearing this, Zoro showed a sinister smile. "I would like to see who is bolder and dares to cause trouble for us. If you dare to come, hack him to death. It's that simple. Indeed, if someone is against us, we just need to kick them to death." Sanji on the side also said calmly after taking a puff of cigarette. Both of them are suffocating in their hearts right now. It is clear that their strength has improved so much recently, but they cannot be verified at all. To put it more clearly, they cannot feel the joy after improving their strength. After all, no matter how they improve their strength, they're still beaten casually by Sia Chan. There's no sense of experience anymore, and now they're in urgent need of opponents with similar strength or stronger than them to let them have a good time. Therefore, they're not afraid of being stared at by others, but they are afraid that no one will stare at them. The stronger they are, the more excited they are. Of course, don't be as ridiculously strong as Sia Chan, otherwise you won't be able to play. Ha ha! Zoro, Sanji, you are so fierce. If you have enemies, just beat them to paralysis. Why do you have to kill them? You guys are still too murderous. Luffy looked at Zoro and sighed, shaking his head. Question marks appeared on Zoro and Sanji's heads, and then they both looked at Sia Chan. Huh? Why are you looking at me? Luffy wasn't like this before. Ever since I've been with you for a long time, he's become less talkative. Sanji sighed and said calmly, "Sia Chan, I think you too deserve a beating, right?" Sia Chan said angrily. Luffy became like this because of his own talent and had nothing to do with Sia. He never taught Luffy the art of speaking. These two guys, Zoro and Sanji, know how to slander people. At this moment, Nami suddenly felt the subtle changes in the air pressure around him and hurriedly spoke. "Don't worry about this for now. The storm is coming soon. Everyone be prepared. Head northwest." As soon as Nami finished speaking, everyone on the boat started to take action. Although it is still sunny now, they have already had unconditional trust in Nami for so long. Since Nami said there will be storms, then there will definitely be. A few minutes later, the storm came as expected, but because they had already prepared for it, they had already reached the edge of the storm and left the area in a short while. But at this time, there was a phenomenon that made everyone confused. Why is the sky black? Is there another storm? Zoro looked at the dark sky, a little strange. "No, this is the reason for this sea area," Sia Chan said lightly. Then he looked at everyone. "This place is called the Devil's Triangle. Have you ever heard of it? Devil's Triangle?" Robin showed a horrified look upon hearing this. Nami turned to look at Robin. "Robin, you know?" "Yeah, I know a little bit." Robin nodded. "This is a place called the Demonic Sea. It is said that as many as hundreds of ships disappear here every year." "What?" Upon hearing Robin's words, Usopp and others immediately shouted, and at the same time their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Robin, did you tell me why they disappeared from here? What caused it?" Usopp asked after swallowing. "I heard. It's because there are ghosts here. Kill everyone who comes here." Halfway through Robin's words, Usopp and Chopper were already shouting in fear and running around on the ship. Originally, they just felt that the surrounding environment was a bit dark, but now that Robin said it, they suddenly felt that it was dark and gloomy. "My body feels cold for no reason." Although Nami on the side was very scared at this time, she still had the courage to say to Robin, "Robin, ghost. Things like ghosts don't sound believable. Idiot. How could such a thing exist? Nami, you should learn more from me. Atheists like me will never believe in these things." Before Robin could say anything, Zoro on the side taunted Nami. It's okay if I don't." Nami took a deep breath. Although Zoro was mocking her, she still cared more about what he said now. It would be nice if there were no ghosts, but if there really were ghosts, her little heart might not be able to withstand it. But at this moment, what Sia Chan said made Nami's heart, which had been in her stomach, rise to her throat again. Ghosts really exist. And there are not only ghosts, but things like living skeletons and zombies also exist in this area. Is identical to is identical to. It's over. Nami knelt directly on the ground, and at the same time, Usopp and Chopper were kneeling with her. The three of them all had expressions of despair on their faces at this time. But on Luffy's side, it's a completely different style. Ghosts, skeletons, zombies. The excitement in Luffy's eyes deepened every time he said something, and in the end, the light emitted from his eyes seemed to illuminate the dark night in this sea area. Zoro also smiled. It does sound interesting. I just don't know if I can stand it. Sanji slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and said thoughtfully, "By the way, after grinding the skeleton bones, will the bone powder have a different taste when put into the dishes? This is indeed quite curious." Robin thought while stroking his chin. "Well, I think it's better to forget it. I don't think anyone will want to eat this." Sia Chan waved his hands, looking a little ugly. He is a person with normal taste, and regarding bone meal, I really have no idea. At this time, Nami and the three people kneeling on the ground were going crazy listening to these people's discussions. Who are all of them? Can we maintain the most basic respect for supernatural creatures? Perhaps in order to deepen the fear of Nami and others, a strange laughter suddenly sounded. Yo ho 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 ho, yo ho 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 ho, yo ho 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 ho, yo ho 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 ho. The sound grew closer and closer, and after a while, everyone saw a pirate ship that perfectly matched the appearance of the ghost ship in their imagination, breaking through the fog and slowly heading towards them. A loud and harsh sound sounded from the melee, and the three people on the ground suddenly jumped up. Then each go to someone who can give them a sense of security. Nami was hugging Sia Chan tightly at this time, her whole body hanging on him. Usopp huddled behind Sanji and hugged his waist tightly. As for Chopper, he naturally went to his old place, Zoro's lap. Looking at Nami, who was trembling in his arms, Sia Chan couldn't help but laugh. He patted Nami's back gently and said, "It's okay. I'm here, so there's nothing to be afraid of." Perhaps Sia Chan's words had an effect. Nami's trembling was much weaker, but she still lay on his chest, not daring to look around. "Hey, Usopp, my waist is for ladies to hold. Get out of my way." Sanji pushed Usopp's face hard with his hands, but Usopp was like a lock at this time. No matter what Sanji did push, he just won't let go. At the same time, he said with a snot in his nose, "Sanji, you can't ignore me. What will I do if you ignore me and wait until the ghost comes? Isn't there still Luffy? Go hug him." Sanji was still very resistant. As soon as Sanji said this, Usopp's scared whine disappeared, and then he suddenly raised his head, looked at Sanji, and said quietly, "What do you think Luffy will do if the ghost really appears?" "Oh." Sanji hesitated for a while, and then said, "With Luffy's character, there is a high probability that he will just rush forward. That's all right. If you ask me to go to Luffy's place, wouldn't it be equivalent to me sending myself into the ghost's mouth?" "No, Sanji-o." Sanji's sad face. At this time, Zoro was also faced with an extra tanuki on his leg that he couldn't get rid of. "Hey, Chopper, don't throw your snot on my pants." "Oh ho ho, ghost ship. Let's go exploring." Luffy ran to the edge of the ship with excitement on his face, then reached out and grabbed the ghost ship and threw it over. "Hey, Luffy," Sia Chun shouted speechlessly. "Is it necessary to be in such a hurry?" Then Sia Chun turned his attention to everyone and said, "Luffy has already passed. I plan to go over and have a look. What do you say?" "Ah, Sia Chun, you want to go there too?" Nami, who was shrinking in Sia Chen's arms, suddenly became excited and looked at him with tearful eyes. Why don't you go over here and stay with me?" Finally, under the attack of Nami's pitiful eyes, Sia Chan was defeated and decided to stay on the ship. So the final result is that Zoro, Sanji, and Robin all passed, leaving the four of them on the boat. Sia Chan looked at the ghost ship opposite, with a faint look in his eyes and a smile in his eyes. Meanwhile, on the ghost ship, Sia Chan, didn't you say you should stay on the ship? Why are you here again? Robin asked curiously. Have you forgotten that I can clone myself? Sia Chan replied calmly. Everyone, oh. Well, you have a doppelganger, and you are awesome. Robin looked around, took a look and said, It's really spooky here. Indeed, the whole ship exudes a strange atmosphere. Sanji also nodded and said, Yo ho 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 ho, yo ho 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 ho. Suddenly, the singing sound came again, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Everyone couldn't help but look over. They saw a black figure slowly walking towards them from the darkness. When the black figure revealed its true form, everyone except Sia Chan opened their mouths wide, and their eyes almost popped out. After a while, Luffy screamed strangely, A skeleton that can move? The moment they saw the skeleton appear, Zoro and Sanji immediately took a fighting stance. Tisk, there really are moving skeletons. Zoro slowly pulled out his knife. It's okay. If he dares to have any ideas, I'll kick him to death. The skeleton was not annoyed when he saw this situation, but smiled lightly and said, Welcome to my ship as a guest. I have nothing to entertain you. It's really rude. When the skeleton said this, Zoro and others were startled. This skeleton was quite polite. But, why can you talk? Zoro Sanji shouted in unison. Don't be so excited, guests. As you can see, I am a skeleton. It is normal for a skeleton to talk. Then why did you become a skeleton and have an afro? Luffy asked excitedly. The skeleton took a slow sip of the coffee that was in his hand and explained slowly. As I said just now, I'm a skeleton. It is normal for a skeleton to have thicker hair, right? You're just stupid. Zoro and Sanji shouted again. Aha, you are so funny. Luffy said with a laugh. No way. The skeleton spread his hands. Every time I have been here for so many years, I have seen either ghost ships or ghost ships. I haven't seen a living person for a long time, and I was a little excited for a while. It's really scary to face these ghastly and weird things every day, he said, pretending to be scared and patting his chest. But as soon as he took the shot, he seemed to sense something was wrong. You forgot that I'm a skeleton without breasts. Ha ha ha. Don't tell jokes here. Zoro and Sanji shouted again. It's indeed a bit interesting, Robin chuckled. And this smile also attracted the skeleton's attention to him. Then he came to Robin in 2 steps and stood about 3 meters in front of her. Seeing this, Zoro and Sanji immediately came up to them, looked at the skeleton unkindly and asked, What do you want to do? Please don't be so hostile to me, you two. It's just that I haven't seen such a beautiful lady for a long time, and I was a little surprised for a moment. After that, the skeleton adjusted his clothes, bent his body slightly, and said like a gentleman, Beautiful lady, could you please let me see your breasts? Who will show you? Be asterisk 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 D. Sanji was furious and kicked the skeleton. Bang! The skeleton was kicked several meters away by Sanji. After a while, he slowly stood up and looked at Sanji and said, My friend, you are a little angry. Oh, you can actually pick up a bag? Luffy said excitedly, looking at the bag on the skull that was kicked by Sanji. You are so interesting. Luffy smiled again, and then asked the skeleton expectantly, Skeleton, how about being my partner? Yeah, okay. The skeleton said calmly after taking a sip of coffee. Everyone. No, absolutely not, Sanji yelled, pulling his neck. The air was quiet for a minute, and no one echoed Sanji's words. Seeing this, Sanji became anxious and quickly turned to look at Sia Chan. Sia Chan, don't you say something? What can I say? Sia Chan spread his hands. Do you think the captain's decision can be easily changed? Sanji's sad face. Oh. Hey. After a long time, Sanji sighed and said, It's up to you. Then he turned his attention to the skeleton again. But then again, why do you feel like you've never heard of a living skeleton before? Sanji touched his chin and thought, then suddenly thought of something and his face changed. He looked at the skeleton and asked, You're not Brook, are you? Your Excellency, you know me. The skeleton, Brook, tilted his head in confusion. It makes no sense. He's been dead for 50 years. How come anyone still knows him? Well, we know each other. Sanji took a puff of cigarette and nodded. At this time, Sanji said this. Zoro and Luffy also thought of what Sia Chan once said, and Luffy directly asked Brook, "Are you from the pirate group that La Boon is waiting for?" La Boon? You mean La Boon? Brook immediately became excited after hearing the word La Boon and asked Luffy eagerly, "Yes, that's right. We heard the story between you and La Boon from Uncle Kuroka's." Then Luffy told Brook that La Boon had been waiting for them and had been hitting the red continent with his head. After some time, woo-woo, La Boon. After hearing the story, Brook burst into tears, but because he was a skeleton, he could only hear the sound but not a single tear. It's a bit weird indeed. After some time, Brook slowly calmed down his emotions and looked at Luffy with gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you for stopping La Boon from hitting the Red Earth continent. Otherwise, it really wouldn't be able to wait until the day I go back. Haha, I'm not doing it for you. This is an agreement between La Boon and I." Luffy laughed. After laughing for a while, Luffy looked at Brook again and said, "So, join our pirate team. Let's circle the world together and then go back to find La Boon." "Okay," Brook replied cheerfully and happily. But suddenly he seemed to think of something and became lonely again. "Sorry, I was so excited just now that I suddenly forgot something very important. Thank you for inviting me on board, but I'm sorry, I can't leave this sea." Didn't you say it was okay just now? Why can't it be done now?" Luffy became anxious when he heard Brook say this and asked quickly. He doesn't want to miss such an interesting companion. This is a long story, mainly because, since it's a long story, let's go to the melee to talk about it. Do you think it's more atmospheric to listen to the story here? Sia Chan interrupted before Brook finished speaking. "Oh yes, let's go eat and talk. By the way, can you eat as a skeleton?" Looking at Luffy's warm invitation to him, Brook couldn't help but feel moved again. "Thank you. Although I'm a skeleton with neither esophagus nor stomach, I can still eat." Yo-ho-ho-ho. "Ah, so this is what you get for going to that ship. Bringing back a skeleton?" Nami and the others huddled back and looked at the skeleton tremblingly. "Ha-ha, don't be so nervous, everyone. I am Brook, who only has bones after death. Please give me your advice." The skeleton, Brook, took off the hat on his head and said to everyone, It's really a skeleton, and it's still alive." Chopper was lying on the ground, his eyes white with tears. Sia Chan, who was watching this scene from the side, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. "Look how scared this cute civet cat on our boat is." Usopp's legs were trembling, and he pointed the cross on his chest at the skeleton and said, "The evil spirit is gone. The evil spirit is gone." Brook was startled when he heard this, and took a few steps back. Seeing this scene, Usopp and Chopper showed excited expressions on their faces. "It really works, Usopp." "Nonsense. This is a complete set of equipment for repelling evil spirits. Even if the king of evil spirits comes, I have to weigh it," Usopp said proudly. "Oh, really? So strong." Chopper on the side immediately showed his starry eyes, and then hid behind Usopp. "Then Usopp, I rely on you to protect me." Easy to say, easy to say. At this time, Brook was still looking around with a worried look and asked in a panic, "Where is the evil spirit? I'm a little scared." Usopp, Chopper sad face. "Who else besides you?" "Ha ha, it's really interesting. It seems that letting you be my partner is indeed a good decision." "What?" Hearing this, Nami and the other three immediately came to Luffy's side, grabbing him by the collar and shaking him vigorously. "You asked him to be our partner? Who would agree? Can you please stop making arbitrary decisions every time? What does this have to do with it? Don't you think he is interesting?" Luffy was a little confused. Wouldn't it be interesting to have a living, talking afro skull? Unexpectedly, what responded to him was the roar of three people. Who would find it interesting? It's just scary. Oh, don't get excited, everyone. Brook slowly walked to the hatch. "Let's eat inside first to calm down." "Why should you decide?" "So, he is the Brook who turned into a skeleton, as Sia Chan said before." Nami asked, knocking on the table. Yes, right down there. So, you became like this because of the underworld fruit? Miss, you are right. Isn't this underworld fruit useless? It is only useful when it dies. The problem is that it will turn into a skeleton in the end. I don't even want a fruit like this. Well, actually it's not because of the fruit that I turned into a skeleton. When I died, due to the power of the underworld fruit, although my body died, my soul returned to the living world from the underworld. It's just that you have also seen that there is thick fog everywhere in this demonic sea, and I can't find a ship I'm on at all. And it has been a year since I found it. You can imagine what my body will look like after 1 year has passed. Everyone, skeleton? Yeah, that's right. This is what happened. It almost scared my eyes out. Although I don't have eyeballs. Yo-ho-ho-ho. So are you a human or a ghost now? Usopp's fear had subsided a lot at this time, and he asked Brook, I think I should be considered a skeleton. Everyone, please don't tell me anything like ghosts. That's what I'm most afraid of. Brook said fearfully. That's it. Usopp suddenly felt that he had found empathy with the skeleton in front of him, and for a while he was no longer so afraid of Brook. Ha ha. I'm actually also afraid of ghosts, especially vampires. They're so scary. But I heard that those vampires have no shadows. Even if you're a skeleton, you will still have shadows. Before Usopp could finish speaking, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something missing from Brook's body. Oh, a piercing scream echoed throughout the merry ship. In the cabin, Usopp took a few steps back and stood trembling behind Sia Chan. You don't have a shadow. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but look at Brook's feet. Sure enough, as Usopp said, there was nothing. Suddenly, the atmosphere at the scene became tense again, and Zoro even half pulled out his knife. Seeing this situation, Brook was silent for a while, then sat down leisurely and took a sip of coffee. I'll feel good. Is it time to calm down now? Sanji shouted angrily. I've been drifting in this sea for so long that I don't even know how many years it has been. Me turning into a skeleton and me not having a shadow are completely different things. The reason why I don't have a shadow is because it was taken away by a man a few years ago. It was taken away. Can the shadow be taken away? Luffy was a little curious. Of course. Brook nodded. And once the shadow is taken away, you can't live in a place with sunshine. If you're exposed to the sun, what will happen? Everyone swallowed. It will turn into ashes. Hearing this, everyone's faces showed expressions of horror. That means, will he die? Robin said solemnly. It's all turned into ashes. It's strange to be alive, Sia Chan said lightly. I once saw with my own eyes the scene of people without shadows turning into ashes in the sun. It was really terrifying, Brook said with lingering fear. Then he looked at Luffy. That's why I just said I can't leave this sea. Without my shadow, I will die soon if I leave this sea area wrapped in thick fog. So I have to stay here until I get my shadow back. On that day, if we can meet again and you are still willing to let me on the ship, I will definitely go sailing with you. Let's go back together to fulfill the agreement with Laboon. Why is this? Luffy had a disappointed expression on his face. But the next second, he seemed to think of something again. Wait, that's right. Your shadow has been taken away. Can't we just go and help you get it back? Hearing what Luffy said, Brook looked at him blankly, and then said, You are really a good person, but because of this, I can't put you in danger. The man who took away my shadow is too powerful. How can I let you, who I just met, die for me? So, who is this person? Robin asked. I'm sorry, I can't say. Brook waved his hand. Moonlight Moria? Yes, that's right. Brook nodded subconsciously, but suddenly seemed to realize something. How did you know? Brook stared at Sia Chan in extreme surprise and asked. If he still had eyes now, they would definitely be staring out. He obviously didn't say anything. The thing related to the shadow must be Moria, who ate the shadow fruit. I can't think of anyone else except him. Moonlight Moria? Robin was a little solemn when he heard the name. Nami looked at Robin and asked, Robin, you know? Moonlight Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is a pirate of the same level as Crocodile. TCH, it's just Crocodile's level. So what's there to be afraid of? I don't know when Usopp, who was scared to death just now, was sitting quietly on the chair and said calmly, "Huh?" Sia Chan glanced at Usopp strangely and asked, "You mean you can deal with someone of Crocodile's level casually?" "Of course, it's impossible. But I hear your tone means you don't take him seriously." "I can't beat him, so why don't we still have you guys? We are partners. What's the difference between you and me, right?" Usopp said this without blushing or heartbeat. Sia Chan said, "Usopp, don't think 7 warlords of the sea is not good. But in fact, no one who can sit in this position is a simple person. Moreover, even if they are both Shichibukai, they are both strong and weak. Crocodile is considered the weakest among them. As for the strongest Shichibukai, he can compete with the 4 emperors. Being able to work with the 4 emperors." Hearing Sia Chan's words, everyone looked horrified. They're no longer just rookies. They naturally know what the 4 emperors means. They're the 4 people who stand at the top among pirates. I don't know how much better than them. What about Hawkeye? How is his strength among the Shichibukai? Zoro suddenly asked. The strongest Shichibukai, I said, can compete with the 4 emperors is him. Really? Upon hearing this, Zoro's eyes flashed with excitement. He knew that Hawkeye was not an easy person. After all, he was the best swordsman in the world. One day he will reach this level of strength and surpass Hawkeye to become the new world's #1 swordsman. Is Moria considered strong among Shichibukai? Well, it should be SOSO. Sia Chan pondered for a while and then said after considering it, if it were Mariah Shiachin who could compete with Kaido when he was young, he might think he is quite strong. But this big fat guy now, it's really hard to judge Sia Chan. In the original work, most of Moria's combat power is realized through zombies, and his own strength feels not very outstanding. But no matter what, he is still a man who once competed with the world's most powerful teacher Kai. Although he failed in the end, he has to admit that he still has some strength. Then if it's normal, there's no problem. Usopp's face returned to a calm expression. The idiom "dog relies on human power" is vividly reflected. Brook, who was listening to everyone talking, was a little confused. Are these people so brave? Even Shichibukai doesn't look down on them? So just tell us where Moria is, and we will help you get the shadow back, Luffy said, patting his chest. Brook was extremely moved at this time. He felt that if he had eyeballs, he would be filled with tears right now. But then he suddenly felt a little lost. Unfortunately, I don't know this either. I don't even know if I can meet him again in my lifetime. Sia Chan, who was watching this scene, was about to say something, but suddenly felt something, stood up, and said lightly, "No need to look for it. The Real owner came to the door himself." After saying that, Sia Chan walked towards the outside of the cabin, and when everyone saw this scene, they also followed him out. However, what they saw after coming out shocked them. "Ghost, ghost!" Usopp screamed loudly. Then he brought all his equipment in front of him in 1 second. Garlic, 8 trigrams mirror, cross, mahogany sword are all available. Sia Chan was a little confused when he saw this scene. He was indeed Usopp's god tier. He was fully prepared. The expressions of others at this time were also a bit horrified, and they felt a little frightened looking at the ghosts flying around in front of them. But Sia Chan's attention at this time was not on these ghosts, but on a place in the corner where there seemed to be nothing. Whoosh! Sia Chan's figure disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in the corner where he had just seen, but Sia Chan's actions at this time seemed a bit strange to everyone. "Sia Chan, why are you pinching the air?" Luffy asked curiously. "You guys don't know how to use your senses to perceive things, right?" Sia Chan said angrily. "Huh? What do you mean?" After hearing Sia Chan's words, several people activated their senses, and this frightened Chopper on the side. Holding Robin's feet tremblingly, he asked, What's wrong, Robin? Is there something scary again?" "Probably," Robin replied. She had no sense of sight, so even if Sia Chan said there might be something there, she couldn't sense it. This. After a breath, Luffy and others had horrified expressions on their faces. "What did you sense?" Usopp asked hurriedly. I sensed an aura in Sia Chan, but it was very subtle. If I didn't sense it carefully, I wouldn't have noticed it at all. You just woke up and saw the color not long ago. That's what it is. Sia Chan replied calmly. He could clearly feel the aura of the person in front of him. Then Sia Chan's eyes narrowed, and he unconsciously put a little more force on his hands. Ahem! A coughing sound came out, startling everyone. Then they saw a scene that shocked them extremely. An outline slowly began to appear in front of Sia Chan, and then gradually solidified, and finally a man in a black coat with a lion's mouth appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the man in front of him, Sia Chan's murderous intention slowly began to rise. Absalom, one of Moria's 3 most capable men. He is also the one who exposed Nami's whole body in the original work. And Sia Chan has always been very kind to such people. What do you want to do? Let me go. I am Lord Moria's man. Are you not afraid of death if you treat me like this? Absalom struggled to speak. Do you think I'm afraid? Sia Chan stared at Absalom and asked quietly, his eyes filled with an irresistible chill. At this moment, the ghost that had been floating in the sky couldn't help but rushed towards Sia Chan. Sia Chan didn't look back. He quickly raised his left hand and directly caught the floating ghost. Then grab in front of you. At this moment, it was obviously a ghost, but everyone could clearly feel the fear coming from it. Sia Chan looked at the ghosts he held in his hands. Of course, he knew that these ghosts were all clones of the ghost princess Perona, and their thoughts were all one. So he said calmly, since you dare to target us, be prepared to die. Go back and tell Moria that Absalom's life. I will take it first. After saying that, Sia Chan's eyes narrowed, and the ghost in his hand was directly shaken away by his domineering force. Sia Chan was able to touch the ghost entity because of his domineering spirit. When Haki reaches a certain level, it will be the nemesis of all devil fruits. When the ghost was shaken away in a room somewhere, there was a bed in the room, and sitting on the bed was a girl with pink twin tails and a crown. At this moment, she was closing her eyes tightly, but the next second, her eyes suddenly opened, and then she spat out a mouthful of blood, her face full of fear. Then, who is that man? Perona was extremely shocked at this time. This was the first time she saw someone who could catch her ghost with bare hands, and also directly hurt her body through her ghost clone. Thinking of this, the expression on Perona's face became more solemn, and she couldn't help but cursed secretly. Which idiot would target these people? She finally saw that this opponent was definitely not an easy character to deal with, and Absalom is still in their hands. Perona suddenly remembered that the man had told her that he was going to kill Absalom. For a moment, Perona's clothes were soaked in cold sweat. No, she has to hurry up and tell her Master Moria about this. If it's too late, Absalom may be killed by them. As soon as she thought of it, Perona jumped out of bed and ran outside. Board the melee. Absalom, who was being pinched at this time, was just about to say something arrogant, but he felt the force coming from his neck getting stronger and stronger, making it harder and harder to breathe. You can't. The next moment, Sia Chan's eyes narrowed and his body shook. At the same time, the sound of countless bones breaking was heard, and Absalom's entire body hung limply. All the bones in the body were broken. As soon as his hand loosened, Absalom fell to the ground, but he still had a faint breath and vague consciousness. For Absalom now, he only feels pain everywhere in his body. This pain penetrated deep into his bones and made him miserable. Sia Chan squatted down, looked at Absalom, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "In the next life, don't be a fool who can't walk when he sees a woman. Say it." Sia Chan casually flicked his hand, and a finger shot out, piercing Absalom's forehead directly. The aura on his body began to gradually weaken until it disappeared. Sia Chan thought, and the familiar basket of fruits appeared again. Even though Sia Chan had only plundered fruits once before, he was now very comfortable with this business. Soon, an apple inside began to change and turned into a transparent apple. Sia Chan picked it up, looked at it for a while, and then threw it towards Sanji. Sanji took the devil fruit thrown by Sia Chan and asked curiously, "This is it? Transparent fruit. Transparent fruit? An expression of ecstasy immediately appeared on Sanji's face, and he looked at the fruit in his hand with intense eyes. Although, as he had worried before, his blood factor might conflict with devil fruit, but this is a transparent fruit, the god-level fruit of his dream. As long as he has this fruit, he can use it to peek. Oh no. Sneak attack on the enemy. Although sneak attack, peeping, may be criticized by others, he doesn't care as long as it is for his partners. So what if he endures these insults? Even if he is criticized by thousands of people, he has no regrets. In just a short moment, Sanji experienced an extremely intense brainstorm in his mind. After a while, here you go. I don't need this. Sanji threw the transparent fruit in his hand back to Sia Chan. A look of surprise flashed across Sia Chan's face. Looking at Sanji's calm expression, he felt a little confused for a moment. Theoretically, the allure of this fruit to Sanji should be very great. How could this happen? But he didn't say anything. If Sanji doesn't want it, then he doesn't want it. Sia Chan took the transparent fruit into the system space, and Sanji didn't want it. So Zoro and Usopp were even less likely to want it. Then keep it for now and see if it can be used later. Sia Chan glanced at Absalom lying on the ground and kicked him into the sea. Sia Chan, who is this person? Luffy asked curiously. He is one of the 3 major cadres under Moria, Absalom. Brook replied from the side. Since he will appear here, it means... As he spoke, Brook raised his head and glanced around, confirmed the situation, and then asked everyone, have you ever picked up a stray bottle before? That's right. When you open it, it turns into a glowing bomb. That's right. You were already targeted by Moria at that time. And where we are now is the largest ship in the world, the Thriller Bark. It's also Moria's ship. What? A look of shock flashed across the faces of everyone who heard this, and then they all looked around. There is mist all around, but if you look carefully, you can see a vague wall surrounding the melee. And there's an island in front of it? Hey, you mean this whole island is full of ships? Sanji couldn't help but ask Brook. Yes, that's right. This. Everyone couldn't help but gasped again. A ship as big as an island really gave them a lot of experience. Brook turned to look at everyone and said, thank you very much for your willingness to help me get my shadow back, but I should do such a dangerous thing myself. Hurry up and get out of here. If you hurry up, you should be able to make it in time. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Brook jumped directly from the beauty. Isn't he a fruit-powered person? Why did he jump directly into the sea? Zoro immediately rushed to the edge of the boat to check. But all I saw was a figure running on the sea. Sigma, eh? Yo-ho-ho-ho. Since I only have 1 skeleton left, my body is very light, and I can even run directly on the sea for a short time. Goodbye, everyone. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Oh-ho-ho, this island. Isn't it a ghost island? Luffy said excitedly. It looks like it should be, after all. It's so spooky. Sanji nodded and said, what? Ghost Island? Usopp and Chopper both screamed, and then said tremblingly, Luffy, we should listen to Brook and leave this hellish place. Yes, Luffy, let's leave quickly. Although Usopp said he believed in Sia Chan and the other's strength, he still had a natural fear of ghosts. Although the ghost was crushed to death by Sia Chan so easily just now, what if Sia Chan is not by his side? Then he will not be able to do it? He really felt that the remaining 3 were a bit unreliable. If there was a fight, he might be the first one left behind. Usopp didn't see Luffy answering him for a long time, so he couldn't help but ask another question. Hey, Luffy, are you listening? I'm listening. Luffy turned around and said, but the expression on his face made Usopp feel cold all over. He didn't think he could persuade him with that excitement. At this moment, Usopp had only one thought in his mind. Tired, destroy it. Sure enough, after a while, Luffy said excitedly, Let's go to the island and have a look. After saying this, Luffy suddenly felt that he couldn't be too obvious, so he added, It's not because I want to go up and play, but because I think we're friends with Brook. Since we are friends, we have the obligation to help him get his shadow back. Yes, that's it. As soon as these words came out, Sanji and Zoro couldn't help but turn their attention to Sia Chan again. Sanji lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said calmly, "In the past, Luffy always said what he wanted to do directly, regardless of what others thought. Although it is still the case now, I actually find some excuses. Although this excuse is lame, this behavior is really strange. Sia Chan, tell me, who did Luffy learn his superficial skills from?" "Sia Chan. If you feel itchy recently, you could just tell me." Sia Chan looked at Sanji and said calmly, with a chill in his eyes, "What a good boy. You are really brave. You dare to connotate him. It seems that you need to find an opportunity to teach Sanji how to respect your seniors." As he was thinking about it, an idea suddenly flashed through Sia Chen's mind, and the corners of his mouth raised involuntarily. After a while, everyone got ready and walked towards the island one after another. During this period, Usopp and Chopper also struggled. They persuaded everyone on the ship except Luffy. But unfortunately, no one seems to want to be here except them. Nami, who originally belonged to their camp, said that only by following Sia Chan would she feel safe, otherwise she would not be safe anywhere. And after listening to it, they also felt it makes sense. So in the end, everyone unanimously and happily decided to head towards the island. Ding! Check-in of the Devil's three-masted ship was successful, and the indestructible body of the Vajra was upgraded to a high-level one. A look of surprise flashed across Sia Chen's face when he heard the familiar system sound. He didn't expect that the system would actually determine that the ship was an island. This system is really very good at making systems. If possible, he would like to go to the General Administration of System Management to give this system a good review. After thinking about it, a strange energy surged out from the depths of Sia Chen's body, constantly transforming his body. After a while, when the movement in the body subsided, Sia Chen couldn't help but feel his current body. After a while, Sia Chen's face showed a look of astonishment. In his perception, his flesh and blood were glowing with golden light at this time, and the energy flowing on it made him not even know how strong his current body was. But what is certain is that his current physique has definitely reached the level of Teacher Kai. In other words, if Lu Ying is not mastered, then the attacks on him will not even be considered as tickling him. Sia Chen's face showed joy, and she felt a little more secure in this world. Just when Sia Chan was immersed in the improvement of his strength, the group of people had arrived at a long alley. Suddenly, Luffy, who was walking at the front, stopped, looked at the darkness ahead, and said, "There seems to be something ahead." Upon hearing this, Usopp and Chopper's lips trembled instantly. Luffy, don't scare me. What'll be here? Woof!" Before Usopp could finish speaking, there was a roar in the darkness, and then a black shadow slowly walked out of the darkness. "Sigma A. Earth, the three-headed dog of hell," Usopp said tremblingly. "Don't panic, Usopp. This is not a three-headed dog from hell. Look, the head on the far right is a fox." Sia Chun said. When you say that, it seems true," Sanji said after taking a closer look. Ha. Could it be because they are hybrids?" Luffy laughed. "Don't tell me, it's really possible. Three-headed dog of hell. Don't you guys respect us a little bit? Don't you see how scary we look? The most hateful thing is that you dare to laugh at them. These people have a way to die. Woof, woof, ow." After each of the three beast heads roared, they bit the nearest Luffy and took Luffy into their mouths in one bite. "Luffy!" Everyone couldn't help shouting. At this time, Luffy, who was bitten, said calmly, "Be good, don't be like this. Good baby, let go of your mouth." I don't know if Luffy's words were very friendly or for some reason. This so-called three-headed hell dog actually slowly let go of Luffy's mouth. He's a really good boy. You're looking for death, aren't you? Before Luffy could finish his previous sentence, he had already swung his fist out and hit them hard. Ouch! Everyone. Other side. Master. Oh no. Absalom is in danger. The anxious voice echoed in the silent room, and Perona was running over in a hurry. And this shout also woke up a figure on a huge bed in the middle of the room. The figure opened his eyes and slowly sat up. Seeing the anxious Perona, He couldn't help but curiously asked, Perona, why are you here to wake me up? Could it be that some high-quality prey has appeared? At this point, Moria's eyes shone with excitement. Master, I did encounter prey, but this time the prey was a bit cruel. Neither Absalom nor I are a match. When my ghost was crushed to pieces, I saw one of them strangling Absalom's neck. I wonder how he is doing now. Perona recalled the scene of Sia Chan crushing the ghost to pieces and said with a little fear, What? Moria was furious after hearing this. How dare you take action against my subordinates? I'm really impatient. Where are their identities? Have they been found out? I've asked Zombie to check, and the results should be available soon. Perona replied, and just as Perona finished saying this, a panicked voice came from outside the room. Master, Lady Perona, I found it. Seeing the fuss of his zombies, Moria was dissatisfied. As a zombie under Moria, the most important thing is to survive the collapse of the mountain without changing your mind. How unbecoming is it to be in such a panic? So Moria naturally cursed. Why are you panicking? Look at how zombie-like you are. You are so panicked when you see a small pirate group. It's really embarrassing for me. But the zombie who reported the news still looked eager. No, Master, this enemy is really... Moria interrupted fiercely. Really strong? No matter how strong it is, will it be as strong as me? 7 warlords of the sea? No, shut up. Now, calm down your emotions first, and come back to talk to me when you calm down. As for Absalom, as long as Absalom reports my name, I don't believe that pirate will dare to attack him. So far, there is no one who doesn't give me Moria face. Moria was about to say that no one could survive, but suddenly he thought that many people who had offended him were still alive and well, so he held back what he wanted to say. Ha ha! Indeed, as long as the master's name is reported, the pirates will definitely be frightened. Perona on the side also laughed. She was too worried just now and didn't think of this thing for a while. That's right. With his master's reputation, who dares not to give him face? Absalom's safety is very good. Maybe after he announced his master's name, he was being fed and fed by the people on the ship, Perona thought. By the way, Master, what did you just want to say that there was no one? You're the only one who talks too much. Moria glared at Perona. After a while, the zombie soldier who reported the news finally calmed down his excitement, then sat down on the same spot, and then took out a cup of coffee from nowhere and drank it leisurely. Moria? What's your level? I didn't even drink coffee, but you drank it first? But Moria-sama, has a lot, so please forgive him this time. Tell me, which pirate group are you from? Moria said calmly. The Straw Hat Pirates. Oh, it turns out to be the Straw Hat Pirates. Moria said calmly, but suddenly he seemed to think of something, and the volume suddenly increased by more than 100 degrees. You mean the Straw Hat Pirates? The Straw Hat Pirates were the Demon King Sia Chan, who has a bounty of 2 billion belongs. Yes, that's right, the zombie soldier said calmly after taking another sip of coffee. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Moria stood up directly and yelled at him. Master, didn't you say you weren't in a hurry? The zombie soldier asked doubtfully. Are you stupid? Don't you know how to adapt? Looking at the subordinate in front of him, Moria became angrier and angrier, especially when he saw that he was still holding the cup of coffee in his hand. Since you are so ignorant, then there is no need for you to exist. After the words fell, Moria pointed his hand at the zombie soldier, and then he began to roar in pain. Lord, Master, spare my life. Moria ignored his plea for mercy and still activated his fruit ability. After a while, a shadow was peeled off from the zombie's body and was held in Moria's hand. Then he threw out casually. He doesn't need such a stupid shadow. Master, what should we do if it's that Sia Chan? Perona asked with horror on her face. He asked why that man gave her such a sense of oppression. It turned out to be a vicious pirate with a bounty of 2 billion. This is many times higher than the bounty her master Moria had before she became a Shichibukai. Moria didn't speak, but had a gloomy face. After a few breaths, I couldn't help but curse. These losers don't even know who the other person is, so they treat him as prey. Moria was very angry with his men at this time. They had nothing to do to provoke such an evil star, and they were trying to cause trouble for him. He may not look down upon the other members of the Straw Hats, but he is still very afraid of Sia Chan, who could defeat the Golden Lion. After all, he is a knowledgeable big pirate. He still knows the strength of a strong man like Golden Lion. Not to mention others. Among the zombie generals under his command were Captain John, Achiku, and Silver Axe, who were once on the same boat as the Golden Lion. It's a pity that he doesn't have any powerful shadow, and he can't show the physical strength of these three people at all. Thinking of this, Moria couldn't help but think of Sia Chan, and an idea grew in his mind. Although he is very afraid of Sia Chan, Absalom is in his hands, and he must go find him. If something happened to Absalom or the other party refused to surrender, then he would have to touch the other party. At this moment, a trace of cruelty flashed in Moria's eyes. Then he stood up, turned to Perona, and said, "Go and wake up all the zombie generals. Follow me," and set off. "Yes, master," Perona responded quickly, and then ran outside. Moria stood there with a faint look in his eyes and murmured in a low voice, "Demon King Sia Chan." "Ouch! What's it called?" "Be quiet." Luffy couldn't help but punch the three-headed dog under him. "Ouch! Ha ha! This dog is quite interesting," Luffy said with a laugh. Indeed, even after becoming a zombie, he still knows the current affairs so well. It seems that the owner of his shadow is also a hero. Sia Chan chuckled at the side. Sanji took a drag on his cigarette and said calmly, "Speaking of which, I don't know where Brook went and whether he got his shadow back." Luffy said, "It must be possible. After all, he is so interesting." Hearing this, Zoro couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Is there any connection between the fun and him getting the shadow back? "Sia Chan, I'm a little scared." Nami couldn't help but come over and grab Sia Chan's arm. "You are now a user with the Thunder Fruit ability. You are the nemesis of these ghosts and monsters. There is no need to panic at all," Sia Chan said a little helplessly. Hearing this, Nami slapped his head and said, "Yes, I ate the Thunder Fruit." Everyone. I don't know if it's because he was infected by Luffy or because Nami is afraid of such supernatural things. Sia Chan feels that Nami can compete with Luffy in terms of stupidity. Can you forget this? But what happened next made everyone's eyes widen. 10 million volts, Thunder Beast. Nami fired the Thunder Beast directly into the forest, and the powerful thunder destroyed all the trees in the passage. Then several trees left the ground and started running as Luffy and the others looked stunned. "Sigma, eh? She ran away?" Luffy was just surprised for a moment, and then his face was filled with excitement, and he chased after the running trees. "Don't run. Wait." Zoro, who was watching the scene from behind, suddenly thought of something and said uncertainly, "Luffy, could it be? Hey, you guys can be my partners. Everyone, just stop it." After everyone yelled at Luffy, they looked at Nami. After a while, Robin looked at Nami and asked, "Nami, what are you? Let's see if my Thunder Fruit can really defeat these filthy things." Nami gasped, her face full of excitement. During this period, although she said she would allocate time every day to develop the Thunder Fruit, she had never fought. As a result, she was still stuck in the previous stage when faced with this situation, almost forgetting that she was now also a powerful Logia fruit user. Nami, is getting excited. This Thunder Fruit is strong, but it's a bit energy-consuming." "Nonsense. You can only release 10 million volts of electricity at most now. It's no wonder that one blow with all your strength is not tiring." Sia Chan rolled his eyes and said, "Nami's physique is not strong in the first place, and it has not been long since she got the Thunder Fruit. Now, 10 million volts is her limit. Okay, let's catch up with Luffy. Otherwise, we don't know what he will do later." Zoro said, "That makes sense." Everyone nodded in unison. They were well aware of Luffy's unreliability, and it would be great fun if he really kidnapped a tree spirit for them to be their partner. Then everyone ran towards Luffy's direction. Looking at everyone's figures, Sia Chan couldn't help but shake his head. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt something and looked in a certain direction. This is... After some time, when everyone saw Luffy's figure, they saw him pressing a tree under him and telling it to be his partner. Nami slowly walked up to Luffy and slowly raised his fist. Bang! You have to have a limit to your brainlessness. Luffy was punched by Nami and fell to the ground. The zombie tree also ran away quickly and even turned to thank Nami while running. Thank you. You are really a good person. Really? You're really good at reading people. Nami replied happily, but her finger was already pointed at it without knowing when. Thunder finger. As he finished speaking, lightning flashed between Nami's fingers, and then a tiny bolt of thunder struck directly at the tree demon zombie. Tear! The body of the tree demon zombie that was struck began to ignite with raging flames, and the screams were endless. When the body was burned out, a shadow flew out from it. The powerful power of thunder can directly kill these zombies without needing salt or anything. Refer to the original work, Zoro hacks Ryoma to death. Seeing Nami kill the zombie with a sweet smile on her face without any mercy, everyone couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It's over. Nami's dominance is even stronger. Oh. Just when Nami wanted to say something, roars suddenly came from around him. Then hand began to stretch out from under the tombstones in front of them, and then a lot of zombies crawled out. Everyone then looked around. They didn't realize it just now. Unknowingly, they had arrived at a cemetery. Zombies! Usopp and Chopper shouted, and then quickly ran to the middle of the crowd. Neither the front nor the back is safe. Only the middle position with someone on the front and someone on the back can give them a sense of security. Hey, is this a zombie? It's different from what I imagined. Zoro said calmly. Indeed, it's not as scary as I imagined. Who can be scared by this look? Sanji also said, Usopp and Chopper can scare us. Nami, who was standing at the front now, was actually a little scared when she saw these zombies crawling out one by one. After all, such a long-standing fear cannot be eliminated overnight. But she still resisted the urge to run away. She was now a user with the Thunderfruit ability and had just crossed the sea in front of them. It would be a bit embarrassing to give in now. Shaking away the thoughts in his mind, Nami kept encouraging himself in his mind. Come on, just like you did when you killed the tree demon just now. You can definitely do it. Thinking like this, Nami pointed his finger at the zombies slowly walking towards them, and his eyes narrowed. Bayou, bayou, bayou. Countless rays of thunder shot out from Nami's fingertips. These ordinary zombie soldiers would die if they were touched by these thunders. After a while, the zombies that were so menacing just now were running away in all directions. Quick, run. It's a tough idea. This was the first time they saw someone who could directly use thunder. In the past, they had no fear relying on their so-called immortality, but now when they discovered that being hit would mean death, they finally panicked and ran away one by one desperately. The zombies were scared, but Nami was happy to kill them. It turns out that she has become so strong without knowing it. So how can she be such a coward? Nami chased the escaping zombies, and at the same time said, Zombies, stop here. I will send you all to see God. Everyone, Nami, when did she become like this? Usopp asked with some shame. Perhaps because he suddenly gained great strength. His previously repressed nature was exposed. Robin said lightly, It's very possible. Zoro also said, Miss Nami looks very cute like this. Okay, let's catch up quickly. Nami is too arrogant right now. I'm afraid she'll start fighting when she meets Moria later. Zoro said after scanning the crowd. Turning his head, Zoro was about to catch up, then turned his head sharply. Where's Sia Chan? Isn't Sia Chan right next to me? Where is Sia Chan? Usopp suddenly shouted strangely in the middle of his answer. At some point, Sia Chan, who was by his side just now, had disappeared. It's over. Usopp was suddenly a little scared. Sia Chan was not here, and he felt that his safety had dropped by at least 90%. What to do? Chopper was also running around. Finally, Robin pondered for a while, and then said, With Sia Chan's strength, it is impossible for an accident to happen. Now that he is gone, he should have left by himself. Let's catch up with Nami first. Yes, Sia Chan is so strong. Nothing will happen to him. Luffy also said with a smile. Sia Chan isn't here. Sanji's eyes lit up when he heard the news, and he hurriedly chased in the direction where Nami disappeared. Miss Nami, I'm here to protect you. Seeing Sanji chasing after him, the remaining people did not hesitate and also chased after him, leaving only Chopper and Usopp in place. Hey, don't run so fast, wait for us. The two of them ejected and started, speeding up with nitrogen, chasing everyone. Somewhere on the island, a figure stood in front of a luxurious mausoleum, looking down quietly. Sia Chan narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, I want to see what's here. Sia Chan's eyes narrowed, and he punched the ground with his fist. With a boom, a bottomless hole appeared in front of Sia Chan. Without hesitation, Sia Chan jumped in. The darkness that was imagined did not appear. The entrance of the cave was about tens of meters away from the bottom. The bottom was a corridor with oil lamps on the walls on both sides of the corridor, adding a bit of light to this dark space. Sia Chan glanced around, then walked towards the end of the corridor. The aura he sensed was right in front of him, and, judging from what he sensed now, the person inside just now deliberately let him discover it. Otherwise, he really wouldn't notice anything strange. Sia Chan is very curious now. Who is here, and why did you lure him here? However, Sia Chan is just curious and not worried. With his current strength, he will not panic no matter what situation he encounters. With his powerful physique coupled with Somersault Cloud's unrivaled speed, even if he couldn't be defeated, he didn't believe he couldn't escape. When Sia Chan came to the end of the corridor, he saw a slightly gloomy-looking room with a coffin in the center. Sia Chan narrowed his eyes. Yes, the breath came from the coffin. With a thought, a clone appeared next to Sia Chan and then walked toward the coffin. He is a cautious person, and his body must not be allowed to open a coffin. Moreover, his clone and his body share the same perspective. What the clone sees is equivalent to what his body sees. Sia Chan's clone came to the coffin and slowly moved the coffin away. What came into view was a domineering-looking man. There are no scars on the man's body like the Moria zombies, which showed that he was not a Moria zombie. Sia Chan stared at this man for a while, but couldn't remember who this man was. And just as he was thinking, the man in the coffin suddenly opened his eyes, frightening Sia Chan's heart. Sia Chan waved away his clone, looked at the man sitting up slowly in the coffin, and said speechlessly, Can you please stop opening your eyes suddenly? Don't you know that people are scary and can scare people to death? Yes, after Sia Chan judged for a period of time, the man in front of him was a living person. I just don't know why I like sleeping in coffins. The man slowly crawled out of the coffin, his eyes turned to Sia Chan, and then a strong oppression suddenly emitted from his body. Sia Chan groaned at the sudden oppression, looked at the man in front of him in shock, and asked, Who are you? Why are there such powerful conquerors? It's no wonder that Sia Chan was shocked. In front of the man's conquerors in front of him, even the conquerors that he had broken through to an advanced level were completely crushed and had no ability to resist at all. As for someone with this level of conqueror strength, Sia Chan can guarantee that among the 4 emperors, only the red-haired one has this possibility. It's just a possibility. It's hard to say whether he can reach this level. Sia Chan was speechless now. He had just thought that there were not many people in the world who could threaten him, but he didn't expect to meet one now. He was not as lucky as anyone. The ancients did not deceive him. Curiosity killed the cat. But what made Sia Chan a little relieved was that the man in front of him didn't seem to have any intention of doing anything to him, because he had already slowly dispersed the conquerors. A smile appeared on the corner of the man's mouth, and he said to Sia Chan, Boy, you're pretty good. You have some strength. Thank you, senior. Sia Chan replied nonchalantly. The pressure on him from the man in front of him was too great. At this time, Sia Chan was racking his brains to think about who this man was, but he couldn't think of an answer. For a moment, Sia Chan felt that the world was not as simple as he imagined. Where did this strong man appear from? Boy, don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions towards you. I just felt a familiar breath while I was sleeping, and then I released the breath to attract you here. As for the question you just asked, who am I? I don't know if those people from the world government have erased my existence. After all, this is their favorite thing to do. My name is Rox. Have you heard of it? Rox? Sia Chan's pupils shrank violently, revealing an unbelievable light. The heart beats violently. Rox, are you Rox D. Jibak? That's right, it's me. It seems like I'm quite famous. Even a kid as young as you knows me. Ha ha ha. Rox smiled happily. However, Sia Chan, who was opposite him, was in a huge shock. He felt that the situation was beyond his control. In the past, he had always relied on his knowledge of the world, so he showed a sense of being in control of many things. But now from the fact that Rox appears here, this world is not simple. After a while, Sia Chan slowly calmed down, looked at Rox and asked, "Can I ask you some questions?" "Of course. Since I brought you here, I will definitely answer some questions for you. After all, we are the same kind of people." Rox smiled lightly. Sia Chan took a deep breath and spoke. "I want to know, who?" Nami put his hands on his knees and gasped. "These zombies can really run away." "Miss Nami, I'm here." Sanji's voice came from behind. Nami looked back and saw everyone running towards her. It seems like one is missing." When everyone came up, Nami asked, "Where is Sia Chan? Where has he gone?" "I don't know. He disappeared just now." Luffy replied. "Oh," Nami nodded thoughtfully and said, "Sia Chan is a measured person. He must have something important to do when he disappears." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be a little speechless. This must be Sia Chan, but Nami would not have this attitude if they suddenly disappeared. Boom! Boom! At this time, a shaking feeling came from the distance, attracting everyone's attention. As far as they could see, a large group of zombies were walking towards them, and they seemed to be on a different level than the previous zombie soldiers. Nami didn't hesitate and struck directly with a thunderbolt. But something unexpected happened to her. One of the zombies suddenly jumped in front of Nami's thunder. He pulled out the knife from his waist and struck hard at the thunder. There! Nami's thunder was split in half and splashed around. What? Nami couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw this scene, then silently protected Luffy and others in front of her, and said, "Come on, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji. I'll leave these zombies to you." Luffy and the others were just about to take action when they found the zombie group stopped dozens of meters away from them. "What do these zombies want to do?" Sanji asked curiously. "Whatever, if they don't come over, we just go over and beat them up." Luffy loosened his bones. "Hey, Luffy, don't worry. Let's see what tricks they can do." Looking at their neat appearance, they must have received instructions from a boss. Zoro said calmly, "Boss, zombies and boss." Luffy looked confused. Judging from the identity of the owner of this island, it is no surprise that these zombies should rely on the ability of the fruit of Moria to move, so the identity of their owner is naturally ready to be revealed. Jai hee hee. At this moment, a strange laughter came from the direction of the zombie group, and everyone couldn't help but cast their eyes over. I saw a figure about 7 meters tall walking slowly from behind the zombie group, and the zombies consciously gave way to a path. Behind him were a girl with twin tails and a fat guy who looked very obscene. These 3 people are naturally Moria and his 2 remaining men, Perona and Hogback. Moria walked to the front, looked at Zoro, and said, "Young man with a green algae head, I didn't expect your guess to be quite accurate." "That's right, the master of these zombies is me. Lord Moria?" Zoro's sad face. "Ah, green algae head. It seems that I'm not the only one who thinks you look like green algae head. You see, other people think the same way." Sanji beside him was laughing so hard that he kept twitching while holding his stomach. "If you laugh again, I'll kill you." Zoro looked at Sanji and said gloomily, unless the enemy was in front of them now, he would have to give this curly eyebrow some color. Then Zoro turned his attention to Moria. "Hey, big guy, I'm going to chop you down." "What do you mean?" "Zoro, I am the one who wants to beat Moria away." After hearing this, Luffy quit and shouted to let him come. Moria's face instantly darkened, but he did not take action directly. Instead, he asked, "Where is the Demon King Sia Chan on your ship with a bounty of 2 billion? Why didn't you see him?" "Oh, Sia Chan. He didn't know where he went just now." Luffy replied, "Bang, are you an idiot? Say this." Nami said angrily, clenching his fists, looking at Luffy furious. Take the initiative to tell the enemy that your strongest main force is no longer there, right? Wait, 2 billion? When did Sia Chan's bounty reach 2 billion? Don't you know yet? Moria looked at the confused expressions of Nami and others, but he was a little confused. It doesn't make sense. It's been a while since the Golden Lion was defeated. But he still explained. Demon King Sia Chan defeated the legendary Golden Lion of the old era, and the bounty was increased from 800 million to 2 billion. His bounty alone is several times the bounty of the rest of you combined. You don't need to talk about the latter one. Luffy and the other three said in unison, looking at Moria with evil eyes. An idea came to my mind at the same time. This big fat man doesn't know how to behave. Moria then said, Forget it. I don't care if he is here or not. I'm not here to fight with you this time, but I want to ask you where my subordinate Absalom is. Absalom? Who is it? Luffy asked curiously. Didn't Brook tell you about the lion man who appeared on our ship before? Sanji on the side replied calmly. Oh, you're talking about him. He was killed by Sia Chan. He's on our ship. Two completely different answers came from Luffy and Nami's mouths, respectively. For a moment, the two stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes, and then the veins on Nami's forehead quickly popped up at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Luffy saw this situation, a bad feeling arose in his heart. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, Nami's fist fell on his head. If you can't speak, don't speak. Then Nami looked at Moria and said coquettishly, He is joking. That Absalom you're talking about is now serving delicious food and drinks on our ship. After hearing this, Moria's expression became more and more gloomy. He was not an idiot. Of course, it was obvious that the Straw Hat Boy was an outspoken idiot. And what such people say subconsciously must be true, because there are not so many twists and turns in the idiot's heart. Thinking of this, Moria became even more angry. He looked at the people in front of him with murderous intent, and then shouted in grief. Absalom! Although Moria is quite cold-blooded, he treats his men really well. In the original book, it is learned that Absalom also single-handedly entered Beehive Island when he was with Blackbeard. I want you to be buried with Absalom. Zombie generals, enter! As soon as Moria finished speaking, the zombies behind him rushed toward Luffy and others. Luffy and the three of them narrowed their eyes and rushed towards these zombies. As soon as they fought, the three of them immediately felt the pressure on their faces. Although these zombie generals were not particularly strong, they were not weak either. Even if they have mastered the two-color hockey, facing the siege of several or even a dozen zombies at the same time is a bit overwhelming for them. The situation of Nami and others was not optimistic at this time. Although most of the zombies were held back by Luffy and the others, 5 zombies still slipped through the net and came to them. Robin held 2 heads by himself, and Nami divided the remaining 3 heads equally among the 3. Nami looked at the zombie in front of her with solemn eyes. She recognized that this zombie was the zombie that split her lightning just now. This zombie is wearing a kimono with the word dragon written on both arms, and a black knife shines in the moonlight. Yo-ho-ho, what a beautiful lady. I can't help but stare straight at her. Although I'm just a mummy, I don't have eyes. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Excuse me, miss, can I see your tummy? Go away. S***T mummy. Nami shouted loudly, but after yelling, he suddenly realized that the laughter and the conversation felt inexplicably familiar. Brook? Nami asked, looking at it in confusion. No, I'm the swordsman Ryoma. The person you're talking about should be the original owner of the shadow in my body. Osajuo died. Yo-ho-ho-ho, that's it, miss. The swordsman Ryoma's laughter came from behind Nami. Nami's face immediately showed a look of horror. When Nami hurriedly turned around and looked at Ryoma, only to see that his sword had been pulled out at some point and was now being slowly inserted back into the scabbard. At the same time, he said lightly, by Gus Sanding swallowtail cut. When the scabbard was closed, a gash suddenly appeared in Nami's abdomen. But what came out was surging thunder. Nami, Ryoma's sad face, #degree. Nami was confused for a moment, then became extremely excited. Yes, hey, she's a Logia user. These zombies who have no weapon color are scared to death. In that case, Nami ran directly to Luffy's battlefield and helped him, relying on the fact that he would not be attacked. How arrogant! The corpses of these powerful men may have been extremely armed masters during their lifetimes, but the problem is that the shadows stuffed into their bodies are all rubbish, and none of the shadows can be armed. So this also leads to the fact that these zombies don't know how to use armed colors at all. In this case, Nami doesn't panic at all. Under Nami's constant harassment, the pressure on Luffy and others suddenly decreased. Although Nami's strength is not strong, thanks to the power of the Thunderfruit itself, he is simply at home in such a group attack battle. Zoro suddenly said to Nami, "Nami, let's knock these zombies down. You can kill them according to the situation, otherwise they will stand up again after a while." Okay, Nami nodded. In the next period of time, Luffy and the three of them defeated these zombies briefly, and then Nami went over to make up for the Thunder package. With this cooperation, the number of these zombie generals is decreasing sharply. Moria couldn't sit still after seeing this scene. He originally wanted to use the immortality of these zombie generals to consume these people. But now I didn't expect that there was a cheater, so wouldn't his behavior be equivalent to giving experience packs to the opponent? Thinking of this, Moria's face suddenly turned ugly, and said to Perona next to her, "Perona, you also use your fruit power to help. I'll wake up that guy." After saying that, Moria ran towards somewhere behind him. Hogback, who was on the side, saw that Moria had run away, and he immediately had the idea of running away. He still knew very well what kind of thing he was. So he followed Moria and shouted loudly, "Lord Moria, wait for me. I will help you." Perona on the side looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel a little speechless. "How can you help?" Shaking her head, Perona turned her head and focused her attention on Luffy and the others. She had no intention of worrying. As long as the man who frightened her before was gone, then his remaining companions. Nothing to fear. With this thought in mind, Perona stretched out her hand and countless ghosts appeared. Then he waved his hand downward. Negative ghost F***KME. The people here were still fighting fiercely with the zombie generals. Suddenly, Zoro saw the ghost coming and shouted to Luffy, "Luffy, be careful. There's a ghost heading towards you." "What?" Luffy just turned his head, and before he could react, a negative ghost passed through his body. Plop! Luffy immediately knelt down on the spot, lowered his head, and said extremely passively, "If there's an afterlife, I would like to be a sea ginseng." At this moment, a zombie's knife was slashing towards him. At the critical moment, a sudden foot directly kicked Luffy out of the battlefield. Zoro and Sanji both took a step back and faced off against the zombies. Zoro looked at the ghost in the sky and said, "Luffy turned into that look after being passed through by these ghosts just now. Be careful, everyone." And Perona stood behind the zombie general and laughed at everyone. "So what if you know? That man is not here. You can't be my opponent. Let's catch him without mercy." Zoro ignored Perona's shouting and said to Nami beside him, "Nami, I will roll all the zombies up in the sky later, and you can kill them all depending on the situation." "Okay." Nami nodded. Zoro slowly took a step forward. His aura suddenly changed, and he said, "I'll show you my newly developed moves." With that said, Zoro instantly rushed towards the zombies. "Ha ha ha! Are you looking for death? Stupid swordsman." Seeing Zoro rushing towards him, Perona taunted mercilessly, "You want to fight these zombie generals alone? You want to eat shit? Enter zombie generals. Tear him to pieces. Roar." As the distance between Zoro and the zombies got closer and closer, Zoro jumped up suddenly and said word by word, "Three-sword style black rope big tornado." In an instant, a tornado composed of sword energy rose from the ground and rolled up all the surrounding zombies. Perona, who was far away, suffered the same disaster and was also rolled up. Nami saw the right moment, gathered the power of thunder in his hand, and then punched out fiercely. 10 million volts, discharge. Powerful electric currents surged continuously in the sword energy tornado, directly forming the thunder sword energy tornado. Watching this scene, Zoro's eyes flashed. It seemed he could do a combo with Nami. The newly formed tornado not only has sharp sword energy, but also fierce thunder. The combination of the two directly increases its power to a higher level. When the commotion subsided, these zombies fell to the ground one by one, burned to ashes by the flames ignited by the thunder. Perona was also lying on the ground covered in charblack at this time, but she was not dead, just fainted. Zoro walked forward slowly and picked up a knife on the ground. Yes, this is Ryoma's sword. Zoro had already noticed it when he was fighting Nami just now. Zoro looked at the pattern on the knife carefully and could tell at a glance that it was a good knife. Then he turned to Usopp and said, "Usopp, do you have the famous sword manual I left with you last time?" "Oh yes." Usopp rummaged in his bag a few times, then took out a pamphlet and handed it to Zoro. Zoro opened it and started searching. After a while, a smile appeared on his face. "Found it." The knife drawn on the page Zoro was looking at now was the one he was holding in his eyes. 21 skills of the great knife, famous sword Chiu Shui. A smile appeared on Zoro's lips. I didn't expect that I would get something unexpected out of a fight. In this way, he has 4 knives, 3 for use and 1 for backup. Perfect. At this moment, a violent vibration suddenly came from the castle in front, attracting everyone's attention. Immediately afterwards, several people saw a scene that shocked them extremely. They saw that part of the wall of the castle suddenly shattered, and a huge red fist stretched out from it. Then an extremely huge red humanoid creature appeared in front of them. "What is this?" Everyone shouted in shock at the same time. "Huh, this movement." Sia Chan, who was talking to rocks under the luxurious mausoleum, was slightly startled and looked in a certain direction. In an instant, Sia Chan roughly guessed what happened, but he didn't pay too much attention. With Luffy's current strength, even though they have not experienced the Judiciary Island incident, they're definitely much stronger than when they came here in the original work. It would be unreasonable if Moria could easily take away his shadow like this. And even if it was taken away, it would be okay. Let Luffy and the others go through the ordeal. Until now, due to his existence, the pirate group has basically never encountered any major crisis. Luffy and others have been trained between life and death a handful of times. Originally, Sia Chan didn't plan to take action when he came to Moria this time. As for taking action to kill Absalom, it was purely because of what he had done in the original work, just to avoid future troubles. And he has more important things to do now. Sia Chan looked back at rocks in front of him and asked, "So, why did you bring me here?" During this time, he talked a lot with rocks and learned a lot of things that he didn't know, which made him feel a little chill on his back. The world is not as simple as shown in the anime. Rock smiled and said, "To fight against him with you." "Fight against him?" Sia Chan narrowed his eyes and said, "Im's strength is still a mystery. In 800 years, even a pig became a sperm, right? Are you sure we can fight him?" Rocks was a little surprised when he heard Sia Chan's words. He looked at him and said, "You really know a lot of things. To know this information, I only found out about it by reading countless historical texts from all over the world. Then let me tell you some things you don't know, such as why I'm trying to kill me." "I'm going to kill you." Sia Chan had a shocked expression on his face. "But didn't the rumor say that you were defeated by Roger and Garp?" Unexpectedly, Rocks laughed disdainfully after hearing this and said, "It's just the 2 of them, and they still want to defeat me? I was no longer the one fighting them. Im has the ability to switch consciousness. He had already killed me at that time. The subsequent battle was just a scene he directed and acted by controlling my body." After listening to Rock's words, Sia Chun remained silent for a long time, speechless. Rock's words shocked him, but then he had a doubt. "How can I be sure you're not lying to me? Also, didn't you say you were dead? So what's going on with you now? Do you think I need to lie to you? I've already said that we are the same kind of people, and only we can cause harm to him, only in order to overthrow the rule of the world government." "Why should I overthrow the rule of the world government?" Xiaochen rolled his eyes helplessly. Why was he looking for something to do? He had to go against the world government. Although many things the world government does are not human affairs, what does that have to do with him? As long as it doesn't affect him, he is not a saint. He has nothing to do but overthrow the world government in the name of saving the people. And the problem is that if the world government really falls, the people will not necessarily be fine. Maybe then pirates will overrun and the situation will become even more dire. Now the world government at least pursues balance and will not allow any one party to become dominant. Of course, it would be a different matter if the world government took the initiative to attack him. Then he would have to yell, "How dare you ask the sun and the moon to change the sky?" Rox said calmly. Indeed, under normal circumstances, you have no reason to overthrow the world government. But what if I want to kill you? Huh? Why do you want to kill me? Sia Chan asked curiously. Judging from what he learned from the anime, even if you are very strong, if it does not threaten the rule of the world government and will not take action. Haven't you seen Whitebeard live so long? Because you have divinity. The perspective returned to Luffy and others. When everyone looked at the huge giant in front of them, their cerebellums felt like they were shrinking. Now, how can it be so big? This is several times the size of an ordinary giant. Usopp said tremblingly with his legs shaking. Chopper on the side was also scared to death. Does this kind of creature really exist? It won't trample us to death with one step, right? Call Sia Chan, call Sia Chan. Where did Sia Chan go at the critical moment? Usopp shouted. Interesting, with this body type. I hope he's not just showing off. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Zoro said calmly. Indeed, I was tortured so miserably by Sia Chan when I was in Kongdao. The pain I suffered must be recovered from this big guy. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke and said slowly. Then let's go, Luffy said with a smile. As soon as the words fell, the three of them rushed out like arrows. Looking at the backs of the three of them, Robin said, This guy doesn't seem to be easy to solve. Let's go help him. Okay. Nami nodded, and then the two of them ran towards the giant. Usopp, let's go help too. Chopper looked frightened, but he still said bravely, Okay. Usopp said firmly, even though his body was shaking. Although he is scared, his partners are all fighting at this time. He cannot just watch them from here. At the critical moment, he will never stretch his hips. He is a brave sea warrior. After cheering himself up, Usopp rushed toward the battlefield with his newly made weapon. At the same time, he turned to Chopper and said, Follow me quickly, Chopper. Okay, I'm coming. Usopp's determination gave Chopper a lot of confidence. Chopper, if I'm in danger, remember to save me. It doesn't matter even if you block the attack with your body. Chopper, get out. Looking at the people coming towards him, the red giant laughed like Moria. Jahihi, I'll kill you first, collect some interest, and then go kill Sia Chan. All of you will be buried with Absalom. The sudden sound caused everyone who was running to stop. Luffy asked curiously, Big guy, are you Moria? That's right. This is my special zombie, Oz the Devil. I originally wanted to keep a stronger shadow to fuse with it. But since you have messed up my plan, I will let you see the strength of my shadow's ability to fuse zombies myself. Suffer death. As soon as he finished speaking, Oz punched several people. Get out of the way. Several people jumped back at the same time. Oz's eyes narrowed when he saw this scene, and he slapped several people in the air. Seeing the giant palm coming, several people couldn't help but shrink their pupils and covered their bodies with armed colors. Whoosh! Like swatting flies, Oz easily swatted away several people, breaking countless trees along the way. After some time, ahem, even if he is so big, he is still so fast. Sanji looked at Oz and said solemnly, Looks like we can have a good fight. Zoro stood up and tore his already somewhat tattered clothes to reveal his strong muscles. It doesn't mean it's useful because it's big. The pressure this monster puts on us is much smaller than Sia Chan. Luffy also said, Indeed, it's far worse than Sia Chan. If you can't beat Sia Chan, how can you beat this zombie? Stop laughing so hard, Zoro shouted, then used the move again, and at the same time said behind him, Nami, discharge. Good. Black rope, big tornado. 10 million volts discharge. Thunder Sword Chi Tornado. The sword energy mixed with thunder and lightning rushed towards Oz, constantly scratching small scars on its body. At this time, Moria's angry voice also came. Damn it, my body is a little numb from the electric shock. It's time, everyone. Sanji shouted loudly and then rushed out. As he ran, his right foot began to feel hot and gradually turned red. Devil Wind kicks. Sanji kicked Oz hard in the ankle. Tear! A slight sound of bone cracking came, and Oz's body fell to one side, but his other foot still supported his body. Giant Wheel Flower. Robin's attack followed, and countless small hands formed a giant hand, slamming Oz's body to one side. Carve Hoof. Fire Star. Chopper's attack hit Oz's other foot. Oz could no longer maintain his balance and fell backwards. At this time, Usopp's attack landed on Oz and also on him. A raging flame suddenly ignited. Do you think you could defeat me like this? Moria shouted loudly. Just as he was about to attack everyone in the air, he saw a black shadow appearing above him. Third gear. Luffy's two palms quickly grew in size, and then were covered with armed haki, and he yelled at Moria. Gomo Gomo, Grizzly Bear. Two huge palms hit Oz hard, sending his huge body flying backwards. Oz's huge body knocked down all Moria's fortresses, and when it fell to the ground, everyone could clearly feel the vibration under their feet. It seems like this big guy isn't that good after all, Usopp said happily. Don't be careless. This method can't defeat him. 7 Warlords of the Sea is not so easy to solve, Zoro said calmly. And the fact was just as Zoro said. Oz slowly sat up, put out the fire on his body slowly, and then stood up again. It seems that your pirate group is pretty strong. So many of you have already mastered haki. In this case, I will not only kill you, but I will also take your shadow into my pocket. You just wait to become my zombie soldiers. Huh, if you can do it, try it. Luffy relaxed his bones and said, Hey, Straw Hat, you are here. Just when Luffy and others were about to continue attacking Oz, a voice came from somewhere. Brook was seen running towards them while waving. Oh, Brook, it's you. Luffy also waved to Kaido. Brook came to everyone and said happily, My shadow came back on its own just now, and then I heard what you were doing here. I thought it was you who killed the zombies in my shadow. Then I saw this huge zombie again, and I wanted to come over and help you. Oh, that's it. Ha ha ha. Brook then said, Let's fight side by side. Then come on, Zoro said calmly, and then rushed out first. Sanji, who was next to him, couldn't help but became anxious when he saw this scene, and said, Green Algae Head, don't think about being in the limelight alone. After that, he rushed out like an arrow. Haha, you two wait for me. After saying that, Luffy also rushed out, leaving Brook next to him stunned. It wasn't until Robin and others came to his side that he asked quietly, Facing such an opponent, do you just rush forward like this? Don't you need to think about countermeasures or something? That's it. Just get used to it. Nami patted his shoulder and said, Brook. Okay, I probably understand what you said. In other words, unless I find a remote place to hide, then we'll come to my door sooner or later, right? That's right. Rox nodded. Hey, then there's nothing we can do about it. The only choice is to kill him. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Rox thought that Sia Chan was going to give up. He didn't expect that he would say the following words, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. Anyone who can be chosen by the divine fruit cannot be a coward. Yes, since he wants to kill us, why can't we kill him? But the two of us alone can't defeat him. We still need to find the last host who has the name of God Fruit. Sun God Nika. It's just that I haven't found the owner of this fruit yet. Rox was a little disappointed at this point. Well, I will pay attention to this, Sia Chan said, lightly with a glint in his eyes. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, why are you here? Can you go out? Sia Chan asked seemingly unintentionally. I told you just now that I used the nether fruit to resurrect myself, but the injuries I suffered at that time are still there. Im's attacks carry a demonic power that is opposite to divinity. This power has been hindering the recovery of my injuries. So it was not until I wiped out this demonic power a few years ago that I fully recovered from my injuries. I have been cultivating here since then and increasing my strength. I am waiting for you who have the same divinity as me to grow up and defeat him. As for me, I can go out now, but I'm used to staying here, so I'm too lazy to keep running. With that said, Rox put his hand into his pocket and took out a phone bug. This phone bug is for you, through which you can contact me at any time. Whenever your god form awakens, and you find someone who has awakened the Nika form, we can go to conquer him. Yes, I understand. Sia Chan nodded and stuffed the phone into his pocket. Then I'll leave first. My friends are still fighting Moria. I don't know how they are doing. Okay, you go ahead. I will continue to lie in this coffin. Sia Chan turned around and walked outside. Halfway through, he turned back and asked, "Would you like to help you mend the hole you came in from?" Sia Chan walked in the forest, took out the phone bug Rox gave him just now, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "Rox? Huh." Putting the phone away casually, Sia Chan walked forward in silence, not knowing what he was thinking. However, while walking, Sia Chan suddenly felt something, and his eyes couldn't help but look in a certain direction. He murmured, "Even though the plot has changed so much, is it still coming? Interesting." After saying that, Sia Chan's figure disappeared instantly. After a while, Sia Chan appeared next to the melee, and at the same time there was another person here. Sia Chan looked at him indifferently and asked, "Tyrant Bear, what are you doing here?" Yes, the person who appeared here at this time was Xiong. He did not answer Sia Chan's question immediately. Instead, he asked Sia Chan, "Demon King Sia Chan, where is the Straw Hat Boy? Shouldn't you answer other people's questions first before asking them?" Sia Chan looked at him and said calmly. Xiong shook his head and said, "I can't tell you the purpose of coming here. Then there's no need to talk, and I can't tell you. At the same time, I won't let you go find them." In the original work, Sia Chan would never let the bear take out the damage suffered by Luffy and let Zoro bear it. Sia Chan and everyone have gone all the way to this point and have completely integrated into this group. The bond of partnership between them does not need to be presented in this way. Hearing this, Xiong narrowed his eyes and looked at Sia Chan quietly. The air around him seemed to freeze at this moment. "I advise you not to take action against me. You will die." After saying that, a powerful conqueror's domineering energy emanated from Sia Chan, crushing towards the bear. "Can't beat Rox. Can't he beat you, you bear?" Even if the bear has the strength of a general, Sia Chan is now confident that he is not his opponent. Feeling this powerful domineering force, Xiong's face showed a look of surprise, and his eyes towards Sia Chan changed slightly. After a while, Xiong said calmly, "I won't do anything bad to them. I know this. If you simply want to use your fruit ability to help them deal damage, then I welcome it. But if you want to use this to test the friendship between our partners, then there is no need." Sia Chan is now opening the skylight and speaking out. "If you are here to help, then I welcome you. But if you're here to do something irrelevant, then sorry, we don't need it. The partnership between them does not need an outsider to judge." After the words fell, Xiong looked at Sia Chan with even more surprise, as if he didn't expect Sia Chan to say that. Sia Chan didn't mince words and said directly, "How did you know we are here?" In the original book, it can be explained that the next island in the capital of Seven Waters is Fishman Island, so it is speculated that they may come here. But the problem now is that they have just come down from the Sky Island and haven't even seen the shadow of the capital of Seven Waters yet. So using this excuse is a bit far-fetched. Sia Chan stared at the bear and continued, "Let me guess you should have Luffy's life card. As for who gave it to you, I guess it's a dragon." Hearing Sia Chan's words, Xiong narrowed his eyes and began to look at Sia Chan unkindly. "Don't get excited. It's not difficult to know that you are a revolutionary army, and I won't do anything bad to you, so don't be so defensive about me." Hearing this, Xiong just stared at Sia Chan for a few seconds, and then slowly said, "Long told me that he met you in Rogtown and said that you are a very interesting person. So my identity was also told to you by the dragon?" "No." Sia Chan shook his head. "Long didn't tell me any information about you. As for how I knew it, You don't have to worry about it. Well, Xiong looked at Sia Chan and pondered for a while, and finally said, seeing that you are with them, then I really don't need to come. But since you know so many things, you should also know that with their current strength, they simply won't be able to survive in the new world. Sia Chan was silent for a while after hearing this. Is this the reason for the 2-year agreement? Although Xiong didn't know Luffy's current strength, he thought their strength was still at the time when they defeated Crocodile. But Sia Chan is very clear about their strength, and naturally knows that they are definitely much stronger than the original work, but there is still a gap between them 2 years later in the original work. This is a fact. The improvement of a group of people in those 2 years was extremely huge. Moreover, it is not just strength that has been improved. For example, Nami and Chopper each improved their navigation and medical skills during those 2 years. This cannot be improved by staying at sea and sailing all the time. Thinking of this, Sia Chun made a guess, looked at Xiong and asked, "So what do you mean?" After some time, Sia Chun remained silent on the spot, digesting the information he had just received from Xiong. It turns out that Luffy's 2-year agreement was promoted by Dragon behind the scenes, so he asked Bear to fly them to various places, and these places were all places that Dragon had researched that were more suitable for their growth. Thinking of this, Sia Chun looked at Xiong and asked, "Can you show me the information you collected?" Xiong did not answer, but directly took out a folded piece of paper from the middle of the book and threw it to Sia Chun. When he opened the paper, Sia Chun had a look of surprise on his face. It not only recorded the strength assessment of Luffy and others, but also recorded their respective characteristics, and finally planned a relatively perfect growth route for them. Although the above strength evaluation is from the previous version, other information is still of great reference value. Sia Chan was silent for a while again, and then asked, "Then do you have permanent record pointers in these places?" Xiong was a little confused at first, but he still took out a small box from his body. #degree. Seeing the bear's body open like a locker, a strange look appeared on Sia Chen's face. Although he said he knew that Xiong was a modified person, he really didn't know that you had modified this function. Xiong said calmly, "I am a reformed person, and I will completely lose my consciousness soon." "I know this." Sia Chen looked at Xiong and said calmly, "Of course he knows these things about bears, and even the reasons why he became a modified person are clear. All I can say is that Bear is indeed a good father. He gave all his love to Bonnie. He lost his consciousness because of Bonnie, and even after losing his consciousness, he would still go to save Bonnie based on his instinct." Xiong was silent for a while without saying anything. Then he opened the small box and took out a few permanent record pointers and threw them to Sia Chun. Sia Chun took it and then took them into the system space. He looked at Xiong and said calmly, "The plan you mentioned will wait until we get to Sabaody to see the situation. It's not needed yet." "Okay." The bear nodded. "Okay, let's do this for now. I have to go see Luffy and the others. The situation doesn't seem to be very good right now." "You mean the commotion over there now is caused by them? Who else is there besides them?" "I can't think of any other candidates anyway." Sia Chen replied lightly. "Can I go take a look?" the bear suddenly asked. "It's up to you. As long as you don't interfere with us, you are free to go wherever you want." As soon as he finished speaking, Sia Chen thought, and a somersault cloud appeared in front of him, and then disappeared instantly. The bear remained silent for a while, and then disappeared. On the other side, there is the battlefield between Oz and everyone. Hoo-hoo! Everyone was gasping for air at this time, but there was a smile on their face. Because Oz on the opposite side was in a worse situation than them at this time. At least they were just a little exhausted and suffered some injuries. But Oz was miserable. The 2 sharp and slender teeth had all been broken, and there were scorch marks everywhere on his body. His golden hair also disappeared, turning into a bald Oz. The most critical thing is that a huge hole was opened in his stomach, and his right foot was twisted in an irregular 360 degrees and was completely broken. "Now I just rely on my left foot for support," Chopper said with a smile. "So what if you're a zombie? At most you can't feel pain, but the injuries you suffer will not change. If a bone is broken, it's the same as a human being unable to stand up. Luffy turned his head and shouted to everyone. Everyone, work harder. We can defeat this monster soon. Oh, everyone responded in unison, their eyes full of fighting spirit. At this moment, Moria's furious voice came from the other side. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Until the end, I still don't know whether you will die or Oz will die. Oh, everyone was a little confused at this time. This was the first time they had seen a person who said such cruel words, but in the end, he used other people's lives to matter. But Oz is a zombie, so it doesn't seem accurate to say he died. Before they could think too much, Moria controlled Oz and jumped on one leg to attack them. Get out of the way, Sanji yelled. In the next second, everyone moved away. Oz's huge fist hit where they were just now. Chopper looked at everyone and said, "We'll break Oz's spine later, so he won't be able to stand up. Zoro, go cut off Oz's other leg. Sanji, go." Chopper told everyone what they should do. As a doctor, he was particularly familiar with these things, so it was best for him to direct them. Learn. Everyone shouted in unison and then rushed out instantly. Must kill Oil Star. A pool of oil hit Ozzy's right foot, causing him to slide sideways. 10 million volts, discharge. Nami immediately took control of the thunder, causing Oz's body to feel numb for a moment. And at this moment, Zoro had arrived at Oz's feet. Nitoryu, ai, Rashomon. The powerful slash hit Oz's ankle. In an instant, the sound of bone shattering continued to be heard, and finally it broke directly. After experiencing this series of injuries, Oz's body could no longer hold on and fell downwards. But this time Sanji had already flown into the air waiting for him. Seeing this, Moria shouted angrily, "Damn it, then I'll kill you first." As he spoke, two huge arms swatted at Sanji in the air. Yo-ho-ho-ho, and there's me, Moria. Yiming's song, straight through. Brook's stabbing move directly knocked one of the arms out of the way. On the other arm, Sanji used Moonwalk to dodge. Devil Wind kicks. A powerful and heavy kick hit Oz on the chin. The powerful force even made Oz's huge body fly up slightly. Grizzly Bear system. Luffy fell from the sky and hit Oz hard on the face with two giant palms entwined with hockey. For a moment, an extremely clear sound of bones breaking was heard, and then Oz's body twisted backwards in an irregular way and finally collapsed to the ground. Can't get up anymore. Everyone, we won. Luffy shouted excitedly to everyone after landing. Yeah, win-win. Usopp, Chopper, and Brook jumped together happily with their hands on their shoulders. It's not that bad. Zoro slowly put away the knife and chuckled. Isn't it because I'm too strong and do most of the damage? Sanji said calmly after taking a puff of cigarette. Curly eyebrows? What are you talking about? What's the name of a dog? Have you forgotten who cut off his leg? Do you have the right to speak? Fisk, wasn't that leg broken by my kick as well? I made a big hole in his stomach. I kicked him in the neck. The two of them bumped their heads together, their eyes full of anger, and they kept talking about their achievements. Robin looked at this scene and couldn't help but chuckle, while Nami held her forehead helplessly. These two guys do it every time. Luffy also smiled happily. We defeated another Shichibukai. On a building not far away, Sia Chan and Xiong were standing here, quietly watching Luffy and the others cheer. Xiong said in a shocked tone, I didn't expect that after not seeing each other for a while, their strength would improve so much. What a terrifying talent. Indeed, Sia Chan nodded with deep feeling. Along the way, he could clearly see that the strength of several people rose by a level every time they did sit-ups. All I can say is that the aura of this protagonist is really awesome. But this strength is still a bit lacking if you want to survive in the new world. Sia Chan said lightly. The most powerful pirates in the world are basically entrenched in the new world, whether they're the famous four emperors or others. With the current strength of Luffy and others, if they go there, they will not be able to compete with anyone who is even slightly famous. But compared to the original work, it is now good enough. You must know that Sia Chan has been here for a while, just now. He could also see that with Moria controlling the zombies himself, Oz's strength was much stronger than when Luffy's shadow was used in the original work. Sia Chan is actually very curious about this. In the original work, Moria did not show the ability to use his shadow to control corpses, and he was actually quite strong. Sia Chan felt that everything started to go off the rails after meeting Rocks, and it always felt weird. Forget it, don't think about this for now. Let's continue watching the next show. As if to respond to Sia Chan's thoughts, when Luffy and others were happy, a gloomy voice came over. Why are you so happy? Lousy hasn't been defeated yet. What? Everyone who heard the sound immediately turned their heads to look at Oz, but Oz was still lying on the ground quietly, showing no signs of moving. But Moria walked over from behind Oz at this time, first looked at Oz's body on the ground, and then looked at everyone, his eyes full of anger. You are unforgivable. First he killed Absalom, and then he destroyed my hard-earned body. It's unforgivable. Moria, you are the one who just surrendered. So far, your zombie army has been defeated by us, and you have no means left. Sanji looked at Moria and said calmly, Jai hee hee. Unexpectedly, Moria laughed directly when he heard this, and anyone with a discerning eye could hear the ridicule in his mouth. Why are you laughing? Zoro frowned slightly. Of course I'm laughing at your ignorance. A bunch of ignorant little pirates haven't seen the vastness of the world, right? How dare you speak so wildly? Even if I expose myself today, I will kill you all. Anyway, as long as you are dead, no one will know what I hide. Hey, Moria, are you crazy because you can't accept your failure? Can you say such a thing? Nami mocked mercilessly. Although they have not fought against Moria, Sia Chan once told them that Moria's strength in Shichibukai can only be considered average, and they have always believed in what Sia Chan said. But in the next second, extremely shocked expressions appeared on everyone's faces. I saw an extremely powerful coercion suddenly erupting from Moria's body, pressing towards everyone. The moment the oppression came, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper felt dazed for a while, and then couldn't help but fall to their knees. Hey, you! Zoro shouted to several people. After a while, the few people gradually stood up. Nami looked at Moria and said solemnly, Is this Conqueror's Haki? I almost lost consciousness just now. Usopp also echoed. Indeed, at that moment, I felt as if I was out of touch with reality. Is this the power of Conqueror's Haki? Chai, how about it? Do you feel this powerful power? Moria looked at everyone and smiled sinisterly. At this time, it was not only Luffy and others who were shocked. Sia Chun and Shion not far away were also extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Sia Chun's eyes were fixed on Moria. His eyes were dark, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He felt that many things that happened on this thriller bark had exceeded his expectations. Moria actually has conquerors? What a joke. Could it be that all of this has something to do with rocks? Just as Sia Chen's thoughts were surging, another burst of Conqueror's domineering energy suddenly appeared, attracting Sia Chen's attention. When he saw the person who burst out with Conqueror's domineering energy, a smile appeared on Sia Chen's face. Luffy. Sanji looked in shock at Luffy, who suddenly burst into Conqueror's domineering power next to him. Then there was a cut. It seems that what Sia Chan said before is right. You have good qualifications. At this time, Luffy did not answer Sanji's words, but felt the Conquerors released by himself. But since I had just mastered Conquerors, I only released it for a moment and then disappeared. Afterwards, Luffy couldn't release it no matter how much he tried to release it again. You kid, why do you have Conqueror's domination? Moria said with an ugly expression. Because I want to be a one-piece man. Luffy said firmly while looking at Moria. Straw Hat Boy, don't be too arrogant. You won't have that chance. After saying that, Moria's body began to change. The originally bloated figure began to shrink slowly and finally turned into a very strong appearance, with no trace of obesity at all. Moria stretched out his hand, and a knife made of shadow appeared in his hand. Then he twisted his neck and said, I haven't fought in this posture for a long time. For so many years, the world thought that I was in despair after my defeat to Kaido. Little did they know that it was just a facade I put on to show to the world. For the implementation of a great plan, I am willing to do this. You're the first people to see me in this posture in so many years. As a reward, I will leave you with a complete corpse." After the words fell, the shadow knife in Moria's hand suddenly struck several people. In an instant, a huge sword energy rushed towards several people. "Get down!" Zoro shouted. After hearing this, everyone immediately fell to the ground without any hesitation. The sword energy whizzed past their heads, and all the forests in sight were cut in half by this blow. This power! Zoro couldn't help but shed a drop of cold sweat on his face. As a swordsman, he knew how difficult it was to make such a slash, at least in a short period of time. Before everyone could recover from their surprise, Moria attacked everyone again. Under the attack of Moria's sword energy, everyone had to hold their heads and run around, very embarrassed. After dodging a sword energy, Luffy galloped towards Moria. At the same time, he roared, "Moria!" Moria looked at Luffy charging towards him with a hint of mockery in his eyes, then slowly raised his hand and easily grabbed Luffy's attacking fist. Ow, how was it possible? Luffy's face showed a look of shock, and his second level and arm punch was caught so easily. "Nothing is impossible, Straw Hat. As I said, you have never seen the vastness of the sea." After saying that, Moria narrowed his eyes, turned his palm into a fist, and his arm domineering energy instantly wrapped around it, and then punched Luffy hard in the stomach. Whoosh! Luffy's figure flew upside down like a meteor, breaking countless trees along the way. He flew upside down for several kilometers before stopping. As soon as he landed, Luffy couldn't help but vomit a large mouthful of blood. Luffy struggled to get up but failed. Now Luffy felt as if all the bones in his body were about to be broken, and there was pain everywhere in his body. Zoro and others who were still on the spot were stunned when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that Luffy would lose his fighting ability after just one encounter. Their eyes looking at Moria became extremely solemn. "That guy Sia Chan, is this what he calls the average Shichibukai? This is much better than Crocodile." Sanji also said with an ugly face. "Crocodile? Don't compare that trash to me." Moria said disdainfully. "How can a person who lost his spirit after being defeated by Whitebeard have the right to compare with me? So boys, don't think that you are complacent after defeating a Shichibukai. You must understand this truth in your next life." After the words fell, Moria quickly rushed towards everyone. The first one he found was Zoro. When he came to Zoro, he slashed him with a knife. Chong! The sound of gold and iron clashing was heard, and Zoro put the knife across his head, firmly resisting Moria's shadow knife. Suddenly, the ground beneath Zoro's feet cracked, and his hands and legs trembled a little. How can it be so powerful? Zoro looked ugly, but before he could continue thinking, Moria's legs appeared on his chest at some point. Bang! Zoro's figure also flew out. "Damn it, you big guy." Sanji jumped into the air and kicked Moria. Shadow Shield. A shield made of shadows spanned between the two of them. Sanji's foot made a loud sound when he kicked it, but it didn't break it. Shadow Box. As Moria finished speaking, the shield began to change rapidly, and before Sanji could react, it turned into a box and wrapped him inside. Then Moria took the box and slapped it hard on the ground. Tear! Countless cracks opened in the surrounding ground. "Sanji!" everyone exclaimed. As the shadow box gradually dispersed, Sanji's figure was also exposed to everyone. Ahem! Sanji closed his eyes tightly and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Sanji!" Everyone couldn't help shouting again, with panic in their tone. Moria raised the shadow knife high, pointed it at Sanji at his feet, and said with a ferocious smile, "Go to hell." 36 rounds of flowers. At the critical moment, Robin used his ability to lock Moria, and at the same time shouted to Usopp and others, "Hurry up and bring Sanji here. I can't hold on long." Okay. Usopp and others were stunned for a moment, then immediately realized and ran towards Sanji. "Can't you hold on for long? You think too highly of yourself." Moria roared and broke free from Robin's control in an instant. and then continued to slash the shadow knife towards Sanji. I have decided on his life. No one can save him. I said so. Go to hell. Chong. Huh? This is... A drop of sweat ran down Moria's face, and he saw a black stick standing less than 20 centimeters away from Sanji's neck, blocking Moria tightly. The shadow knife. The moment Nami and the others behind saw this figure, their faces showed joy and they shouted excitedly, Sia Chan. The moment they saw Sia Chan, the hearts of several people suddenly fell to the ground. It has always been like this. As long as Sia Chan is here, then just leave the next thing to him. That's right, it was Sia Chan who blocked Moria's blow. Although he was shocked when he first saw Moria releasing Conqueror's Haki, he was not ready to take action at that time. After all, Luffy and others have to go through hardships. Otherwise, what if one day he is no longer with them? He might not have had this concern before, but this feeling has become stronger since he met Rox not long ago. He couldn't tell what would happen in the future now, so he had to let Luffy and the others get used to his absence. But now Sanji's life has been threatened, so he can no longer watch the show. And he is also very interested in Moria now. He really didn't expect Moria to have such strength. The strength Moria showed just now has definitely reached the level of a candidate general. He has to verify it in person to see how strong it is. Thinking of this, Sia Chan hooked Sanji's foot and threw him towards Robin. Moria raised the shadow knife, took a few steps back, and stared at Sia Chan with solemn eyes. He didn't realize how Sia Chan appeared here just now. In other words, if Sia Chan had taken action against him just now, then he couldn't stop him. Thinking of this, Moria looked at Sia Chan more cautiously. As expected of Demon King Sia Chan, he truly deserves his reputation. No, Shichibukai Moria, you are indeed not a person who deserves his reputation. The moment the words fell, Sia Chan and Moria galloped towards each other at the same time. The knife and the stick met in the air, and in an instant, a powerful shock wave came from the place where the two met, making the already cracked land around them a little overwhelmed. Several people behind him were also swept away several meters by the shock wave. Seeing this, Nami shouted to the remaining people, "Get out of here quickly. The current battlefield is no longer something we can interfere with." Before the attack was successful, Sia Chan and Moria fought again. Waves of shock waves continued to emit, and the sea around the ship was rippled. After another violent collision, Sia Chan looked at Moria and asked calmly, "Why do you have to hide such a strong strength? What is your plan?" After this period of fighting, Sia Chan was more and more surprised. Moria's strength was definitely at the level of a candidate general, and he was also the top candidate general, not far from a general. With this kind of strength, he is considered an absolute powerhouse even in the New World. So why do you want to live in this devil's sea and hide yourself? Could it be? Just as Sia Chan's thoughts were surging, Moria said, "Why I hide it is none of your business. I only know you exposed me. So, none of you can escape. Today you are all prepared to be buried in this devil's sea." "Huh?" Sia Chan suddenly laughed after hearing what Moria said. "Why are you laughing?" Moria asked unhappily. "Of course, I'm laughing at your ignorance. You don't think I only have this strength after you fought me a few times just now, do you?" "What do you mean?" Moria suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. His eyes were fixed on Sia Chan. However, the next second, he felt that his eyes were in a trance, and Sia Chan's figure had already arrived in front of him. Thunder 8 trigrams. Bang! Moria's figure drew a trajectory in the air and flew towards the rear at high speed. Sia Chan did not hesitate and stepped on the somersault cloud to reach Moria instantly. Ching Tian, the stick in his hand, was hit hard. The moment Moria was hit by the stick, he spit out a large mouthful of blood and then fell quickly. Boom sound. The entire island produced countless cracks under this blow, with a faint tendency to shatter. After all the smoke and dust dissipated, Sia Chan saw Moria lying in the pit from a high position in the air and said lightly, "Say what you just said again. I didn't hear you clearly." Ahem. Moria struggled to get up from the ground and couldn't help spitting out another mouthful of blood. He looked at Sia Chan with disbelief in his eyes. "Conqueror's entanglement. How do you know how to use this technique?" That is a technique that only a very few top experts can master. Why? It's weird to use this technique. Don't you think I have the temperament of a top expert? Sia Chan asked lightly. For a moment, Moria was speechless. It seems to make sense. He knows his own strength best, and Sia Chan beat him like this without him reacting just now. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a top powerhouse, but he can't accept it. Why can a guy like Sia Chan, who looks like he has no hair at all, master Conqueror's winding? He has learned this skill for so many years and still hasn't grasped it. He is dissatisfied. If Sia Chan knew what Moria was thinking, he could only say one thing. You are not very talented. You should be the worst among Teacher Kai's students. You wouldn't have noticed that Wang Lufei, Teacher Kai's most qualified student, has become a dominion in no time with just 2 sticks. Hey, sometimes the gap between people is really... After a moment of silence, Moria looked at Sia Chan and said calmly, I admit that I am not your opponent now. But, in the middle of speaking, Moria raised one hand and shouted loudly, Shadow, assembly area? As Moria finished speaking, in an instant, countless shadows around him rushed toward Moria. 100, 200, 500, jai-hee-hee-hee. After absorbing 500 shadows, Moria's body shape has undergone earth-shaking changes, at least 5 or 6 times larger than before. Now, he can be said to be a giant. Sia Chan looked up, looked at Moria, and murmured in a low voice, Did you only suck 500? In the original work, Moria absorbed 1,000 shadows when he finally used this move, but the final result was that he lost his mind and could not control his power. But now Moria, who had only absorbed 500 shadows, had clear eyes and did not look uncontrollable. At most, his face looked a bit ugly. Moria exhaled a breath and said, When I gather the power of 500 people into one body, how should you respond? Sia Chan narrowed his eyes and then suddenly smiled. Yes, your strength is very strong now, but in contrast, your flexibility has dropped a lot, and your strength does not last long. I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on for long before you get discouraged. You will know the specific situation if you try it. Moria roared loudly, and then waved his huge fist towards Sia Chan. Sia Chan did not dodge, but also waved the stick and faced him. Jiang Sanshur Yinaraku, bang! Black and red conquerors domineering lightning flashed around, and powerful shock waves continued to impact the surroundings. After a sound, the two of them moved back a certain distance at the same time. Moria looked at Sia Chan with deep disbelief in his eyes. He didn't even know how strong he was now, having combined the power of 500 people. But what he was sure of was that if he had been punched by his previous self, he would have absolutely no power to resist. But the man in front of him was able to block the blow. Thinking of this, Moria looked at Sia Chan with even more unkind eyes. He had to deal with Sia Chan quickly, otherwise his powerful power would no longer exist later. Sia Chan was slightly surprised when he looked at Moria opposite him. The power of 500 people was indeed incredible. This punch actually made his blood surge. You must know that even under normal circumstances, he still has the strength of a general level, and he is still a little stronger. And Moria can now beat him with one punch until his blood surges. It can be seen that with Moria's current strength, he is considered to be at the top even among generals. It seems that this shadow fruit is also a powerful fruit. It can increase so much power in a short period of time. Sia Chan, under normal circumstances, is no longer Moria's opponent. If he wants to defeat him, he must either use his demonized form or... A smile appeared on Sia Chan's lips. Then he looked at Moria and said, You like to compare with someone who is bigger, right? In that case, don't say I bullied you later. Moria hadn't realized what Sia Chan meant by what he said, but the scene that happened next almost made his eyes fall, and he did a 360-degree somersault. I saw that Sia Chan's figure began to grow slowly, and after a while, it surpassed Moria's size, and it has not stopped yet, getting bigger and bigger. When all the commotion subsided, everyone on the island looked at the figure covering the sky somewhere and opened their mouths in disbelief. Somewhere, Luffy, whose injuries had eased, looked at the huge figure and stammered. Then, that's Sia Chan. Gudong. Usopp on the side swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said uncertainly, "It should be, right? This size, it's a bit big." Everyone was a little trembling looking at the huge body from so far away, let alone Moria, who was so close. At this time, he had completely straightened his neck, looking at the huge figure in front of him and feeling a little panicked. The next moment, a thunderous voice came. "Don't blame me, Moria. After all, you are so big. I can only become a little bit bigger than you." At this time, Sia Chan's body size was at least the size of 3 Oz, and he looked like he was literally blocking out the sky and the sun. And this is not the limit of the magic of Fat on Xiangdi, but Sia Chan feels that this is enough. If it gets bigger, the ship will not be able to bear it. Come on, a new battle begins. After the words fell, Sia Chan raised his foot and kicked towards Moria. At this moment, Moria panicked when he saw the big feet of unknown size, and his face kept twitching. Then he shook his head vigorously and said, "You must be just faking it. How can someone become so big? It must be a lie. I'm going to expose you." After saying that, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Moria's eyes. He raised his fist, wrapped it with armed, domineering force, and struck at the extremely huge foot. Bang! The moment Moria's fist touched Sia Chan's foot, it was like a torment. He had no ability to resist at all and was hit by this huge foot. Blood spurts out desperately. Whoosh! Moria's figure flew backwards quickly like a cannonball. Sia Chan didn't give him a chance to breathe. He punched him into the ground again when he was halfway flying. There, countless huge cracks began to extend from the center of the island, and the entire island seemed to be crumbling under this punch. After a while, Sia Chan's size gradually became smaller, and finally returned to its original appearance, slowly walking towards Moria. When he came to Moria, Sia Chan couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw that his body had also returned to its original size. "What good can I say about you? How dare you kick me in the face? The whole world depends on the Ship King for your courage." To be honest, if Moria had tried to pull him off, he might not have been defeated so quickly, but there was no way. He was too brave. Sia Chan's strength under this body type is no joke. It can be seen from the fact that he broke the island with one punch. Alas, in the final analysis, his Dharma, Heaven, Elephant, and Earth skills are too awesome. There is no way. Sia Chan looked at Moria, who was only breathing in front of him, and said lightly, "I am a person who has no habit of leaving trouble for myself. So, I can only ask you to die." Sia Chan narrowed his eyes, raised his hand slightly, and was ready to kill Moria. However, at this moment, a voice came into his ears. "Give me some face, Sia Chan. Let Moria go." "Rocks." Sia Chan's eyes narrowed. The raised palm paused in midair. He knew that Rocks had not come over now and was still in the cave, but he was able to achieve this kind of long-distance communication by relying on his powerful knowledge and domineering power. Sia Chan was silent for a while, then slowly lowered his palm, said, "I can give you this face, but I have to give you something in exchange. You can't say that I worked so hard to beat him like this, and you just asked me to let him go with just one sentence, right? We are a cooperative relationship, not a subordinate relationship." After saying that, there was no reply from Rocks for a long time. Maybe he was thinking about how Sia Chan's battle just now reflected his hard work. Sia Chan was not in a hurry, just waiting for Rock's answer. Although he could kill Moria, even if Rocks spoke, it was not the time to be at odds with Rocks yet. It's just Moria's life. If he wants to save it, let him save it. But the premise is that Rocks also has to give him an explanation, otherwise he will overturn the table. As he said, he and Rocks only have a cooperative relationship. If you want to save Moria, you can give him something in exchange. After waiting like this for about half a minute, Rocks replied, "Okay, what do you want? Devil fruit or something else? Just watch." Sia Chan replied calmly, throwing the conundrum back to Rocks. After all, it is a life close to the general level combat power, so its value should be quite high, right? It depends on whether Rocks can be a good person. There was another period of silence, until Sia Chan couldn't wait any longer, and then Rock's voice slowly came. "Animal-type phantom beast species, cat fruit, and white tiger form. How about this fruit? Hearing this, Sia Chan had a surprised expression on his face. He originally thought that a stronger paramecia would be enough, but he didn't expect to find a fantasy beast species. And it's still in the form of a white tiger, which sounds like it's on the same level as Kaido's fruit. Interesting. As expected of a former maritime overlord, the inventory is great. Okay, that's it, Sia Chan replied, then slowly turned around and walked out of the pit. After some time, Sia Chan shook the white tiger fruit in his hand and said with interest, "A fruit of this level should be sold at a sky-high price, right? But this is just to say that it is impossible for Sia Chan to sell it. You must know that many top-level fruits may not be purchased if you have money, such as this top-level fantasy beast in your hand. The appearance of the white tiger fruit is completely white, with a hair-like texture all over its body. The simple appearance gives people an extraordinary feeling. After looking at it for a while, Sia Chan put it into the system space, and then walked slowly towards the direction of everyone. Who would have thought that as soon as he passed by, Sanji looked at him strangely and asked, "Is this what you call ordinary in Shichibukai?" There's a little accident, and I didn't expect him to hide it so deeply." Sia Chan spread his hands. "How are you injured?" "It's okay. I can't die," Zoro replied calmly. Then he asked, "Where's Moria? Did you kill him?" "No, someone saved him." Everyone was a little surprised when they heard Sia Chan's words. They had known Sia Chan for so long, and they also understood Sia Chan's character to some extent. "I have always tried to eradicate the weeds, but today I let others go. This is unreasonable." But seeing Sia Chan's look of not wanting to say more, they wisely didn't ask any more questions. Sia Chan walked to Luffy's side. At this time, Luffy was lying on the ground and staring at the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. "What's wrong, Luffy? You didn't yell. That's not like your style." Sia Chan sat down and looked at him and asked calmly, "Sia Chan, you said, if you were not here today, would we all be killed by Moria?" Luffy asked, with an unknown meaning in his tone. "Well," Sia Chan pondered for a while, "it's possible, but not necessarily. Maybe some other strong person will just pass by and save you. But in the end, you still have to rely on others, not yourself." "Do I have to rely on others every time? I is still too weak after all." Hearing the disappointment in Luffy's tone, Sia Chan smiled. Said, "Luffy, you have to understand that not all strong men are born strong. No one achieves success overnight. Your strength has improved very quickly now. Compared with those strong men, the only difference between you and those strong men is time. So there's no need to feel sorry for yourself. Just be yourself. Gradually grow in every battle, and you will eventually become a top powerhouse." Sia Chan felt that his bowl of chicken soup was just right. As the future One Piece, how can we lose confidence in ourselves? And there was indeed something wrong with this battle that led to such a result. Otherwise, Luffy and others could easily defeat Moria based on his strength in the original work. And Sia Chan was actually right. At this age, Luffy has such strength that few in the entire pirate world can match. You must know that in the original work, Luffy was only 19 years old when he defeated Kaido. The 19-year-old Four Emperors, this is more than 10 years earlier than the red-haired one who was previously known as the youngest Four Emperors and became emperor, right? But Sia Chan, you are obviously younger than me, but you are so much stronger than me. Oh, just treat me as an accident. There's no need to compare with me." Sia Chan replied calmly. "He is cheating. Isn't it normal to have such strength? If the balance cannot be destroyed, then why cheat? Okay, let's not talk so much. Get up quickly. I'll show you something good. Is this the Phantom Beast? It looks pretty good," Sanji said curiously as he looked at the white tiger fruit. Hearing this, Sia Chan couldn't help but roll his eyes at him and said lightly, "This fruit ranks among the top among all devil fruits in the world, but it's just not bad here. You have high standards. So, do any of you have any ideas about this fruit? Once you eat this, your strength will undergo a qualitative change in a short period of time. This is not comparable to that of transparent fruits. Sanji, who do you think you are?" Similarly, Zoro and Sanji still had no ideas and lacked interest. On the contrary, Usopp, who had previously said that he did not want to become a landlubber, was now looking at the fruit blankly. After a while, he asked, Sia Chan, is this phantom beast really strong? Of course. Sia Chan nodded. This is the rarest type of devil fruit for Emperor's Kaido, right? His fruit is the phantom beast species, the fish fruit, and the blue dragon form. And this is the cat fruit white tiger form. The white tiger and the blue dragon are the same level of mythical beasts. So do you think it's strong? After hearing this, Usopp was silent for a moment. If he had known that this was a powerful fruit before, he might not have had much idea. But in this battle, Nami's strength after eating the thunder fruit made him a little envious. Unknowingly, Nami, who was just as weak as him before, or even weaker than him, has become so strong. On the other hand, he is still a novice. This couldn't help but make him thirst for strength. His current strength is unceremoniously the weakest on the ship. Even Chopper, who is an emergency food, is stronger than him. The problem is that he doesn't have much room for improvement yet, which is a big problem. His positioning of himself is still very clear. His physique is completely that of an ordinary person, and he is not at the same level as monsters such as Luffy and Zoro. But if he eats the fruit in front of him, in a short period of time, Usopp thought a lot in his mind, and thousands of thoughts finally turned into one sentence. I want this fruit. Okay. Sia Chan raised the corners of his mouth, and then threw the fruit to Usopp. But I couldn't help but think. After Usopp eats this fruit, there will be 4 phantom species on their ship. Even the 4 Emperors group can't match this configuration, right? It's just that Chopper's civilian form has yet to be developed. Sia Chan now has a sense of urgency to improve the strength of everyone on the ship. Since meeting Rocks, he always feels that the plot direction of this world has changed greatly. Although the islands in the plot will basically still be passed by, that is only because the record pointer points to these places. Many things that happen on the island have been changed. He didn't know whether it was because the arrival of his little butterfly caused such a big storm or for some other reason. But it's obvious that these things can no longer be thought about in the original way. So the most important thing now is strength. As long as you have strength, even if the plot trajectory changes, don't worry, because strength represents confidence. While Sia Chan was thinking, Usopp had already eaten the white tiger fruit. Ugh. Looking at Usopp, who was kneeling on the ground and retching continuously, Sia Chan had a black question mark on his face. Why? Why did you eat them all? I vomit. I'm afraid the power I get from taking one bite won't be that powerful. Sia Chan. Okay, you like it. Things have basically come to an end now. After getting off the empty island, we ended up here inexplicably. So, their next destination is the capital of 7 Waters. On the way back, no one saw a single zombie. Luffy and the others have been talking happily about this wonderful adventure. As expected, it was similar to what Sia Chan thought. With Luffy's character, even if he felt that he was not strong enough, he would at best be depressed for a period of time. After some time, everyone finally saw the melee and rushed towards the ship happily. Sia Chan paused, turned his head, and looked in a certain direction, as if he could see Rock somewhere through all the obstacles, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Rocks, we will meet again. Then he turned around and jumped onto the melee. At some point, Luffy had already taken out a large barrel of wine from the cabin, and then shouted to Sanji, Sanji, go make some delicious food. We are having a party. Welcome Brook aboard. I know. Sanji waved his hand and walked into the kitchen. Everyone is so nice, it almost moved me to tears. Even though I don't have eyeballs. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brook looked at everyone, and an inexplicable feeling came to his heart. He hadn't experienced such an atmosphere in how many years? In the past few decades, loneliness has become his normal state, and loneliness has become his habit. So now, he is so happy. Brook took out his violin and hummed a song in front of everyone, sending Binks's wine to you. When everyone left on the Mary in the thriller bark, the bear stood in front of Moria, looked at him indifferently, and said, Moria, you hide it deeply enough. Tell me, What would the world government think if I told the world government that you were deliberately hiding your strength? Cough, cough, cough. You can't, Tyrant Bear, Moria said after coughing a few times. Because you are a revolutionary army. In an instant, the figure of the bear appeared in front of Moria. The gloves on his hands had fallen off at some point, revealing his iconic fleshy palms. Stick it on Moria's chest. How did you know? Xiong stared at Moria, asked coldly, but at the same time I was a little confused. What went wrong during this period? Why do two people know his identity as a revolutionary army? When did his identity become so visible? You don't have to worry about how I know it. You just need to know that we both have something to do with each other now. Hearing this, Xiong's eyes turned cold, and he said quietly, but you are seriously injured now. You said that if I kill you here, who will know that I did it? Chai-hee-hee-ahem. Moria smiled and accidentally touched his own injury, and couldn't help but cough again. Then he looked at Xiong and said meaningfully, guess why Sia Chan didn't kill me just now? Xiong was slightly startled when he heard this. Indeed, although he had not been in contact with Sia Chan for a short time, he could clearly feel that Sia Chan was definitely a decisive person. Moreover, he was also watching from a distance at that time. He originally saw Sia Chan preparing to kill him, but in the end he stopped for some unknown reason, and his lips seemed to move a few times. It seemed like he was communicating with someone, but he didn't hear what Sia Chan said at that time. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly came to Xiong's mind. He looked at Moria and said, then I will explore the answer myself. After saying that, Xiong's eyes narrowed, and he was ready to take action against Moria. And at the moment when he was about to take action, an extremely powerful conqueror came from a distance. This conqueror's power even briefly restrained his movements. There was a horrified expression on the bear's face. However, before he could think too much, a voice came into his ears. If you ever think of killing Moria again, die. The sound echoed in the bear's ears like a bell, and he couldn't help but look around hurriedly, but saw nothing. However, the conquerors had not disappeared and was still binding him. The bear's face was uncertain, and this unknown existence made him extremely fearful, even afraid. He had never heard of such a powerful conquerors. After thinking for a while, the bear gave up the idea of killing Moria. With a wave of his hand, the figure disappeared instantly. Since Moria knew about his Revolutionary Army identity before, but never told him, there is no reason to talk about it now when he has nothing to do. Moreover, his consciousness is about to disappear, and now there's only one person he can't worry about. It's just that the unknown existence appearing here now makes Xiong feel a little uneasy about the situation in the future world. Who is this person? Shortly after the bear left, a figure slowly walked up to Moria. When Moria saw this man, he was instantly excited. He endured the severe pain and stood up, half kneeling on the ground, and said respectfully to him, Master, if anyone saw this scene, they would be absolutely speechless in surprise. As one of the Shichibukai, Moria knelt down and called others as master. This is unreal in any way. The figure slowly raised its head, and its face was fully revealed under the moonlight. It was Rox. Rox nodded and said calmly to Moria, You are not allowed to be an enemy of Sia Chan in the future, and you must spare no effort to help him. Moria couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied after hearing this, and asked, Why, Master? He killed Absalom. You dare to go against my decision? Rock's eyes narrowed, and the powerful conqueror's domineering force came out of his body again, pressing hard towards Moria. Puff! Moria, who was already seriously injured, was struck by the conqueror's domineering force and vomited out a mouthful of blood. He hunched over and lowered his head and said, I overstepped my bounds, Master. After hearing this, Rock slowly regained his dominance, looked at Moria, and said, You just need to obey what I tell you, and don't ask any questions about anything else. Yes, Moria whispered Kaido, looking at Rox with fear in his eyes. Rox did not pay attention to Moria anymore, but murmured in a low voice, Nika, Hades, and the hosts of the last two divine fruits were also found by me. It's coming soon, The plan is coming soon. Half a month passed quickly, and when everyone was bored, they finally arrived at the next island. But there seems to be no one on this island, Nami said, standing on the shore with her eyes closed. During this period, thanks to the help of the Thunder Fruit, Nami mastered the color of sight in the past few days. Also because of the Thunder Fruit, Nami's perception range is very large, and even Sia Chan's perception range is slightly inferior to Nami's. After all, their two focuses are different. If there is no one, there will be no one. Being able to see the island is already a very happy thing, Luffy said excitedly. Then he shouted loudly to everyone, "Shall we go to the forest to catch something to eat? This period of time is really boring." "Huh, that's a good idea." Zoro smiled lightly. But just after Zoro finished speaking, Nami next to him suddenly turned to look at him and said with a faint look, "Zoro, I don't want to see mice and frogs among the ingredients you bring back later, okay? Why are you so picky? Aren't they all the same when they go into your stomach?" Bang! Zoro got it. Then they all walked towards the jungle, leaving only Sia Chan, Nami, and Robin staying where they were. Sia Chan walked to a stone and sat down against it. Breathing in the salty sea breeze, he slowly raised his hand. With a thought in his mind, his armed and domineering aura instantly wrapped around him. The only difference from before is that this time the armed color domineering is no longer pure black, but black with a little purple. This is what Sia Chan checked in just now. The top-notch armed color domineering. It is also the standard equipment of top powerhouses. For example, the highest state that most experts in the world who study armed colors can reach is the top level. For example, for emperors is at this level. After breaking through to the top level, Sia Chan felt that his weapon color was much stronger, but there was still room for improvement. Top level was not the end. I just don't know what the next level is. What kind of power will it have? But he doesn't need to think about this matter. He just needs to check into the island in peace and contentment. As for strength, doesn't this thing grow on its own every time it goes to an island? Sia Chan leaned on the stone, closed his eyes, and enjoyed this comfortable life. This island is the island where Luffy and the others met Aokiji in the original work, but I don't know if it was because they were delayed in Moliana for a while, but things did not develop like the original work. There is no Aokiji here, nor are there any refugees. This can't help but make Sia Chan a little disappointed. I originally thought that if I met Aokiji this time, I could try it out with him and let him feel the feeling of embarrassment, but now it seems that this wish cannot be realized. Thinking of this, Sia Chan couldn't help but open his eyes and looked at Robin, who was sitting quietly on the beach not far away, reading a book. As if sensing Sia Chan's gaze, Robin also turned her head and looked over. When she saw Sia Chan looking at her, she couldn't help but smile and said, "Sia Chan, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me?" Sia Chan also smiled, Kaido. "What? Can't you just look at the beauty?" Robin's face turned pale when he heard this, but he soon returned to normal. He looked at Sia Chan and said teasingly, "Thank you for the compliment, but you were sitting so far away. Can you see clearly?" Hearing this, Sia Chan raised his eyebrows and looked at Robin with a somewhat surprised look, then smiled. The next second, his figure appeared next to Robin, less than 10 centimeters away from Robin. He asked with a faint smile, "Do you think I can see clearly at this distance?" Robin was startled by Sia Chan, who suddenly appeared next to him. After reacting, he said angrily, "Why are you here suddenly?" Sia Chan looked at her doubtfully and asked, "Didn't you ask me to come over and see more clearly?" Robin didn't want to say anything about this. He just wanted to praise Sia Chan in his heart. You do reading comprehension. Full marks are guaranteed. Sia Chan and Robin sat side by side and chatted for a long time. Suddenly, Sia Chan looked into the distance, but his tone was extremely serious. "Robin, if something happens, don't bear it alone. You have to remember that we are all your partners. We are behind you. No matter what happens, we will face it together." Robin turned to look at Sia Chan, feeling warm in his heart. Looking at Sia Chan's handsome face, he smiled and replied, "Okay." Hearing Robin's light answer, Sia Chan couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Seeing that he didn't listen to his words, Sia Chan had no choice but to say again, I'm not joking with you anymore. I'm telling the truth. If you encounter something that can't be solved, don't be afraid. We are behind you. Don't ever think that your life in this world is meaningless. This is a big mistake. Think about it. You said that if you died, wouldn't there be one less beautiful woman in the world? What a loss this would be to the world. Can you bear it? Sia Chun spoke righteously and in a roundabout way, just to dispel the idea that Robin would appear in the original work. You are our partner and an inseparable part of our ship. Even if we are the enemy of the world, we will protect you without hesitation. Sia Chun. Robin was silent when he heard Sia Chen's words, his eyes wet with tears silently. My thoughts slowly returned to that day when gunfire broke out many years ago. A giant with half his body covered in ice knelt down and said to her, Robin, go to sea. One day, you will definitely meet someone who is willing to protect you. If possible, Robin would like to say something to Zoro now. She has met a partner who is willing to protect her throughout her life. Between the emotional fluctuations, Robin's tears became more violent, and then she threw herself directly into Sia Chen's arms. Seeing this situation, Sia Chen became a little bit confused. He now felt that it was okay if he let go, and it was okay if he didn't let go. Left and right are not human feelings. Finally, after half a second of Sia Chen's mental struggle, he put his hand on Robin's back and patted her gently. However, Sia Chun still felt that it was not safe now. He was afraid that if Robin went to the capital of Seven Waters and would be deceived by the group of CP9S again, Sia Chun said again. Our next destination is the Seven Waters capital, which has the most powerful shipyard in the world. Of course, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that there are many CP9S hidden there, in order to seize the ancient weapon, Pluton. Pluton. Robin's body shook when he heard this, and he immediately pulled out of Sia Chen's arms and looked at him in shock. At this moment, Sia Chen felt that he shouldn't have said this just now. The enjoyment was gone soon after. But there is nothing I can do now. I can't tell Robin, just lie back in my arms and listen to me tell you in detail, right? Shaking his head, Sia Chen continued. Yes, someone in the capital of Seven Waters has Pluton's design drawings. Robin opened his mouth wide when he heard this and was speechless for a long time. So if someone from CP9 threatens you after we get there, telling you to go back with them or kill us if you don't go back, don't believe it. Not to mention CP9, even if CP0 is a higher level than them, I can kill them easily. Do you understand? Sia Chun is now completely naked and telling Robin what will happen in the original work. Of course, the most important thing is to highlight his strength. Otherwise, he was really afraid that Robin would foolishly send him up because he was worried about them. I know. Robin Kaido smiled brightly. After this period of time together, she has completely integrated into the group. She has been reluctant to die for a long time. After all, there is everything she cherishes here. Thinking of this, Robin ran into Sia Chen's arms again and held him. Sia Chun felt the happiness he had before again. The scent of Robin's body and her soft body made Sia Chun feel a little happy. The two of them just hugged each other quietly, blowing the sea breeze and looking into the distance, feeling extremely happy. After some time, there was a chirping sound in the distance. We found so many ingredients. We could have a full meal again. Luffy said happily. Yeah, I'll ask Ms. Nami and Ms. Robin when I get back later how they want to eat it, steamed or braised. When Sanji was thinking about it, he suddenly froze in place because he saw Robin nestling in Sia Chen's arms not far away. At this moment, there seemed to be some shattering sound in his heart. He suddenly felt that life was boring. Then he looked up at the sky. He murmured to himself, what's the point of life? Ha! Cheers! Everyone said happily, raising their glasses. Under the moonlight, around the bonfire, everyone gathered together happily eating meat and drinking wine. Looking at this scene, Sia Chun couldn't help but say something in his heart. Prepare a campfire dinner to celebrate surviving another day. Although Sia Chun forgot which celebrity said this, he felt that this sentence was very appropriate to describe the life of a pirate. Of course, This only refers to those pirates who are weak and love to cause trouble. They may not have the next meal after one meal, and it does not apply to them. While Sia Chan and others were enjoying dinner happily, somewhere in the world, something was being discussed that could affect the world structure. Holy Land, Marie Joya. In a certain conference room, 5 old men were sitting together, all expressionless. After a while, one of the old men said to the other old man and asked, "Satan, what did you call us here to discuss?" The old man known as Satan was silent for a while, and then said, "The latest news is that Fire Fist Ace was caught by the pirate Blackbeard who took the initiative to nominate Shichibukai last time. He wants to ask us for the Shichibukai quota through him. Since he has proven that he has the strength, there is no harm in Shichibukai giving it to him. As for the Fire Fist Ace, he's Whitebeard's man, right? Find a reason to trade with Whitebeard and exchange him back. There is no need to break the balance of the sea because of this," said a bald old man. "I originally thought so too. But Blackbeard has provided us with another piece of news, and this news means that we cannot let go of Fire Fist Ace." Sartan said with narrowed eyes. "Huh." Everyone was slightly startled when they heard this. They didn't say anything. Instead, they all looked at Sartan, waiting for his next words. As a 5 elders, it is impossible for Sartan not to know the importance of balance on the sea, and now he risks breaking the balance and takes down the Fire Fist Ace. That proves that there must be a reason for him. What Sartan said next immediately made them understand why Fire Fist Ace could not be released. Fire Fist Ace is Roger's son. 2 days later, the magnetic force of the recording pointer on the island was restored, and everyone embarked on their sailing journey again. Luffy and others were playing hard on the boat, while Zoro was sleeping on the bow. Suddenly, as if he felt something, Zoro, who was sleeping, opened his eyes drowsily, and then saw a scene that surprised him. #degree. Then Zoro hurried to the deck and said solemnly to Luffy and the others who were playing around, "Don't be afraid of what I'm going to say next." Seeing the serious expression on Zoro's face, several people also stopped playing around, and Luffy said seriously, "We are pirates. We are not afraid. You tell me. I just saw a giant frog that can swim freely." Luffy and others showed shocked expressions when they heard Zoro's words, and then fell silent. A few seconds later, "Ha ha ha!" Continuous laughter came from the mouths of several people, and the laughter was so loud. "Frog? Freestyle? Ha ha! Zoro, what are you talking about? It's only today that I discovered that you have a talent for comedy, but you're not very good at deception. Do you want to learn from me and let me teach you?" Usopp was lying on the ground, holding his stomach and laughing so hard that he burst into tears. The other people didn't look any better than Usopp, and they also laughed at Zoro vigorously. I advise you to go and see it before you laugh at me." Zoro looked at them with suppressed anger and said, "Just look at it. I won't believe it. There are really people who can freestyle." Usopp walked to the edge of the boat as he spoke, but before he finished speaking, the words in his mouth got stuck in his throat, and he spit out a Huxia quintessent sentence. F***K. There really are freestyle frogs. What? After hearing this, everyone immediately ran over. Next second, "Quick, turn the helm. Catch that frog," Luffy shouted in surprise. After Luffy finished speaking, everyone immediately took action. Zoro turned the helm and said, "Although I don't know why I do this, I always feel uncomfortable if I don't catch up." Yeah, I think so too." Seeing several people chasing frogs there, Sia Chan had a smile on his face. Then he looked at Yokozuna, who was swimming freestyle over there. To be honest, the freestyle frog is really interesting. Feeling a bump in the hull, Nami suddenly thought something had happened and hurriedly opened the hatch and ran out. But all I saw was the boundless blue sky and the calm sea. Then he saw several people below who were vigorously shaking the oars. In an instant, a surge of anger surged into Nami's heart, and the veins on his forehead could not help but pop out. "What are you doing?" Nami's powerful lion's roar skill caused everyone to pause for a moment, but then they rowed harder. "Nami, there's a freestyle frog over there. I must catch up with it. Luffy shouted excitedly. Ah, a freestyle frog. Nami's first reaction when she heard this was disbelief, but she did not immediately question it, but looked in the direction Luffy pointed just now. Then I actually saw a frog swimming freely. Suddenly, Nami opened her mouth wide. It actually does exist. But she immediately reacted and shouted at Luffy again. It doesn't matter to us whether it can swim freely or not. We have deviated from the course now, you know? Turn the rudder back quickly. I don't want it. This frog is very strange at first glance. Its thick arms have obvious muscles. You can tell at a glance that the meat is of good quality. I must catch it and eat it. Everyone, it turns out that you have been chasing me for so long just to eat. But now that we have been chasing for so long, it would be unreasonable not to continue chasing. With this idea in mind, the rowers started rowing hard again. Seeing Luffy like this, Nami knew that no matter what she said, it would not change the outcome, so she couldn't help but hold her forehead. These idiots! Wait! Stop! Just when everyone was rowing vigorously, Sia Chan's voice came, causing Luffy and others to stop. Luffy looked at Sia Chan and said dissatisfiedly, Sia Chan, what are you doing? If you don't hurry up and prepare today's dinner, you will run away. It won't run. It has stopped. Huh? After hearing this, everyone came up curiously and looked into the distance. I saw that the frog who was free swimming just now was standing on the sea, with his hands spread out and his legs slightly bent, making a confrontational posture. What is it doing? Sanji asked curiously. And everyone responded in unison. This frog is a bit mysterious. Why can it stand on the sea? As a skeleton, I can only be on the sea when I run, but it is so huge that it can stand directly on the sea. Isn't this a bit outrageous? Brook asked curiously. If you say so. After hearing this, everyone looked down at Yokozuna and vaguely saw a dark shadow. And when everyone saw clearly what was underneath it, they couldn't help but rub their eyes and look again. #degree. After a long time, Usopp asked in a daze, Everyone, I feel like there is something wrong with my eyes. I actually saw railroad tracks on the sea. Do you think this is too far away? There was another moment of silence. Everyone looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes, wondering if there was something wrong with their own eyes. Is it possible that there are railroad tracks there? At this time, Sia Chan's faint voice came, pulling everyone back from their thoughts. Then he shouted in unison again, Why are there railroad tracks on the sea? Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Sia Chan chuckled and said, This is a railway track exclusively for sea trains. Sea train? There will also be trains on the sea? Nami asked in surprise. Of course. Who said that only boats can sail on the sea? Sia Chan replied with a smile. Just when Sia Chan wanted to explain about the sea train, a strange sound came from a distance. A smile appeared on the corner of Sia Chan's mouth. Hey, no need for him to explain. The real owner is here. Everyone looked around and saw a scene that surprised them. They saw a huge black object with multiple carriages heading in their direction at high speed. And in front of it is the Yokozuna, who is already ready to go. As the distance between Yokozuna and the train got closer and closer, Luffy couldn't help but shouted anxiously, Run, frog! But Yokozuna completely ignored the noise around him and only focused on the train in front of him. Bang! There was no suspense at all. The moment he hit the train, Yokozuna was knocked away and fell into the sea. My frog me! Isn't this how the injuries on this idiot frog came from? Usopp asked curiously. That should be it. Everyone just watched the sea train whizzing past in front of them, without saying anything for a long time. Until, Hey, who are you? There was a sound in the distance, causing everyone's eyes to move over unconsciously. I saw a little girl with green hair, braids, and a white top standing on the platform not far away looking at them. When he heard someone greeting them, Luffy immediately responded, We are pirates, here to chase frogs. By the way, how old are you? Why are you wearing lipstick when you look so young? Everyone, would you like to say so? Are you talking about this? It's just my personal hobby, don't worry about it. So that's it. Ha ha. You are so interesting. Ha ha. You are quite discerning, too. The exchange between the two people made everyone on the side a little confused. Why did they suddenly feel that the channel jumped a little too much? At this moment, a voice came from a room inside the platform. Simon, what's the matter? There's so much noise. Grandma, I met an interesting pirate. Oh, really? Let me see. As soon as the words fell, an old woman appeared in front of everyone. She has the same color hair as Zamoni, with the same 2 braids, but they are downwards. It may be that when people get older, their hair is not as energetic as when they were young and cannot stand up. Since you are a pirate, you have to... Simon, get the phone bug quickly. Good. Upon hearing this, Kimoni immediately ran into the house and took out a phone bug. Huh, it looks like you're ready to call for reinforcements. It seems like pirates are really not welcome. Zoro said calmly. Sanji took a puff of cigarette and asked calmly. So, what are we going to do? Just watch her find someone to come and F***us. No need, just look at it like this. Sia Chan said with a smile. Moses? What was I going to say? Sorry, I forgot. Hiccup. Looking at this scene, everyone's heads immediately filled with a black thread. Are you so drunk that's a bit exaggerated? After some time, haha, I see. You came here after Yokozuna. That guy caused a lot of trouble for our station. Granny Kokoluo said, after taking a sip of wine. That's right. It often breaks the fences here and gives us a headache, said Zamoni angrily on the side. Then what was it doing just now? Why was it standing on the rails and getting hit by that sea train? It was fine if it was hit like that, right? Nami came over and asked. No, it has been hit so many times, so the injuries will have no impact on it. It always wants to compete with the sea train and always wants to defeat the sea train, so you can often see it being hit by the train. Sugichi, this frog is so perseverant. In that case, I won't eat it, Luffy said with admiration. Nami rolled his eyes at Luffy speechlessly and then asked Zamoni, is that big thing just called a sea train? How does it travel on the sea in such a shape? And why haven't I seen this thing elsewhere? Hearing this, Zamoni said proudly, of course you can't see this thing anywhere else because this train is the only one in the world. That is unique in the world, Mr. Tom's greatest work. Sea train, Smoking Tom. You can rely on steam as power to travel on the sea along the rails, which is very convenient. Oh, so that's it, Nami said thoughtfully. Then he asked Granny Kokoluo, by the way, mother-in-law, do you know what island is due east of here? Direct east? That's the capital of 7 Waters. It has the world's top shipyards and top shipwrights. Boatmen, Luffy and Usopp's eyes instantly lit up when they heard this. Although they all consciously protect Meili, compared to the original work, Meili's current injury condition is not known to be much better. But there will still be some minor damage, and every time there is such damage, the repair work falls on Usopp's head. This is not good news for him. This is not to say that Usopp does not want to repair the ship, but because he still has a very clear understanding of himself. It's okay to let him do simple repair work, but he can't do anything if the damage is slightly larger. After all, he is not a professional boatman. So now Meili's appearance is still a little bit uglier than when she first started. The records in the 7 Waters capital will take a week to be filled up. You can have some fun there. It is the world-famous water capital, and everything there is related to water, including things like water, meat, etc. I believe it will give you a good experience. Granny Kokoluo said, after taking a sip of wine. Water, flesh. Mother-in-law, I'm really looking forward to what you said. Luffy was a little excited. By the way, mother-in-law, do you know anything about the capital of 7 Waters? Is there any good boatman you can recommend? Although our boat is not seriously damaged, we still want to find a boatman to repair it and reinforce it. Nami suddenly looked at her and asked, well, I have a recommendation for boatmen. You go to the island and find a man named Bingshan. Just say that I recommended you to come here. He will help you take care of things. Here, this is a map of the 7 Waters capital. I have marked the appearance of the iceberg and its location. Thank you so much, Grandma. You are really a good person. Nami grabbed Grandma Kokoluo's hand with a touched face. Don't worry. We will go to the capital of Seven Waters in a while, and we will catch up with you then. Okay, let's head towards the meat city. Luffy shouted happily. What on earth did you hear? Usopp said speechlessly. Well, goodbye, Granny Kokoro Kaimoni. Luffy stood on the edge of the boat and waved to the two people on the shore. Goodbye. You are pirates. Be careful of the government. By the way, what kind of boatman are we looking for? Luffy asked excitedly. Of course I'm looking for a stunning beauty. You idiot. Sanji replied matter-of-factly. After hearing this, several people looked at him in unison, and the meaning in their eyes was very obvious. They were looking at a mentally retarded person. A beautiful woman becomes a boatman. Are you thinking about it? Can you pick up the wood and hold the hammer? Usopp said with disdain. Of course you have to find a strong man. The kind who looks tall and strong. Luffy described vividly. Isn't it too early for you to consider this? First of all, even if you find it, you have to see if they are willing to board our ship, right? After all, who would want to be a pirate if they have nothing to do? Zoro said from the side. What's wrong with being a pirate? Aren't you just a pirate with nothing to do? Luffy immediately retorted. Zoro, hey, stop playing, come over and take a look. You can already see the island. While several people were still arguing, Sia Chan's voice came from the bow of the ship. Sagichi, what is this? What big fountain? Luffy looked at the Seven Waters capital in shock and sighed. Indeed, it is indeed an industrial city. It looks very prosperous. By the way, what are the numbers on the wall? Everyone was talking about it, and they were all lamenting the prosperity of this city. Nami took out the map he got from Grandma Kokoluo and said happily, Fortunately, we went to that station first, which saved us a lot of trouble. Let me see how to find that person named Bingshan. Nami opened the map happily, but in less than a second his face turned dark and he threw the map in his hand to the ground. You can understand the ghosts in this painting. Chopper on the side picked up the map and looked at it, and blurted out uncontrollably. This painting skill is comparable to that of Luffy. After hearing this, everyone came over curiously. When they saw the things on the map, they immediately understood why Nami and Chopper had such reactions. This kind of map may indeed only be understood by people with artistic talents like Luffy. Hello, pirate ships can't just go in here with such arrogance. At this moment, an uncle who was fishing next to him looked at them and shouted. Then he said, if you want to go in, you can go around to the back street from the side. Okay, thank you, Nami shouted. When Ameli officially entered the Seven Waters capital, the familiar system prompt sounded in Sia Chan's ears again. Ding! I successfully checked into the Seven Waters capital, and my domineering power has been raised to the top level. In an instant, Sia Chan felt that his spirit began to spread out, and then reunited. Sia Chan carefully experienced the top-level domineering power of knowledge. This feeling is very strange. Not only is the range of perception much larger, but the time for predicting the future has also become longer, and he can predict a longer future. Thinking of this, Sia Chan couldn't help but be eager to try, and started to predict the future using his knowledge and domineering energy. After a while, Sia Chan's mouth twitched slightly, his eyes looking at Zoro were a bit unkind, and his eyes looking at Luffy were a bit teachable. But he still wanted to explain that what Luffy was going to say later was really not taught by him. He didn't teach him. It was just that Luffy had better understanding and was self-taught. As the Mary shuttled through the city of Water City, Luffy couldn't help but sigh. It's so beautiful here. It deserves to be a city of water. Even the houses are built on foundations in the water. When you are in this city, it feels like you are surrounded by water. Sanji also sighed in the same way. Suddenly, Zoro suddenly said to everyone, Hey, have you noticed? People in this place are very strange. Huh? Aren't they two eyes, one nose, and one mouth? What's weird? Haven't humans always looked like this for so many years? Zoro, I'm not talking about you. Have you paid careful attention? If you call them weird for no reason, it will hurt your heart, okay? Luffy couldn't help but retort. Zoro, are you an idiot? I mean, do they look weird? I mean, they act weird. Also, where did you learn this set of words? It makes me want to beat you. Did Sia Chan teach you again? Is there anything strange about their behavior? Nami asked curiously. Didn't you notice? People here don't have the slightest fear when they see our group of pirates showing up here. Isn't this strange? When you say that, it does seem like that. Nami turned to look around and found that many people had noticed them, but they didn't care, as if they were just ordinary passersby. This phenomenon is indeed a bit abnormal and a bit disrespectful of their profession. Hey, pirate ships can't be parked here. Are you here to rob? At this time, an uncle who was mopping the floor on the roadside looked at Luffy and others and asked, No, we are here to have fun and repair the ship. Luffy replied, That's it. Then you go through here, there's a cape behind it. It is more convenient for you to park the boat. Thank you, uncle. Did you see that? Would a normal person ask us if we were here to rob? And it was in such a dissatisfied and plain tone. Zoro said calmly, Perhaps there is some force on this island to protect them. Sia Chan said lightly, while glancing at one of the alleys on the roadside. Did he find us? In the alley, two people wearing white suits and masks stood together. As expected, I should have found it. Is this the man with a 2 billion bounty on his head? His senses are really sharp. Then we have been exposed. Should we take action now? One of the men asked, with murderous intent in his words. Are you an idiot? Just the two of us. Before the other man finished speaking, a powerful conqueror's domineering aura fell from the sky, oppressing the two of them instantly. The strong pressure impacted their minds, and at the same time bent their bodies a little, and large beads of sweat continued to roll down from their heads. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that the pressure suddenly disappeared. The moment they lost their pressure, the two of them fell to the ground at the same time, their bodies covered in sweat. If they took off their masks, you could see the frightened expressions on their faces. What kind of strength is this? Just releasing Conqueror's haki is already overwhelming for us. We are CP0, the government's strongest spy agency. Pirates of this level are no longer something we can handle. Go back and report to the captain quickly. After saying that, the two figures disappeared instantly. At this time, Sia Chan, who was on the melee, narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly. Why is CP0 here? Nothing like this happened in the original work. Of course, this does not mean that Sia Chan is afraid of CP0. To Sia Chan, the two CP0s just now are completely crushable to death. But the problem is the meaning behind the appearance of CP0 here, because generally the appearance of CP0 means that the situation has reached a serious point. It shouldn't be for them, right? They're just a small pirate group. Forget it. Forget about it. Just show up when you show up. Soldiers come to block water and earth to cover up. Now he's no longer the same person who always ran away when he encountered a general. He only has a CP of 0, which is nothing. After a while, the melee arrived at the headland. Let's go and exchange the gold for it. Okay. Gold, Bailey. Luffy raised his hands in the air and said happily. After everyone's discussion, it was finally decided that Luffy, Usopp, and Nami would exchange the gold. Sanji decided to buy some fresh seasonal ingredients, while Sia Chan went shopping on the street with Robin and Chopper. As for the most trustworthy Zoro, of course it's the one who keeps the ship. Originally, Nami asked Sia Chan to go with them to exchange for gold, but Sia Chan was still a little worried about what would happen. So he decided to go with Robin. With him here, he would like to see which brave CP9 dares to come over, to see if he can twist his head off. After a while, everyone came to the entrance of the city, and the first thing they saw was a place with the name Blue Rental House written on it. Blue? What is this? Nami asked doubtfully. However, before she could react, Luffy had already dragged the gold and walked inside, shouting at the same time, Hey, please rent us blue. You first need to figure out what it is. When the owner of the store heard the shouting, he turned around and saw 7 people from Sia Chan walking towards him, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Dear guests, do you want to rent blue? We have swordfish, shark, and kingfish here. Which one do you want? What's the difference between these 3? And what is blue? You don't know blue? The boss asked curiously. After some time, you came here through the record pointer, so it's not surprising that you don't know blue. Blue is actually a bullfish. If you look at the street, those swimming around are Bulu. In the city of Seven Waters, there are many more waterways than walking paths, so blue has become an indispensable thing in people's lives. Suga. Luffy clapped his hands together with a look of understanding on his face, then asked, "How does it taste when grilled?" Everyone. Boss, I haven't tried it yet. Luffy, are you interested in giving it a try? Boss, then forget it. Yo-ho, chirp, chirp charge. Luffy said happily while sitting on a blue. On blue, not chill. Usopp said speechlessly from the back seat. After a while, a few people came to a three-way intersection. Nami pointed to the waterway on the left and said, "We're going this way to exchange for gold, and then go to the shipyard. What about you? Do you want to go this way too?" "I want to go this way. It looks like there are a lot of ingredients over there," Sanji said, pointing to the water channel in the middle. "Then the three of us will go to the right," Sia Chan said. "Good." Then everyone separated here and walked towards their respective destinations. Of course, Sia Chan and the others have no destination. They just come here to hang out. Along the way, Chopper saw a lot of strange things and sighed from time to time. "Robin, how are you? What do you think of this city?" Sia Chan looked at Robin behind him and asked with a smile. "It's very novel and very happy." Robin replied with a smile. "That's good." Sia Chan smiled and nodded. "Water, water, meat, fresh water, water, meat." At this time, a burst of shouting came to their ears. Sia Chan looked around and saw an ant setting up a stall on the shore and shouting. Sia Chan suddenly became interested, and at the same time, he also became interested in Blue, whose eyes almost popped out of his head. Seeing this scene, Sia Chan smiled slightly, and then controlled Blue under him to drive towards that place. After a while, a few pieces of freshly baked meat and vegetables entered the stomachs of Sia Chan, the three of them and the two Blues. "Wow, Sia Chan, this meat is so tender and delicious," Chopper said happily. "Indeed, it tastes very sweet." Robin agreed. "In that case, then buy them all," Sia Chan replied with a faint smile, and then swept away all the food on the stall, making the lady look at him in shock. After buying water, and meat, a few people walked around here for a while. Until, "Sia Chan, Robin, let's go ashore. I saw the bookstore." Chopper shouted to the two of them excitedly. "Good." After a while, several people parked Blue on the shore. As soon as he landed, Chopper ran quickly towards the bookstore, which made Robin smile. Sia Chan and Robin were walking around, looking here and there from time to time. Seeing the smile on Robin's face, Sia Chan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. He didn't know when he started to notice that Robin's intellectual side gradually faded away in front of him, and instead became a bit like the lively side of an 18-year-old girl. Sia Chan was very happy to see this change. Ever since Robin escaped from O'Hara, he had been living in fear every day. I'm afraid that she has never enjoyed what an 18-year-old girl should enjoy. She lives every day just to survive. However, at this moment, Sia Chan seemed to feel something and turned his head to look somewhere. They saw a man in strange clothes and a mask standing not far away looking at them. Sia Chan narrowed his eyes. Are these brats really so cowardly, or did they just happen to be here? Sia Chan didn't take action directly. He wanted to see what tricks these guys wanted to play. "What's wrong, Sia Chan?" Seeing that Sia Chan hadn't spoken a word, Robin couldn't help but ask curiously. "Nothing. Robin, let's go shopping elsewhere," Sia Chan said with a smile. He didn't tell Robin about the presence of government personnel there. For him, as long as the other party didn't mess with him, he didn't bother to make trouble. He also wants to hang out with Robin for a while. After that, Sia Chan and Robin walked in the direction of that person, and he also walked towards Sia Chan and the others. At the moment when the two sides' figures crossed each other, Sia Chan could clearly hear what he said to Robin. "We are CP9. Whoosh!" The figures of CP9 and Sia Chan disappeared at the same time, as if it was a supernatural event. Robin's body trembled slightly when he heard these words, and then returned to normal immediately. He hurriedly looked around, but did not find Sia Chan and CP9. But after listening carefully, she could hear a slight whimper coming from the alley nearby. Robin immediately ran over, and the scene that greeted her eyes made her a little surprised. Sia Chan was seen stepping on the throat of the CP9 just now with his foot, and the whimpering sound came from his throat. Sia Chan's eyes were cold at this moment, and he pulled off the mask on his head, and what came into view was a Taorin with a resolute face. Demon King, Sia Chan, what do you want to do? How dare you come here after you know it's me, Bruno? You're a bit brave, Sia Chan said coldly, looking at Bruno with murderous intent in his eyes. Do you want to kill me? Once you do, the world government will not let you go. What you said is a bit funny, making it seem like the world government won't care about us unless I kill you. Originally, I didn't want to pay attention to you people, but you just want to touch my bad luck. You can't justify it without killing me. As soon as he finished speaking, Sia Chan was ready to reluctantly harvest another fruit. At this moment, a sound broke through the air. Sia Chan didn't even look back. He raised his right hand slightly and easily blocked the incoming fist. Then his body shook, and the person who came was sent flying out. At the same time, he stepped hard and crushed Bruno's throat. The familiar fruit basket appears again. These steps may seem like a lot of operations, but they only take a short moment. Sia Chan raised his head, looked at the person who had just attacked him, and said with a faint smile, "Hey, they're all here. Everyone from CP9. That's right. Standing in front of Sia Chan were all the CP9 members who appeared in the capital of Seven Waters in the original work, and the one who attacked him just now was Rob Lucci. Demon King Sia Chan, why did you attack our people?" Lucci asked Sia Chan. Sia Chan couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this, and then looked at him as if he were an idiot. "You guys have provoked me. Is it weird to attack him? But don't worry, you will soon be with him." Speaking of this, Sia Chan's eyes turned slightly cold. In his eyes, Lucci and the others in front of him were already dead. "Oh, Demon King Sia Chan, don't be so angry. You'll beat and kill him at every turn." Just when Sia Chan was about to take action, a voice came from behind Lucci. Then several people wearing white suits and masks slowly walked out from behind Lucci and the others. The man who spoke was the leader, CP0. Sia Chan's eyes narrowed slightly, with a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "It seems it was a mistake to let you go just now. But it's not too late now. Since you have provoked me, it seems you are ready to die. Don't say it's so early. Do you think we are fools? We come here to die when we know your strength well," the man said calmly. "We made a big fight to kill you this time." "Really?" Sia Chan responded with a faint smile. "I want to see how you plan to kill me." Sia Chan's face was full of indifference, without any panic. "Do you know his strength?" "Just for fun. Even he doesn't know the specific level of his strength now. I have never fought with all my strength. If world government were to use his strength when he defeated the Golden Lion as a standard, then Sia Chan can only say one thing. Every one of the government personnel who appeared here today must die. Sia Chan's strength has improved by more than one level since he defeated the Golden Lion. If he wanted to defeat him now, it wouldn't take much effort to defeat him. You will know. You can't escape no matter what this time," the leading man said calmly. "At the same time, the same goes for Nico Robin behind you. You will be executed at the Marine headquarters together with Fire Fist Ace. As for the remaining members of the Straw Hat Boys, they will all be wiped out here." "What did you say?" Sia Chan's eyes narrowed, and he said indifferently, "Fire Fist Ace was captured by you? Was it by Blackbeard?" "How do you know?" After hearing Sia Chan's words, the CP0 became a little curious. There were only a handful of people who knew that Fire Fist Ace was caught by Blackbeard, and most people thought it was Marine who caught him. Otherwise, if it was caught by a pirate, it would have a certain impact on the world government and Marine's prestige. Hearing this, Sia Chan's face turned a bit ugly. It seemed that Blackbeard was indeed not dead at that time, and he even captured Ace. This idiot had warned him not to trouble Blackbeard, but he had to put this issue aside for the time being. The current problem was, "You said you want to take me and Robin together to be executed?" This made Sia Chan a little curious. When did execution teams become popular? And he and Robin don't seem worthy of being executed at Marine headquarters, right? Do you think so highly of them? He didn't do anything to disrupt the balance of the sea. Killing a few Shichibukai shouldn't be a big problem. Otherwise, how could Luffy and the others in the original work be so cool for so long? Wouldn't the problem be solved if the government simply sent CP0 out early? Could it be? Sia Chan thought of a possibility at this moment, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the only possibility, and his face darkened. If it was his command, it would not be surprising. The next 3 people who appeared made Sia Chan even more convinced of his inner guess. I saw 3 more figures walking out from behind CP0, 2 of whom were old acquaintances of Sia Chan, Marine General Akiji and Tyrant Bear. Another person is Marine Hero, Garp. Seeing this scene, Sia Chan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. He really looked up to him. General Akiji, Hero Garp, Tyrant Bear. The government actually sent you all here? There's nothing I can do, Sia Chan. I didn't expect the government to pay so much attention to you. Except for CP0, it even called us all over, Akiji said calmly. Garp and Shion on the side didn't say anything. Sia Chan could even see a look of struggle on Garp's face. In an instant, Sia Chan understood what Garp was thinking. He just said that. Why did Garp, who always disobeys orders, come here? It turns out that this is the case. Ace has been captured and will be executed soon. At this time, Garp must be struggling in his heart, but he also hears the news that the government is going to deal with the Straw Hat Pirates. So he couldn't sit still. One of his grandsons had already been arrested, and he had to keep the other grandson no matter what. Thinking of this, Sia Chan breathed a sigh of relief, because this meant that there should be no problem with Luffy's safety. So now it's him and Robin who have problems. Thinking of this, Sia Chan's voice directly sounded in Robin's mind through what he saw and heard. Robin, you turn around and run immediately. You can run anywhere. Anyway, you need to find a place to hide yourself. I will hold them back later to buy you time. This method is similar to what Rox used at the time, and only Robin can hear it. He could only use this method after he reached the top level. Robin was startled when she suddenly heard Sia Chan's voice, but she didn't see Sia Chan turn his head to talk to her, and she immediately understood the current situation. After glancing at Sia Chan again, Robin turned around and ran away. She knew something was wrong ever since she saw Akiji appear. Later, when he heard Sia Chan say the names of the other 2 people, his back was soaked with sweat. Tyrant Bear and Hero Garp. Which one of these is not a famous person? Especially Garp. That's the man who pushed One Piece into desperate situations several times. She knew that if she stayed here, she would only become a burden to Sia Chan. Instead, she ran farther away so that Sia Chan had no worries, and the situation was even better. The moment they saw Robin escaping, several people from CP9 immediately used Moonwalk to fly into the air, preparing to chase Robin. But the next second, boom! A powerful coercion descended from the sky, crushing the people in the air. In an instant, they fell down one by one like dumplings. The powerful conqueror's domineering energy made everyone's faces look horrified, and they immediately looked towards Sia Chan. I saw that Sia Chan had turned into a demonized form at some point. The demonic flames on his body soared to the sky. At the same time, 3 Sia Chan appeared on both sides of Sia Chan. 4 Sia Chan stand together and release Conqueror's Haki at the same time. The combined power is extremely powerful. Sia Chan looked at the people in front of him and said calmly, "Chasing someone in front of me, doesn't it mean you don't take me seriously?" Sia Chan went all out as soon as he came up. He had a body with 100% strength and 3 clones with 90% strength. There is no way. The opponent's lineup is no longer time for him to play slowly. Sia Chan didn't know the strength of the CP0 leader yet, but he felt that he should be at the level of a general. In addition, the remaining 3 people and the remaining strength are at least a few CP0 of the lieutenant general. Sia Chan just wants to say one thing: it's a bit difficult. As for the remaining CP9s, there is no need to count them. Except for Lu Chi, whose level is still acceptable, the others are just trash and can be easily crushed to death. But Sia Chan is not very panicked now, but rather a little excited. His strength has improved too much during this period, and now is just an opportunity to verify it. And he doesn't think he will lose. His 3 clones have 90% of his strength, which is a proper general level. The faces of the people on the opposite side were solemn after feeling Sia Chan's conqueror's domineering power. Garp said solemnly, "What a terrifying ability. You can actually create 3 clones that are not very different from yourself in strength. And, boy, you can practice conquerors well. Needless to say, I have long wanted to try out the power of a marine hero. And today, I finally have the opportunity. Let me see how strong Marine can be in cornering One Piece." As soon as the words fell, the 4 Sia Chan rushed toward each other at the same time. Sia Chan's main body found Garp. One of the 3 clones found CP0. One faced Akiji, and the other faced Xiong. The war is about to break out. Boom! A huge roar came from where Sia Chan was, causing most people on the island to look over. At this time, Luffy and the others who were exchanging gold heard a huge noise and felt violent vibrations as soon as they came out. At the same time, they also saw many Marines organizing people to evacuate and leave the nearby area. In an instant, the joy on several people's faces faded. Although I still don't know what happened, that direction is the direction where Sia Chan, Robin, and Chopper are. Their intuition told them that this was probably related to Sia Chan. Before they could think too much, they saw 3 familiar figures running out of an alley. Luffy shouted, "Robin, Chopper, Sanji, we are here." Robin, who heard the shouting, looked towards the place where the sound came from and saw the 3 Luffys waving toward her, and also shouted hurriedly, "Luffy, let's run quickly, get on the Mary, and leave this island." Hearing this, Nami had a bad premonition in her heart and asked, "What happened? Robin, where is Sia Chan? Isn't he with you? It's too late to tell you. Let's run away first and tell you on the way." Robin immediately Kaido, but did not stop but continued to run in the direction of the Mary. Seeing this situation, Luffy and the others didn't ask any questions and all ran in the direction of Robin and the others. On the other side, on the melee, Zoro looked at the dozens of marine warships that were already surrounding melee not far away, with a heavy expression on his face. He took off the headscarf on his shoulders and tied it on his head and murmured in a low voice, "The situation doesn't seem good." Boom! With a loud noise and a violent shockwave, a figure was knocked out and landed heavily on the ground. The powerful force carried the figure, smashed the foundation, and fell into the sea. Sia Chan put the stick behind his back, looked at the rough sea on the ground, and couldn't help but ask lightly, "Is this the strength of a marine hero? If that's all it takes, I'll be so disappointed." The second after Sia Chan's words fell, a column of water suddenly exploded into the sky, and a figure flew into the sky on a moonwalk, facing Sia Chan. Garp looked at Sia Chan opposite, twisted his neck, made a crisp sound, and said with an exclamation tone, "Boy, you are quite strong." He could tell from the fight with Sia Chan just now that Sia Chan was very strong, and had already reached the level of an emperor. Coupled with his outrageous abilities, is simply an unsolvable existence. No wonder the world government sent so many people to catch him. Even Garp now thinks whether he can catch him is a question. At least he is not sure he can win the Sia Chan he is facing now, and the others. Garp looked around. Akiji, not bad, just slightly at a disadvantage. Xiong's words are a bit dangerous. He is not the opponent of Sia Chan's clone, but relying on his ability, he can barely hold on. But the CP0 on the other side is not so good. Although the leader's strength is not bad, he can only barely reach the general level. Even with the addition of several other CP0 members, Sia Chan was still beating him up and running away. In danger. This is actually mainly because the 2 clones fighting Akiji and Xiong didn't work so hard. Otherwise, even if Xiong's ability is a bit beyond the standard, Sia Chan only needs one holding technique to survive. Even if it doesn't take long, it can still give the bear a painful blow during this period of time. But the clone of Sia Chan who fought with CP0 was different now. Skills were released one after another. As long as Sia Chan had it, he was giving it to them all at this time. This clone's current combat power is even more exaggerated than Sia Chan's original body, making CP0 over there a little doubtful about life. Why are they so fierce here, while the few over there are just trying their best to fish and paddle, as if they haven't received any salary? Sia Chan himself nodded slightly when he saw this scene, smiled with satisfaction, and couldn't help but say something. This strength is really good. Is it okay to praise myself? Now that Sia Chan's strength has reached the imperial level, he is completely a killer because his clone skills are so incomprehensible. For example, right now, he alone has the combat power of at least 4 generals. Just beat him on the head with these brats. Shaking his head to get rid of the thoughts in his mind, Sia Chan looked at Garp in front of him and then rushed towards him instantly. Just let him play with Garp. Sia Chan clenched the stick in his hand and swung it hard at Garp. Thunder 8 trigrams. Seeing the menacing Sia Chan, Garp was not afraid at all, but laughed loudly. Ha ha boy, come on. Fistbone impact. Powerful domineering energy instantly wrapped around Garp's fist, and he swung it towards Sia Chan. The moment the fist and the stick intersected, a powerful shock wave was released. All the surrounding houses were shattered at this moment, turning into rubble and falling into the sea. Feeling the power coming from Garp's fist, Sia Chan was slightly surprised. But then he smiled and said, as expected of a marine hero, this weapon is so domineering and powerful. You're not bad either, kid. Garp smiled lightly at Kaido. Sia Chan smiled and said nothing, and did not reply. Although the fight was not very long, Sia Chan could clearly feel that Garp's armament was superior to his. According to his standards, it is above the top level. This can't help but make Sia Chan sigh a little. He is indeed a well-known strong man, but he still has 2 skills. Thinking of this, Sia Chan couldn't help but look at Garp and said, with your strength, if you don't rescue the Deserter King, there are really not many people who can solve you. Huh? Garp was confused by Sia Chan's sudden words and asked curiously, what Deserter King? Why should I save him? You'll find out later. After saying that, Sia Chan didn't give Garp a chance to think, and he rushed out and galloped towards Garp. In an instant, he was in front of Garp. The stick in his hand suddenly swung out. Seeing this situation, Garp was not afraid and faced him with the same iron fist. The attacks of the 2 people continued to interweave in the air, and shock waves continued to escape. Even if they were fighting in the air, the aftermath caused the surrounding houses to tremble. At this time, Garp was getting more and more frightened as he fought. Sia Chan's offensive became more and more fierce, even making him a little tired. If it were a young man, he might be better off now. But after years of baptism, even his strength has declined, but the decline is much smaller than that of other contemporaries. At this time, Sia Chan was getting better and better as he fought. He didn't know if Garp didn't have conquerors, but he hadn't used it until now. The original novel never showed Garp using conquerors, so he really doesn't know whether Garp has conquerors. But what he knows is that Garp, who only relies on armed color and knowledge color, is not his opponent, even if his armed color level is higher than Sia Chan. But Sia Chan's physical strength is stronger than Garp's, and coupled with a series of methods such as domination, witness killing, and demonized form, there is no need to be timid at all, right? Sia Chan is now fighting more and more smoothly, releasing his power unscrupulously, and most of the houses in the surrounding area have sunk to the bottom of the sea. On the battlefield of CP0, every one of them was stunned, panting, and looking at Sia Chan solemnly. If you look carefully, you can even find a fear hidden deep in their eyes. A smile appeared on Sia Chan's lips, and then he immediately rushed towards them. The laws of heaven and earth. Sia Chan's body suddenly became extremely huge when he was halfway through, and then he swung a stick that was many times bigger than before and smashed it towards a group of CP0 and CP9. This scene frightened these people out of their wits. They looked at the huge stick that was pressing towards them with splitting eyes, and then they gathered their strength and rushed towards the stick. The result was obvious at the time. In the face of the huge power, their attacks were like mayflies shaking a tree, overestimating their own strength. They only persisted for a moment, and then they were all smashed into the sea. Sia Chun shook his head. Although this group of people was said to be large in number, their individual strength was still far behind him. Sometimes there are too many ants to kill the elephant, and besides, their number is not very large. Someone of Kaku's level is not even qualified to intervene in their battle from the outside. Not to mention, there is a weaker Khalifa. The aftermath alone is enough for her to drink a pot. Thinking of this, Sia Chan suddenly felt that this clone was the most boring here, and the fights in other places were at least a little more intense. For example, on the battlefield in Akiji, the surrounding sea area was completely frozen, and the biting cold air was constantly interweaving on the battlefield. Akiji looked at the young man in front of him, feeling extremely complicated. Although he knew that this young man had great potential when they fought last time, it would still take some time to grow to the level of the world's top powerhouse, right? Unexpectedly, in less than a month, Sia Chun, who was no match for him last time, could now beat him. The problem is that this is just a clone of someone else. How do you say this? Is it because he is too good? After looking around, Akiji felt a little heavy when he saw that Sia Chun around him was all in upper hand. Sia Chun is now equivalent to a bunch of top powerhouses. This is a powerful force that cannot be ignored for any force in the world. Even now, Sia Chun's intimidating power is more powerful than that of a group of 4 emperors. After all, a 4 emperors pirate group does not have so much top-notch combat power. So this also means that their mission this time should fail without any accident, and more importantly, even if Sia Chun and the others are not caught this time. But Fire Fist Ace has been caught by them. Whitebeard will definitely come to save people on the day of execution. If Sia Chun gets involved by then, the consequences are a bit serious. Judging from the situation when Sia Chun and Ace joined forces to fight against him, this situation is really very likely to happen. Just as his thoughts were swirling, Sia Chun's clone opposite him suddenly disappeared. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then looked in a certain direction. Only one of the 3 clones that appeared just now was left, standing side by side with Sia Chun's body. At the same time, the 2 sticks began to be raised high. The moment he saw this gesture, Akiji seemed to have thought of something and rushed towards Garp at high speed, shouting at the same time, "Lieutenant General Garp, get out of the way!" Before Garp had time to respond to what Akiji meant, he felt an aura locking him tightly, and his face suddenly became extremely solemn. The 2 Sia Chuns raised their sticks high and murmured in a low voice at the same time, "It's too late," then yelled, "Hi, hi!" A powerful attack wave burst out from the center of the 2 sticks intertwined, bombarding Garp at extremely high speed. This is the first time in many days that Sia Chun uses the combined attack technique of Deba High, and the power is not the same as the last time. Now he has grown to the level of an emperor, and with his 100% powerful clones, he is the 2 4 emperors. The power of the move is almost the same as that of Kaido's mother in the original work. It is a move that can destroy the world and destroy the earth. Seeing the attack coming, Garp's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his fists, preparing to take the attack forcefully. It wasn't that he couldn't dodge, but that he couldn't dodge. This attack is extremely fast and has a large range. Even if he dodges, he still cannot escape the attack range. Instead, he will fall into a passive situation. So it's better to give it a try, no matter how powerful it is. He is Garp. Thinking of this, Garp immediately mobilized all the domineering energy in his body, condensed it on his right fist, looked at the approaching attack, and roared. Fist bone impact. The moment the 2 attacks intertwined, an extremely powerful shock wave erupted directly. Garp's face turned red, and he gritted his teeth to resist the impact. He was extremely horrified. Akiji had mentioned Sia Chun's move to him before, but he really didn't expect it to be so powerful, even so powerful that it exceeded his limit. Garp roared angrily and wanted to break Sia Chun's dominance. But unfortunately, no matter how he resisted, Sia Chun's attacks kept approaching him. At the critical moment, Akiji and Xiong finally arrived. They both hit their strongest blows at the same time and collided with Bahai. After some time, with the strong resistance of the three people, Bahai was finally wiped out, but the three people also consumed a lot of energy and kept breathing heavily. Sia Chan narrowed his eyes, and without giving the three people time to react, he quickly stepped forward and launched a violent attack on the three people who were still recovering. The three of them were defeated by Sia Chan because they had consumed a lot of energy just now. As a dull sound of beatings came, all three of them fell towards the ice below like meteors. A big hole was made in the ice by the three figures, and ice chips kept flying. On the other side, CP0, who had just come up from the sea, looked at this scene and his cerebellum shrank. They never expected that they were so confident when they came, but now they are in such a mess. But it's no wonder they have it. With their configuration, to be honest, even if they were asked to fight Whitebeard, they would do nothing wrong. How could they be afraid of a newcomer who has just become famous? But after today, they will change this idea. The difference in strength is too big, and going up there is simply to die. Sia Chun here also noticed CP0 and others climbing up, and immediately cast his eyes towards them. The moment Sia Chan looked over, several people felt as if they were being stared at by some wild beast. The sweat on their foreheads continued to seep out, soaking their clothes. Sia Chan raised the corners of his mouth and turned around. He was going to send these government agents down first to experience life. However, just when he was about to take action, an arrogant voice came. "Hey, that man in the sky, what are you doing? Do you want to attack my people? Do you believe that I will kill your whole family?" After hearing this, Sia Chen's eyes narrowed. A chill burst out from his body, and he looked at the source of the sound. He saw a disgusting man with his head shrunk inside the hood and a snot hanging from his face, yelling at him, looking at him with eyes full of contempt. Next to him were two CP0s wearing white suits. Sia Chen looked at him, with murderous intent surging in his heart. Then he sneered, "How dare the Tianlong people come here? Who gave you the courage?" At this time, he also discovered that this celestial dragon was the one that Luffy beat up in the original work, and his name was St. Charlos. It seems that this kid has really been a Tianlong for a long time, and is used to bossing others around, and he dares to be so out of touch in front of him. If I don't kill him, I can't forgive him for provoking Sia Chun. "You untouchable! How brave you are! You dare to question me! Come on, knock him down. I want him to be my slave, and let him know the consequences of yelling at me." St. Charlos was furious, and quickly said to the two CP0s around him. And the two CP0s really flew towards Sia Chun after hearing the order, as if they didn't see the frightened eyes of his companions at all. There's no way. They're used to being around the heavenly dragons, and they don't believe that anyone would dare to disobey the heaven-defying dragons, because that means death penalty, and it has always been like this. No one dares to resist them. Only this time they found the wrong person. Sia Chun was amused when he saw the two people coming towards him. He really wanted to ask if the people who followed the Tianlong people and this group of pigs would also be infected with their stupidity. Don't you know who you can provoke and who you cannot provoke? You two idiots, stop it and run away with St. Charles, the CP0 captain on the other side yelled. At this moment, he really wanted to strangle the two CP0s who took action. Is he really so blind? Even at this moment, he felt a little dissatisfied with this Tianlong man. You have time to be arrogant. It doesn't matter if you die. You will still hurt them when the time comes. Charos's visit to the Seven Waters capital this time was actually an accident. He originally decided to go to the Sabaody Islands to buy some slaves later. But he just happened to hear the news that these CP0s were coming to the capital of Seven Waters to perform a mission. At the same time, they would pass by Sabaody when they went back. So he thought of coming over to have some fun, and he would be on his way. The people in CP0 did not raise any objections when they heard the news. In fact, they could refuse on the grounds of the safety of the Tianlong people. Just like what they thought before coming, they thought that with the strength of their configuration, this mission would definitely be a sure thing. But the problem now is that Sia Chen's strength far exceeded their expectations, and he defeated them easily. And looking at the opponent's situation, he didn't look like a person who would be afraid of the identity of the Tianlong people. Thinking of this, the CP0 captain couldn't help but cursed secretly rushed out, and ran towards Charos at high speed. He didn't even think about stopping Sia Chan. That was unrealistic. Let those two losers go and die on their own. If they could delay him for just 1 second, they would be considered to have deserved their death. And he wanted to take advantage of this period to take this stupid Tianlong away, at least not let him die here, otherwise they would not be able to escape by then. At the same time, at the moment of his action, Sia Chan's figure shot out and arrived in front of the two CP0s in the blink of an eye. So fast. The pupils of the two people shrank suddenly, and they didn't realize that Sia Chan was already in front of them, subconsciously attacking Sia Chan. Sia Chan, however, just turned slightly to dodge the two attacks, and then saw a shadow flash past. The two bodies flew backwards at an unknown speed, many times faster than when they came in. At the same time, a large mouthful of blood was spit out, and the blood was splashed everywhere. If you look carefully, you can even find that their chests have been sunken, which means that there is less air coming out and more air coming in. After dealing with the two of them, Sia Chan continued to rush towards Charos without any pause. His life is sealed. The 5 elders can't keep him. Sia Chan said so. Although CP0 reacted early and took Charos to escape without stopping, the distance between them and Sia Chan is still closing rapidly. Feeling the approaching breath behind him, CP0's face became darker and darker. He gritted his teeth for the last time, as if he had made some decision, and turned around to look at Sia Chan steadily. He said with a ferocious expression, "You forced me to do this." After saying that, he took out a completely black pistol from his arms and pointed it at Sia Chan. The moment the pistol was pointed at Sia Chan, he felt a huge terror suddenly locking onto him, causing him to stop involuntarily. Looking at the pistol in CP0's hand solemnly, he certainly wouldn't think it was just an ordinary pistol. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make him feel palpitations. The next second, Sia Chan felt that he was locked by something, and then an extremely powerful energy shockwave was released from the pistol and surged towards Sia Chan. Sia Chan's expression changed drastically, and a clone instantly appeared next to him. At the same time, Bahai was immediately beaten out, but the result this time was very different from the one just now. Bahai, who had just made the Garp trio embarrassed, only persisted for a moment before being broken in the face of this attack. Then he rushed towards Sia Chan unabated. Sia Chan's face was solemn. He raised the stick again and swung it hard towards the attack. Boom! As a loud noise came, Sia Chan's entire body flew backwards like a meteor, spitting out a large mouthful of blood in the air. I was in severe pain all over my body, and numerous ribs were broken. At this time, Sia Chan's consciousness was a little blurred by this move, and he couldn't help but cursed in a low voice. Damn it, He could see that the attack release from that pistol was actually the most concentrated Conqueror's Haki. Looking at the entire pirate world, Sia Chan knows that there is only one person who can store domineering energy and then release it. That's Joey Boy. But now Sia Chan knows, and him. Apart from him, Sia Chan really couldn't think of anyone else who could do this and have such powerful domineering power that he could be seriously injured with one blow. Thinking of this, Sia Chan couldn't help but sigh secretly. This attack with 800 years of skill is indeed something. But even though Sia Chan was acting like a bird now, he didn't have the slightest fear. The great sage Chi-Tien is a ruthless man who can face hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals. It's just the Im. Wait until he checks into some more islands, and he will come back to teach you how to behave. But at least at this stage, the gap between him and Im is still very large, which can be seen from the current situation. Boom! There was another loud noise, and Sia Chan's body hit the ice heavily, causing countless ice shards to fly. Ahem! Another mouthful of blood vomited out, and Sia Chan struggled to stand up from the ground. Feeling the condition of his body, his face became a little solemn, and he couldn't help but murmured in a low voice, "It's really powerful." At this time, Sia Chan felt extremely painful all over his body. If he hadn't been thick-skinned, he really couldn't bear it, and he might have been lying down now. But it's not much better now. With his current injury, Even with his powerful recovery ability, he can't recover in a short time. Sia Chan raised his head and looked at the CP0 captain walking towards him, and could clearly feel the gloomy look on his face. This was indeed the case. At this time, he wanted to kill Sia Chan immediately. You must know that the thing just now belonged to Satan's Saint, one of the 5 elders. And it is extremely important to Saint Satan. There are only 5 people in the world government who have this thing, and that is the 5 elders who are at the center of power. Before they came to carry out their mission, Saint Satan had also warned them not to use this thing unless absolutely necessary. This was their final guarantee. So he really doesn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. But now that the deal is done, Sia Chan and the others must capture it. Otherwise, if the mission fails after using this thing, they will definitely die miserably. Thinking of this, his hatred for Sia Chan became even more intense, and he even had a little hatred for Charos behind him. But the latter is a Tian Long, so he can't help it. As for Sia Chan, he quickly rushed towards Sia Chan, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The corners of Sia Chan's mouth raised slightly, and he looked at CP0 with murderous intent in his eyes. Even though he was seriously injured now, CP0 was also seriously injured by him before. Sia Chan almost wanted to laugh if he dared to come face to face with him alone in such a situation. Im's power is indeed far beyond his imagination. But what does this have to do with you, a little CP0? What grade is it? You can't figure it out, right? Looking at CP0 attacking him, with a thought in his mind, the stick immediately appeared in his hand and whipped him hard. Bang! A dull sound came, and the fist and the stick were in a stalemate in the air. Sia Chan narrowed his eyes and sighed slightly in his heart. It seemed that the injury he suffered just now was quite serious. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this CP0 to be evenly matched with him. At this moment, the 3 of Akiji also rushed towards Sia Chan. Although they did not want to bully the minority, they had no choice but to do so. This was the order from above. In an instant, Sia Chan's pressure suddenly increased. Even though his clone was restraining him, he was already at an absolute disadvantage. There is no way, after fighting for so long, the physical strength is already very high, and with the recovery from the injury just now, the physical strength is even more exhausted. Suddenly, Sia Chan was beaten and retreated steadily. Bang! At a certain moment, Garp caught a flaw in Sia Chan and punched him hard. At this time, Sia Chan could no longer make a defensive posture and could only passively accept the punch. Sia Chan's figure instantly flew out like a meteor and hit the ground hard on one side that had not yet sunk to the bottom of the sea. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. Garp and others looked down condescendingly, with sharp eyes and some regret at the same time. This time, if CP0 hadn't used that killer weapon to seriously injure Sia Chan, they really can't deal with Sia Chan, and they may even be dealt with in turn. They admired Sia Chan, but they would not show mercy because that would be an insult to Sia Chan. Ahem! A sound came from the smoke, and Sia Chan's injuries, which had just recovered a little, worsened, which made him feel helpless. It seems it's time to retreat strategically, leaving the green hills behind and not worrying about running out of firewood. From just now to now, he has bought Robin and the others enough time. If nothing else, they should have escaped. Then there is no need for him to continue spending time here. But before leaving, he has one more thing to do. Sia Chan's eyes were staring in a certain direction, and then his figure disappeared instantly. Haha, this untouchable. I asked him to provoke the great Saint Charlos. Now he knows how to write the word death, right? Charos had a long nose at this time, and the mucus came out and in every time he breathed in. It looked a little disgusting, but he was extremely happy at this time, because the villains who dared to challenge his authority just now have been killed. This is the fate of the celestial dragons who despised their noble people. Oomph. When they catch you, I want you to kneel in front of me and be my slave. Ha ha ha. Charos smiled arrogantly, but at this moment, a voice from behind made his back instantly wet with sweat. Really? I'm actually quite curious. How do you want me to be your slave? Charos turned his head stiffly, and what came into view was Sia Chan's sunny and handsome face, with a kind smile on his face. At least Sia Chan thinks so. But in Charles's view, Sia Chan's smile was more like the heartfelt smile of someone who was about to complete a performance. He indeed looked very happy, but he felt inexplicably terrified. Then he saw Sia Chan raising the stick high. At this moment, Charo's heart stopped, and yellow liquid flowed out of his lower body uncontrollably. In the face of huge fear, he fell into a sluggish state and did not even ask Sia Chan for mercy. At this time, the CP0 and others over there reacted, and they were confused as to how Sia Chan ran to Charos without them sensing anything. But now is obviously not the time for them to think about this. How to save Charos' life is the problem they have to face now. Of course, this is only a problem that CP0 and others have to face. Garp, Akiji, and others on the side are also watching their noses and their hearts at this time, as if the matter has nothing to do with them. You want them to save the celestial dragons? What a joke. Especially Garp. He now wishes Sia Chan could kill this Tianlong. He gets annoyed every time he sees this garbage. Demon King Sia Chan, what do you want to do? I advise you not to take action against St. Charlos. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. CP0 shouted in a stern voice, appearing extremely arrogant on the surface. But in his heart, he was actually very panicked. He felt that Sia Chan would most likely not be afraid of the consequences of killing a celestial dragon. But what if? And even if Sia Chan really dares to kill, he still has to fight for it. Whether it works or not is one thing, but whether you try it or not is another thing. Even if Charles is really killed by then, he can still say that he tried hard, but it was just useless. For his strength, the world government will not be too harsh on him, but in many cases, superficial skills are important. Although people often hate formalism, they have to abide by it. As expected, Sia Chan didn't even look at CP0 over there. Instead, he looked at Charles Ross in front of him with a trace of disgust in his eyes. These celestial dragons and pigs are really disgusting. Even though they are ugly, they're so prone to incontinence. He feels that by killing these celestial dragons, he is completely benefiting the world. If the world government knew something, it would be best to give him a banner. Without hesitation, Sia Chan slammed the stick down. Zilan, Charos and his mask went to the pure land of Western Heaven together, hoping that he could breathe his noble air there. Although it was stated that this was the result, it was still a bit hard for everyone to accept when it actually happened. Garp looked at Sia Chan with a somewhat complicated look. Although he said he hated the celestial dragons, he didn't dare to kill them. The most you can do is ignore them and have no contact with them, because once he takes action against them, it means becoming an enemy of the world government, and as a Marine, it is impossible for him to do such a thing. But if he were Sia Chan, he might do the same thing. Anyway, he has already fought to death with the world government, so what is there to be afraid of? Sia Chan turned his head to look at the people opposite him, with a smile on his lips. Everyone, I won't play with you anymore. Especially CP0, I have memorized your breath. Even if you are wearing a mask, I will recognize you next time I see you. So, at this point, Sia Chan paused, and then said with murderous intent, next time we meet, I will take your head off. After hearing this, the expression under the CP0 captain's mask looked as if he had eaten something. It was extremely ugly, and at the same time, a trace of fear arose in his heart. After this period of fighting with Sia Chan, he clearly knew that Sia Chan was far stronger than him. If Sia Chan really escaped this time, then if he meets Sia Chan again next time, it may be his death. Thinking of this, he felt completely bad. Sia Chan glanced at a few people again, and was about to summon somersault clouds to run away, but at this moment, he felt a feeling of heart palpitations. Sia Chan immediately turned around and waved the stick in his hand fiercely. I saw an attack similar to the one released by CP0 just now, blasting in front of Sia Chan. This attack was unstoppable even in Sia Chan's heyday, let alone now. After only holding on for a moment, Sia Chan flew out like a kite with its string broken, blood spurting out. Sia Chan now felt that his whole body was about to be shattered, and the pain everywhere penetrated deep into his bones. A conservative estimate is that all the bones in the body should be almost broken. Sia Chan really wanted to scold her at this moment. Are you so free? Everyone has a thing like this that can release a powerful conqueror's attack. Do you want to play like this? Sia Chen's body drew an arc in the air and then fell directly into the sea in the distance, causing countless waves to explode. At the same time, Sia Chen's consciousness began to slowly dissipate and finally fell silent. In fact, not only Sia Chen, but also Garp and others who saw this scene not far away were also shocked. They were also confused and didn't know what was happening. Looking in the direction of the attack, they saw a figure in a white suit slowly walking towards them. The costumes worn by CP0 and others are the same, but this person does not wear a mask on his face. Captain CP0 showed a hint of surprise when he saw this man's face and asked, "By Go, why are you here? And why do you also have a royal spear? Whose master does it belong to?" King Spear. After hearing this, the faces of Akiji and several others next to them showed strange expressions. Should I say that I am worthy of being a celestial dragon? Do I need to be named after the king? The man named by Gu came to stand in front of them and said calmly, "Because ZMO, you are such a waste. If I don't come, even if the Demon King has been seriously injured, you are sure you can keep him. As for the royal spear in my hand, it was given to me by Saint Nazho Lang, and he also sent me here to prevent this situation from happening." You, Captain CP0, also known as Z Shu, was a little angry when he heard this, but he couldn't refute anything, because he really doesn't have the confidence to keep Sia Chan. But can you blame him? The information given was not accurate. He clearly remembered that his evaluation of Sia Chan at that time was that he was suspected to have close to general-level combat power. But now he just wants to throw that report in the face of the person who made the review. What kind of bullshit report did you make? Come and see for yourself. Is it what you said? But there's no need to say this now. At least now, Sia Chan has been defeated by them, and then all they have to do is go to the sea and fish him out. At the same time, he also admired the foresight of those adults. No wonder they're the eldest brother, and they are the younger brothers. Look, the contrast is revealed. There's also a backup plan. Z Shu shook his head, and then organized people to go to the sea to find Sia Chun. You want to see people when you are alive, and you want to see corpses when you die. Are you trash? You can't even find anyone if you look for it? Z Shu cursed at some government officials in front of him. After saying that, he jumped into the sea. Fortunately, he is not a devil fruit user, otherwise he would not dare to do this. After some time, the purple rat slowly climbed up from the sea, his face extremely ugly. It's really gone. He clearly saw that Sia Chun fell at this place, but now he didn't even find Mao. Damn it, what went wrong? The purple mouse roared angrily. You must know that in order to catch Sia Chun, they used 2 royal guns this time, but in the end they actually told others that they were missing. How should he explain this to the 5 elders? Thinking of this, the purple mouse's face became more and more ugly, while the white pigeon on the side was pondering without changing his expression. After a while he said, "It seems that besides us there may be a third party here." After he used the king's gun to hit Sia Chun just now, he could clearly feel that Sia Chen's aura was as angry as a gossamer. Moreover, he is still a devil fruit user, so it is impossible for him to escape on his own, so there is only one explanation in the end. That means someone rescued Sia Chun in the dark. After figuring this out, Bai Ji's expression didn't change. He came here just to provide security, and he was not the main person responsible for the task. Now that Sia Chun escapes from the blame, he will definitely be carried by the purple rat. What does it have to do with his white pigeon? Then Bai Gu turned around and walked in a certain direction, and at the same time said to everyone without looking back, "Let's go." Sia Chun ran away, but his partners can't run away. Today, every one of the Straw Hat Pirates except Sia Chun will be captured by me and taken into the Impel Down city. When I came here, I came with the 6 lieutenant generals of Marine. They were fighting the Straw Hat Boys at the Cape just now. The battle should be almost over now. What? Hearing this, Garp's face instantly became extremely ugly. He looked at Beige and asked, "When did you bring Marine here? Why didn't I know?" Beige slowly turned around, looked at Garp with cold eyes, and said unceremoniously, "Lieutenant General Garp, please pay attention to your wording. This is an order from the government. When will the government notify you of anything it wants to do?" Hearing this, Garp's face became even more ugly. At this time, he was struggling in his heart. If Luffy was also caught, then his 2 grandsons would also be caught. Thinking of this, Garp suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did he come over to fight Sia Chan? If he didn't participate, would it be possible for Sia Chan to go back and save them? Garp kept blaming himself on the spot. The purple rat and the white dove were slowly walking towards the cape. Akiji stood there and looked at the expression on Garp's face. I couldn't help but sigh. He knows the relationship between Luffy and Garp, so he also understands how Garp feels in his heart right now. But they are Marine, not to mention that the world government is now involved in this incident. If they're the only ones in Marine who can let it go, find a reason to let them go. But it was obvious that he couldn't do this now. Akiji was silent for a while, and then walked in the direction of Purple Rat and the others. He didn't know how to comfort Garp, but he will try his best to save Luffy's life. Even if he is caught and Impel Down, it will be fine, as long as he is alive. Garp stood there with his head lowered, his eyes dim, wondering what he was thinking. I don't know how long it took. Sia Chan opened his eyes with great effort, and what he saw was a simply decorated house. Looking at this scene, Sia Chan murmured in a low voice in a daze, "Where is? You're awake." A voice came from the side, causing Sia Chan's slightly confused mind to wake up instantly. He turned his head to look at the source of the voice, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Dragon. That's right, the person who appeared in front of Sia Chan was his uncle, Long, whom he had met once in Rogtown. In an instant, Sia Chan wanted to understand a lot of things. Then he looked at the heavy gauze wrapped around his body and asked, "Did you save me?" "That's right." Long nodded. "When you were fighting CP0 that day, I and some other members of the organization were watching from a distance. When I see you falling into the sea, call our people to rescue you before CP0. That day, Sia Chan keenly grasped the information in Long's words, and then asked hurriedly, "How many days has passed? Where are Luffy and the others? How are they?" Sia Chan knew very well that once he was away, when facing those CP0s, the chance of escaping with Luffy's strength was extremely small. He had originally decided to use somersault clouds to carry the whole crew away, but Chung Yaojin had no choice but to kill him halfway, causing him to overturn. So he is not optimistic about Luffy's situation now. What Long said next also verified Sia Chen's conjecture. It has been 3 full days since you were unconscious and Luffy and the others caught into Impel Down City, Long said with an ugly face, then took out a stack of newspapers from the table beside and handed it to Sia Chan. Sia Chan took it and saw that it was written about Luffy and the others. The Straw Hat Boys have all been killed. 8 of them have been captured to Impel Down City, and Demon King Sia Chan has been killed. Sia Chan looked at the newspaper in front of him with a faint look, then turned to look at Long, stared into his eyes, and asked, "Since you were there at the time, why didn't you save Luffy and the others?" "I can't do it." Long shook his head. "The government and Marine have sent out too many strong men. My strength is not enough to save them from so many strong men." Upon hearing this, Sia Chan took a deep look at Long and said nothing. Sometimes he felt that such a family in Luffy's stall was actually quite miserable. If Garp hadn't told him, he wouldn't even know who his father was. Not to mention getting along with his father, Sia Chan felt that they were more like strangers who were related by blood. His father, grandfather, and the 2 people closest to Luffy all watched helplessly as he was captured and taken to Impel Down. Sia Chan actually didn't say just now that you didn't even try, so why do you know it won't work? Moreover, even if it is really impossible, you should still save your son when you see him being captured and taken into Impel Down before your eyes, right? Sia Chan really didn't know what Long was worried about. Was it really for the sake of the so-called overall situation? Stop joking. With the current structure of the world, the power of world government is simply not something that a revolutionary army can resist. At least this is the combat power displayed so far. So Sia Chan still hasn't seen the role of revolutionary troops like Long. And to be honest, Sia Chan didn't think the people in the Revolutionary Army would be any better. Now they're in the common class, so they speak for the common people. But what if they were in the ruling class? Would this be like this? Just like Sia Chan said before, if the world government didn't take action against him, he really didn't want to take care of it. But now that the world government has taken action against him first, there is no need for him to be patient any longer. Shaking his head, Sia Chan exhaled a breath of turbid air, sinking his mind into his own body, feeling his physical condition. Next, there will be a big move. On the Great Line, Baldigo, the White Earth Island, a group of revolutionary troops stared blankly at Sia Chan, who was showing off the meat mountain in front of them, and couldn't help but swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Is this a strong person? I don't know how much more I eat than them. After some time, hiccup, Sia Chan burped with satisfaction, looked at Long, and said, "Do you have a location to advance to the city?" "Yes. I'm also thinking about how to go in and save people." After hearing this, Sia Chan glanced at him and nodded imperceptibly. "You, an old boy, still have some conscience. Although you didn't save anyone at the time, at least you are still thinking about how to save Luffy and the others now. I'll go alone. You just need to tell me where the city is," Sia Chan said lightly, and then stood up slowly. "But your injury." Before Long finished speaking, he saw Sia Chan tearing off the bandage on his body. #degree. "Hey, what are you doing? Do you know how badly you were injured?" A man dressed as a doctor in the crowd said, dissatisfied. He was clearly aware of the exaggerated injuries on the man in front of him when he was brought here. To be honest, in all his years of medical practice, this was the first time he had seen someone survive such an injury. A normal person would have died 800 times. But what surprised him even more was that during the process of treating him, he discovered that Sia Chan's body was actually repairing itself. At that time, he was almost so surprised that he could stuff an egg into his mouth. In the end, it can only be attributed to the saying that strong people are like this. But even so, he didn't think Sia Chan's injuries would allow him to move freely, let alone fight. But oftentimes common sense is meant to be broken. At this moment, the revolutionary troops present were just like Luffy and others last time. They were all dumbfounded as they looked at Sia Chan's body that was healing at a rapid speed. After a while, feeling his body without any injuries, Sia Chan raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Now that your body has recovered, it's time to get down to business." Sia Chan turned to look at Long, who was still a little sluggish, and asked, "Do you have any way to contact Ivankov and the others in the Impel City?" As soon as Sia Chan said this, one of the men with short, wavy golden hair and a scar on his left, I stared at him and asked, "Why do you know this? Could it be?" As he spoke, Sabo looked at Long. In his opinion, the only way Sia Chan could know the news was because Long told him. Little did they know that Long was also confused at this time. He first shook his head at Sabo, then looked at Sia Chan with the same probing gaze and asked, "Indeed, why do you know this? I don't care how I knew about you. So do you have any way to contact him?" Sia Chan replied calmly. With his current strength, he no longer had to find a reason for such questions like when he first saw the dragon. Now, strength is his greatest confidence. No matter how he knew it, he just knew it. He remembered the favor that the Revolutionary Army had done to save him this time. When the time comes, he will help them achieve their ultimate goal and kill the world government as the best way to thank them. Seeing the indifferent expression on Sia Chan's face, Long took a deep look at him and finally said nothing. Instead, he took out a strange-looking phone bug from his pocket. "You can contact Ivankov and the others through this phone bug," Sia Chan said. "Go and ask them if they can get some information and find out where Luffy and the others are being held. It will be much easier to move by then. Otherwise, we will be in trouble if we wait too long for marine support to arrive." "Okay." After saying that, Long walked to the house and made a phone call. Sia Chan didn't say anything about Long's behavior of avoiding him. After all, this is someone else's secret, although Sia Chan may know everything. Shaking his head, Sia Chan turned his attention to Sabo. At this time, he looked at Sia Chan with a hint of evil in his eyes. He didn't know why Sia Chan knew the information that was only known within his revolutionary army. And the most important thing was that the leader didn't force him to find out the source of the information. He didn't understand why Long would do this, but this did not prevent him from having a hint of hostility towards Sia Chan. Sabo was even thinking of finding an opportunity to force a confession from Sia Chan without Long's knowledge. He did not allow anything beyond his control to threaten the safety of their revolutionary army. As a man who had lost his memory and grew up here, he had long regarded this place as his home. Unstable factors like Sia Chan are what he fears the most. If the source of this news was not found, everyone might know the secrets of their revolutionary army by then, and even knowing such secrets as Impel Down City, he could not guarantee how much information the other party knew about them. Sia Chan looked at Sabo in front of him and felt a hint of hostility from him. He understood why Sabo was like this, so he didn't mean to be angry. Instead, he said calmly, "Do you remember Luffy and Ace?" "Luffy? Ace?" Sabo was startled when he heard Sia Chan's words, and then suddenly felt a little pain in his head, as if something was about to wake him up. "Sob, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Sabo covering his head, Kara hurriedly helped him and asked, "It's nothing, I just feel a little headache suddenly." Sabo shook his head and said, then looked at Sia Chan. "Luffy, Ace, these two names are very familiar to me, but I just can't remember them. I feel like they are related to my missing memories from the past. Do you know my past?" Sabo's eyes sparkled with a desire for knowledge. "Yes." Sia Chan nodded and continued. "You used to be very good brothers with Luffy and Ace, but you lost your memory because you were bombarded when you were a child. Luffy and Ace both thought you were dead." Then, Sia Chan told Sabo everything he knew about the three brothers' childhood. After listening to this, a wave of memories flooded into Sabo's mind, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. The previous memories in his mind flashed one by one like a slide, and at the same time, he let out a painful roar. Curl on the side looked at this scene with great distress, and even yelled at Sia Chan, "Why did you tell him about his childhood memories? Sabo is very happy to have us now, and he is very resistant to returning to his parents. What will happen even if he finds out?" Sia Chan turned around and glanced at her. The moment she met Sia Chan's eyes, she felt as if she was being stared at by some wild beast, and a sense of fear arose in her heart. Unconsciously, my clothes were soaked with sweat. Sia Chan's eyes came and went quickly. For such a person who had nothing to do with him, Sia Chan didn't bother to pay attention to her, but continued to look at Sabo. After a while, Sabo slowly got up from the ground, looked at Sia Chan, and said, "Thank you. I remembered everything." "Yeah." Sia Chan nodded. He had no other meaning in telling Sabo these things. He just wanted him to think of them in advance, so that he wouldn't have to wait until Ace died to be stimulated like in the original work. "So, what are your options? Should you wait here for news, or come with me to rescue people?" Sia Chan suddenly changed his mind now. He thought it would be good to ask Sabo to rescue people, and he wanted to let their brothers meet him. "Of course I'm going with you." Sabo did not hesitate and said decisively. It would be fine if he didn't remember Luffy and Ace, but now that he did, he couldn't just watch his brothers suffer in prison and remain indifferent. "Okay, in that case, we will go rescue people together later." "I want to go too," Kara said hurriedly, and in an instant, the surrounding revolutionary troops all became commotion. They all shouted that they wanted to go too. Seeing the reactions of the people around him, Sabo was very moved and said, "Thank you, but I can't let you take risks with me. Luffy and the others are my brothers, so I must save them. But you are different. I don't want to put you in danger because of my personal affairs." "What are you talking about, Sabo? What's your business? Your brother is our brother. What are you talking about?" Several revolutionary soldiers looked at Sabo dissatisfied and said, "That's right. Your business is our business, and we will definitely accompany you to rescue your brother," Kurla said firmly. For a moment, Sabo didn't know what to say. He was extremely moved, and his eyes were a little moist without realizing it. But at this time, a rude voice interrupted them directly, destroying the atmosphere at this time. "Why are you all yelling here? Do you think the more people, the better? Don't you know that the more people, the greater the chance of exposure?" Sia Chan said angrily. Sia Chan didn't want these people to go with him. Wouldn't that just cause trouble for him? There will definitely be a fierce battle after rescuing Luffy and the others, and he has no intention of taking care of these people. Don't wait. You were originally going to save someone, but ended up getting caught instead. Thinking of this, Sia Chan felt that he had to dispel their thoughts again, so he continued. Your strength is too weak. If you go there, you will only be holding back. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of several people around him looked at Sia Chan with evil intentions. One of them, who looked like a crow, said, Demon King Sia Chan, I know you have a bounty of 2 billion, but this is no reason for you to despise us. That's right, you can't underestimate the strength of our revolutionary army. If you're not convinced, you could try it out. Another woman with a hot figure, purple hair, and a cigarette in her mouth also looked at Sia Chan and said lightly, Really? Then I would like to see it. Sia Chan's eyes narrowed slightly, and in the next second, an extremely powerful conqueror's domineering energy came out of his body, crushing everyone hard. Thick black and red lightning flashed around, and the impact of the momentum caused the people around him to be caught off guard and take several steps back. Feeling the oppression coming from Sia Chan, everyone looked horrified. At this time, Sia Chan released conquerors unscrupulously, feeling an inexplicable excitement in his heart. After he woke up, he found that his conqueror's haki had reached its peak level, and his intensity had risen to another level. So now, although I want to make these people quit in this way, I also want to test my own conqueror's strength. Sia Chan was quite satisfied with the test results, but he found that it was not enough to cause physical damage, nor could he control the body of a general through the released conquerors from an unknown distance. Yeah, Sia Chan nodded. He had no other meaning in telling Sabo these things. He just wanted him to think of them in advance, so that he wouldn't have to wait until Ace died to be stimulated like in the original work. So, what are your options? Should you wait here for news, or come with me to rescue people? Sia Chan suddenly changed his mind now. He thought it would be good to ask Sabo to rescue people, and he wanted to let their brothers meet him. Of course I'm going with you. Sabo did not hesitate and said decisively. It would be fine if he didn't remember Luffy and Ace, but now that he did, he couldn't just watch his brothers suffer in prison and remain indifferent. Okay, in that case, we will go rescue people together later. I want to go too, Kara said hurriedly, and in an instant, the surrounding revolutionary troops all became commotion. They all shouted that they wanted to go too. Seeing the reactions of the people around him, Sabo was very moved and said, Thank you, but I can't let you take risks with me. Luffy and the others are my brothers, so I must save them. But you are different. I don't want to put you in danger because of my personal affairs. What are you talking about, Sabo? What's your business? Your brother is our brother. What are you talking about? Several revolutionary soldiers looked at Sabo dissatisfied and said, That's right. Your business is our business, and we will definitely accompany you to rescue your brother. Kurlis said firmly. Everyone. For a moment, Sabo didn't know what to say. He was extremely moved, and his eyes were a little moist without realizing it. But at this time, a rude voice interrupted them directly, destroying the atmosphere at this time. Why are you all yelling here? Do you think the more people, the better? Don't you know that the more people, the greater the chance of exposure? Sia Chan said angrily. Sia Chan didn't want these people to go with him. Wouldn't that just cause trouble for him? There will definitely be a fierce battle after rescuing Luffy and the others, and he has no intention of taking care of these people. Don't wait. You were originally going to save someone, but ended up getting caught instead. Thinking of this, Sia Chan felt that he had to dispel their thoughts again, so he continued. Your strength is too weak. If you go there, you will only be holding back. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of several people around him looked at Sia Chan with evil intentions. One of them, who looked like a crow, said, Demon King Sia Chan, I know you have a bounty of 2 billion, but this is no reason for you to despise us. That's right, you can't underestimate the strength of our revolutionary army. If you're not convinced, you could try it out. Another woman with a hot figure, purple hair, and a cigarette in her mouth also looked at Sia Chan and said lightly, Really? Then I would like to see it. Sia Chan's eyes narrowed slightly, and in the next second, an extremely powerful conqueror's domineering energy came out of his body, crushing everyone hard. Thick black and red lightning flashed around, and the impact of the momentum caused the people around him to be caught off guard and take several steps back. Feeling the oppression coming from Sia Chan, everyone looked horrified. At this time, Sia Chan released conquerors unscrupulously, feeling an inexplicable excitement in his heart. After he woke up, he found that his conqueror's haki had reached its peak level, and his intensity had risen to another level. So now, although I want to make these people quit in this way, I also want to test my own conqueror's strength. Sia Chan was quite satisfied with the test results, but he found that it was not enough to cause physical damage, nor could he control the body of a general through the released conquerors from an unknown distance. It seems there is still a bit of a gap between him and the red-haired one, Sia Chan murmured in a low voice. At this moment, an equally powerful conquerors emitted from the room, competing with Sia Chan's conquerors. Long slowly walked out of the room, stared at Sia Chan, and said, "Sia Chan, don't release conquerors here casually." Feeling the intensity of Dragon Conqueror's domineering force, Sia Chan narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that Dragon's conquerors had also reached the top level. While thinking, Sia Chan slowly took back the conquerors on his body, looked at Long calmly, and said, "I just gave up their idea of going to Impel City." "Huh? What do you mean?" Long was stunned for a moment, and then asked Kurla about the situation. After a while, he turned to look at the captains under him and said, "You are indeed not strong enough, so you can't go." "But Chief, I said I couldn't go." Kurla was interrupted by the dragon before she could finish her words. Then he looked at Sabo with his eyes, and after being silent for a while, he said, "Be safe." He will not stop Sabo from saving Luffy and the others, let alone stop him. His original idea was actually to wait for Sia Chan to get better and then go rescue people with him. As Sia Chan said, more people will easily expose the target. Moreover, he used to be a Marine, and he has an incomparable understanding of Impel Down City. He clearly knows that it is not easy to rescue people from that place. He can go in by himself, but this group of people cannot go in with him. After shaking off the thoughts in his mind, Long looked at Sia Chan with wonder in his eyes. How long had it been since he and Sia Chan last met in Rogtown? Unknowingly, Sia Chan had grown to this point. He still remembered that when he fought with Sia Chan, he could defeat Sia Chan without much effort, but now he has no such confidence at all. After another period of silence, Long finally got down to business. 4 of Luffy's group are imprisoned on the 6th underground floor, and the other 4 are imprisoned on the 5th underground floor. Sia Chan couldn't help but frown when he heard the news. It doesn't make sense. To be honest, it's not that Sia Chan looks down on Luffy and the others. The problem is that there is really no reason for them to be locked up at such a low level. You must know that these 2 floors are the 2 deepest floors of the Impel Down City, especially the 6th floor, where the prisoners there are at the lowest level with a bounty of over 100 million. Unexpectedly, there are 4 lucky people on their ship being imprisoned there. What should he say? But that's fine. If they gather together a little more, it will be easier for Sia Chan to save them, but they don't know if Ace is still there. Because in addition to the news that Luffy and others were captured, the newspaper at that time also had news that Ace would be executed at the Marine headquarters. And the time is tomorrow. Therefore, there is not much time left for them. Sabo, just wait outside to pick us up. I'll go rescue them. Sia Chan looked at Sabo on the side and said, at this time, they are in the world's largest prison, Impel Down City. After knowing the location of Impel City, Sia Chan used Somersault Cloud to get here in a short time, which surprised Sabo for a while. Can you do it alone? Sabo asked a little worriedly. Don't worry, I have a way not to alarm them. Sia Chan smiled mysteriously, and then turned into a mosquito in Sabo's stunned expression. #degree. What is this? It's just a small trick, Sia Chan, who turned into a mosquito, said lightly. There's a saying that fighting is indeed the best way to improve his strength. It not only allowed him to master the top conqueror's haki, but also allowed him to develop more fruits. Then I mastered this art of change. Although it is not a combat method, It is very powerful in terms of practicality. You must know that Brother Monkey has deceived countless people with this trick. The effect of his spell is actually similar to Phone Clay's fruit ability, but is more powerful than him. After all, his can only change humans, while Sia Chan can not only change people but also mosquitoes, houses. However, this transformation technique is not Brother Monkey's 72 transformations. The 72 transformations do not refer to the ability to change various objects. There is no equal sign between the two. Closer to home, with this ability, Sia Chan's chances of infiltrating will be much greater, and it will be easier to carry out actions. Otherwise, although Sia Chan was confident that he could rescue them through a frontal attack, it would be much more difficult. Moreover, it would be troublesome to alert the Marine headquarters by then, so Sia Chan still planned to go to the 6th underground floor first, and then come back to turn the place upside down. Create chaos so they can escape. Just do what he said. Sia Chan explained to Sabo again, and then flew towards the Impel City. Push into a certain room in the city. A blonde woman with a good figure and a beautiful face said to a huge man with wings like wings on her back. Warden General Akiji said a few days ago, when he brought the Straw Hat Boys over, that their partner Demon King Sia Chan would probably come to rob the prison. Do we really not need to make any preparations? You must know that at that time, he was a man who could face 4 general-level combat forces alone without falling behind. Although there was intelligence at the time that he was seriously injured, his body was not seen. The death reported in the report is just the inference of the world government. If he really comes, Domino, the woman was interrupted by the tall man before she could finish her words. Then he said, "What are you worried about? Don't you know exactly where this place is?" The tall man slowly stood up and said with a majestic expression, "This is the largest prison in the world. How difficult is it to escape from here? In this prison, which is famous for its iron walls, there has never been an intruder since it was built. I don't believe he dares to come here. And even if he does come, as long as I am here, I will not let any criminal escape from here." Magellan's eyes were cold, and his whole body exuded an indescribable domineering force. If that Demon King Sia Chan really dares to come, the final result will be just one more person imprisoned on the 6th floor. "I understand," Domino replied. "Then if there's nothing else, I'll go out first." After saying that, Domino walked outside. Magellan's eyes were dark, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, he murmured, "Devil King Sia Chan, I want to see if you have the guts to rob the prison." And, as if he thought of something, Magellan had a smile on his face. "Even if you have the ability to reach the sky, you still can't rescue all your friends." On the other side, Sia Chan, who turned into a mosquito and entered the Impel City, has arrived at Crimson Hell on the underground floor. Then here he met someone he didn't expect. "Yo, Buggy, how'd you get caught in here?" Buggy, who was wearing a prison uniform and lying on the ground board, suddenly jumped up from where he was when he heard the sound. Hoo-hoo! Buggy shrank to the corner, taking a defensive posture. The frightened expression on his face and the trembling feet proved that he was not calm at the moment. "It's me," Sia Chun said calmly, and then transformed from a mosquito back into a human form. #degree. The moment he saw Sia Chun, Buggy immediately burst out with the loudest scream in his life, but the sound only lasted a few tenths of a second before being blocked by something. Buggy subconsciously took a bite of the thing in his mouth. ******. This is... Buggy took the thing out of his mouth and felt the comfort coming from his taste buds and couldn't help but shed tears. Thank you. I haven't eaten meat and I don't know how long it's been." Buggy was crying, talking, and eating the meat in his mouth, his face full of enjoyment. Seeing Buggy devouring his food, Xiaochen couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Is the food in this city so bad? Look how hungry this kid is. After finishing the meat in his hand, Buggy looked at Xiaochen and asked in a low voice, "Why are you here?" He was just too surprised for a moment and couldn't control his voice, but that won't happen now. Luffy and the others were captured here, and I'm here to save them. How did you get in? Xiaochen looked at Buggy with interest. He wanted to see if the reason why Buggy came in was the same as in the original work. The Straw Hat Boy came in too. Ha ha! I knew that this kid would be caught one day if he was so arrogant. Although Lousy is also a prisoner now, that doesn't stop me from laughing at him. As for how I got in, forget it. I can only blame Lousy for his bad luck. He was just looking for a treasure, but he accidentally found a marine base. Buggy was a little angry when talking about this. In the end, it can only be attributed to the fact that he didn't read the almanac when he was looking for treasures. If he could go out, he would definitely take a bath first, and then burn incense when looking for treasures in the future, etc. He can get out. Buggy seemed to have thought of something and looked at Sia Chan with bright eyes, which was the light of hope. Buggy immediately approached Sia Chan and said with a flattering look on his face, "Well, Sia Chan, since you're here to save them, why don't you save me too? As long as you rescue me, you will be my living father from now on, and I will be your most loyal godson. If you ask me to go east, I will never go west." Sia Chan. I can only say that he is indeed a Buggy god tier. With his ability to bend and stretch, he deserves to be one of the 4 emperors. After pondering for a while, Sia Chan said calmly, "I can save you, but you also have to do me a favor. Can you agree?" Upon hearing this, Buggy's eyes lit up instantly, and he asked hurriedly, "What's the deal?" "I will create a commotion when I go down to the 5th underground floor. Then you go and release all the prisoners on the upper floors. The more chaos there is, the easier it will be for us to escape. You must know this very well. Even if I release you now, you won't be able to get out without some external assistance." "Yeah, got it." Buggy nodded thoughtfully. Of course he knew this. It would be troublesome to escape from here just relying on the words of a few of them. But if all the prisoners here were released, then how do I know when you're causing a scene? Buggy asked curiously, knowing how far the distance between the 5th underground floor and the 1st underground floor is. Normally, even if the 5th floor is removed and the 1st floor is removed, nothing will be known. You will know when the time comes. Sia Chan said with a smile. "Okay, let me help you unlock these handcuffs first." After saying that, Sia Chan put his hand on Buggy's handcuffs, narrowed his eyes, and then the handcuffs turned into pieces in Buggy's disbelieving eyes. You. For a moment, Buggy didn't know what to say. These were seafloor stone handcuffs. They were harder than steel. And, in his opinion, isn't Sia Chan a devil fruit user? Why can he directly touch the sea tower stone? It's no big deal. But in the blink of an eye, Buggy put all these unreasonable things behind his mind. Looking at his liberated hands, Buggy couldn't help but burst into tears. If it weren't for the wrong location, he would have sang loudly. After reacting, Buggy looked at Sia Chan with fear in his eyes. Although he said he was not strong enough, he still had knowledge. Being able to do this with bare hands shows that you have cultivated armed color to an extremely advanced level. Fortunately, they are not enemies now, but friendly forces. Then Sia Chan walked to the edge of the cell again, covered the 2 bars with his hands, and then withdrew his hands. Looking at Buggy, he said calmly, "I have already destroyed the inside of these 2 fences. After I make some noise, you only need to touch them casually, and they will break. However, if you are exposed and caught after you go out early, I will not come to rescue you again. So you understand, right?" "Understand." Buggy nodded wildly like a chicken pecking at rice. As he said before, he is very self-aware of himself, so this has also developed his cautious character. Of course, he wouldn't just run outside without anything happening. He couldn't beat the jailer here, so why don't he go out as a reward? "Okay, since you understand everything, I won't say any more. Remember what you promised me. I'll leave first." After the words fell, Sia Chan turned into a mosquito again and flew outside. #degree. Even though it was the second time he saw this situation, Buggy was still frightened. He didn't notice the mosquitoes, so Sia Chan suddenly appeared and then disappeared in his sight. Too old, he encountered a supernatural event. After some time, after Sia Chan Fei didn't know how long, he finally arrived at the 5th underground floor of Impel City. Freezing hell. Recalling the information he got from the dragon, Sia Chan took a corrective direction and continued flying towards a certain place. After a while, Sia Chan sensed a familiar scent. An anthropomorphic smile appeared on the mosquito's face, and it flew towards a certain cage. At the same time, in a certain cage here. Usopp, when do you think Sia Chan will come to save us? A tanuki said weakly to a man with a long nose. I don't know. He may be recuperating somewhere. He will definitely come to save us when he recovers. Usopp said with certainty. That's right, and it won't take long. Sia Chan will definitely come over. I don't believe a word that those people from world government said that Sia Chan was dead. How could they kill Sia Chan? But it is true that Sia Chan should have been seriously injured by them. But Sia Chan can definitely run away. Nami on the other side also said firmly. Everyone here thinks so. This is not blind confidence, but the sense of security that Sia Chan brings to them after getting along with him for a long time. So even though several people are in prison now, they are not panicking at all. That's right. Mr. Sia Chan can definitely do it. He is such a powerful person. Brook on the side also agreed. Ever since he saw Sia Chan's strength at Thriller Bark, he had great confidence in Sia Chan. Usopp added, but what are these Marines so crazy about that they sent out so many troops to catch us? It's terrifying to think about the scene when we were surrounded by more than a dozen warships as soon as we returned. And the people who came to arrest us were all well-known Marine generals. How can we be so virtuous and capable? Usopp was a little angry when he said this. He is just a little Karami with a bounty of tens of millions. Should he think so highly of him? But we're doing well. Sia Chan is facing several general-level combatants at the same time. He can run away like this. It seems that next time I will have to ask him for advice on escape techniques. Usopp couldn't help but sigh. Really? You can study if you want, but you have to pay tuition. A voice came, which made the four people sitting on the ground suddenly excited, and then stood up excitedly at the same time. Then they saw Sia Chan's figure suddenly appear in front of them. Sia Chan. Several people shouted excitedly. Sia Chan glanced at everyone, showed a smile, and said, I'm here, everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow rushed into Sia Chan's arms. Nami raised her head and looked at Sia Chan happily. I knew you would come. That will definitely come. Sia Chan smiled and nodded. Sia Chan took a look at several people and found that they all had more or less injuries on their bodies. So he couldn't help but ask, how are your injuries? It's no problem. They were all left over from the battle with those Marines that day. If it weren't for the Sea Tower Stone that restricts my ability with the ability of the White Tiger Fruit, I would have almost recovered a long time ago. Usopp cursed. Ever since he ate the White Tiger Fruit, he could feel that his physique was improving every day, and he just wanted to show off his abilities in the next battle. As a result, such a heavyweight opponent was arranged for him for the first time, so that he couldn't even pretend to be cool. Hearing Usopp's complaints, Sia Chan's lips couldn't help but raise slightly. Then he looked at a few people and said, Don't worry, I will help you get these Sea Tower Stones now. Next, Sia Chan followed the same pattern and broke all the Sea Story Stone handcuffs on everyone's hands. It feels so comfortable without the Sea Floor Stone. Usopp moved his wrist and said, and several others nodded in agreement. They're all capable people, and it is really uncomfortable to encounter something like Hailu Stone. Then we're going to rescue Luffy and the others and make a big fuss here. Sia Chan said calmly, since world government and Marine think so highly of him and insist on arresting them, he doesn't mind causing them some trouble. Then Sia Chan turned to look at the four of them and said, You guys wait and release all the prisoners in this prison. I'll go to the 6th underground floor to rescue Luffy and the others. Okay, several people nodded. In this case, let's take action. First, let me send the big ones here. After saying that, Sia Chan easily broke the Sea Tower Stone in the cell and walked out. As soon as he thought, a clone appeared on his left side. He was going to penetrate this place so that they could escape later. Sia Chan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his aura continued to surge. This sudden and powerful aura also alarmed the prisoners around him. One by one, they ran to the door, and their faces showed joy when they saw Sia Chan standing outside. Hey, boy, come here quickly and let Lousy go, or if Lousy goes out, he'll twist your head off. Seeing that Sia Chan was so young, one of the pirates threatened fiercely. "That's right, kid. Let us out quickly. For the sake of saving Lousy, Lousy will be merciful and let you join my pirate group." The pirates around were either threatening or offering inducements. In short, they just wanted Sia Chan to let them out. "You are noisy." The moment he finished speaking, an extremely powerful conqueror was released from his body, crushing the surrounding prisoners fiercely. All of a sudden, these prisoners felt great pressure coming from their bodies, making their breathing difficult. Some of the weaker ones have even fainted. This is what is strength of conqueror's hockey," a pirate said with horror on his face. The pirates who could be imprisoned here are basically all pirates with good strength, and naturally they are not weak in knowledge. Of course they can recognize what this is, but the problem is that they have never seen such a powerful conquerors. In an instant, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Sia Chan. There was fear and a trace of fear in their eyes, and they no longer dared to look down upon him. The pirate who screamed the most fiercely at the beginning shrank down to nowhere, and no one could be seen. After a while, a pirate spoke to Sia Chan, but this time his tone was completely different from before. "Well, sir, could you please let us out? I don't mean anything else. I just want to share some firepower with you. I know you may not need it, but I just want to help you." As soon as he said this, all the pirates around him stared at him in shock. He looked like he had just met him. How come they didn't know this kid had this side before? But they won't do this. Even if Sia Chan is strong, they won't do such a licking thing. They have dignity. Even Sia Chan felt a little interesting looking at him at this moment. This face-changing technique couldn't help but remind him of the national quintessence of his previous life. Thinking of this, Sia Chan looked at him and said lightly, "Stay away." Then he picked up the stick and swung an attack towards the cage where he was. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the cage holding the pirate was deformed under Sia Chan's attack, tearing a hole through which he could easily come out. Seeing this situation, the pirate ran out without any hesitation. The moment I came out, a long-lost breath of freedom hit my face. Although he is still handcuffed, he has not yet escaped from the Impel City. He has simply escaped from the cell. But that doesn't stop him from being so happy. God knows how many years he has been here. He himself is a little blurry. When the other pirates around saw this scene, their eyes turned red with envy, and then they paid a series of compliments to Sia Chan. I don't even remember that not long ago they said very adamantly that they would never do this, mainly because seeing this pirate's behavior after going out resonated with them, and their desire for freedom suddenly rose to the highest point. For them at this time, freedom is the most important thing. Dignity? How much is it worth? But this time, no matter what they said, Sia Chan didn't go to help them. Nami and the others would release these prisoners later, and he didn't have time to release them one by one. I only released this one because I thought it was interesting, so I just gave him a chance. Now he's going to get down to business. Sia Chan raised his head and looked upward, and then the two Sia Chans clenched the sticks at the same time, staring at the ceiling, and their momentum continued to rise. Feeling Sia Chan's growing aura, the surrounding pirates couldn't help but stop making noise. They had an inexplicable premonition that they would see something that would shock them for life. And the scene that happened next indeed proved that their hunch was right, and even years later they were still full of passion when telling their grandchildren what they saw today. I saw the two Sia Chans suddenly swinging out the sticks in their hands when they had accumulated their strength to a certain extent. Suddenly, an extremely powerful attack wave shot straight into the sky, and at the same time, a sound also reached their ears. Hegemony! Countless black and red lightnings filled freezing hell, and everyone could feel the huge energy contained in that attack wave. Just the aftermath of the move made the entire 5th underground floor start to shake. And when this attack hit the ceiling, these hard ceilings were like tofu, shattered by this attack. Countless gravel fell down, and such a huge movement finally caused the entire Impel City to shake slightly. Especially those on the 4th underground floor felt it particularly violently. At this time, Magellan, who was in the warden's office on the 4th underground floor, naturally felt the violent vibration and had a bad premonition in his heart. He hurriedly ran outside to take a look, and this sight made Magellan, the warden who had seen strong winds and waves, feel his heart beat violently. He saw in the distance where he could see a crimson attack wave rising straight into the sky from bottom to top, shattering the ceiling above layer by layer. The aura contained in that attack wave made him, the warden, feel extremely palpitated. After being stunned for a moment, Magellan hurriedly ran towards the place where the attack wave appeared. In this situation, he knew but that there was a big problem. On the other side, Buggy, who was on the underground floor, was leisurely waiting for Sia Chan's so-called commotion. Now that he was half free, he felt extremely relaxed and couldn't help but think about his life after being released from prison. At this moment, he also felt a violent vibration. After feeling it carefully, Buggy couldn't help but look down. It seemed it was coming from below. Boom! Just when Buggy was confused, not far in front of him, the floor was instantly broken through, and then he also saw the terrifying attack wave. After a while, when the noise subsided, Buggy walked to the cage sluggishly and looked up. Then the pupils suddenly contracted violently, because he saw the blue sky and white clouds outside. Impel Down, punctured. Buggy now understands why Sia Chan just said that he would know when there is a commotion. It's strange that some people don't know about this news right now. Looking at the sky above, Buggy suddenly had an idea. He might be able to... On the other side, freezing hell. Sia Chan looked up and looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He is very satisfied with this overwhelming power. Speaking of which, this is also thanks to the previous battle. Sia Chan originally had a high level of understanding of Baha'i, and Sia Chan has used this skill many times since he got it. Finally, after using it many times, he discovered a new way to use it, and hegemony was born. The new overlord is more powerful and has a larger range than the original overlord. The main thing is Bashir has a locking function. When using Bashir, Sia Chan used a lot of Conqueror's Haki, plus some skills from the previous body-holding technique. Sia Chan has developed a locking function, which means that once Sia Chan's move is aimed at the enemy can only meet his move head-on. Unless the enemy's Conqueror's Haki is at least one level stronger than his, they won't be able to escape the lock of his move. After taking another look at his masterpiece, Sia Chan ran directly towards the eternal hell on the 6th underground floor without hesitation. This move must have been felt by the entire Impel City, so if nothing unexpected happens, Magellan and the others will definitely come for him, and maybe even General Marine will come to support him later. So it's time to make a quick decision now. And the fact is exactly as Sia Chan guessed. When Magellan came to the hole in the ground, he was stunned when he looked at the passage that almost ran through the entire propulsion city. But immediately his expression became extremely ugly. He looked down and said gloomily, "I don't care who you are. Since you decided to cause trouble in Impel Down City, be prepared to stay here." Then Magellan ran upwards. Although he was very confident in his own strength, he also understood that he would most likely not be the opponent of this troublemaker. So, he wants to bring in reinforcements. What's more, you have to go to the upper floors to seal those potholes with his venom, so you can catch turtles in a jar. Otherwise, if these pirates are allowed to escape, they will be in big trouble. You must know that many prisoners here have the ability to fly. If the hole is not sealed, they will be able to escape as soon as the time comes. Thinking like this, Magellan immediately took out a telephone bug from his pocket and dialed. "Bulu Bulu, Moses, this is Marine Headquarters. What can I do? I am Magellan, the warden of Impel Down City. There are invaders in Impel Down City. Their strength is estimated to be very strong. Please send reinforcement from the headquarters quickly, at least one general." No, two. Magellan quickly changed his words as soon as he finished speaking. Thinking of the power of the attack wave, he felt that one general plus him was not safe enough. At least two were needed. On the other side, Sia Chan finally arrived at the last level of the Impel City, Eternal Hell. The criminals imprisoned are all monster pirates who were so vicious that they were erased from history. The prisoners on this floor are all near legendary figures, and their fate is either the death penalty or life imprisonment. And ever since Sia Chan stepped here, a series of scrutinizing gazes were thrown at him in the darkness. Suddenly, a voice in the darkness asked Sia Chan, "Boy, how did you get here, bypassing Magellan?" These pirates knew at a glance that Sia Chan had broken into this place, because if he came here through formal procedures, Magellan would definitely accompany him. As for why they say Yowza, it's because these pirates completely don't believe that Sia Chan, a young boy, defeated Magellan. Although they hate Magellan and want to kill him all the time, they have to admit that Magellan is extremely powerful, and the poison fruit is also a very troublesome ability. Sia Chan ignored these people and walked in a certain direction while shouting, "Luffy, I'm here to save you." Luffy and others who were locked in a cage in the distance showed excited expressions on their faces and shouted, "Sia Chan, we are here." Sanji and Zoro on the side also looked happy. Some people in the cages in the darkness were slightly startled when they heard this voice and raised their heads. "Boy, what are you yelling about? It's very noisy, you know." At this moment, a dissatisfied voice came, followed by a storm of conquerors. Sia Chan paused slightly, and then continued to move forward, but when Sia Chan just took a step, a more powerful conqueror was released from Sia Chan, continuously sweeping through the entire 6 underground floors. Conquerors at this intensity. Many people showed surprised expressions after feeling Sia Chan's conquerors. He put away his contempt for Sia Chan and looked at him solemnly. Sia Chan continued to release conquerors until he reached the cell where Luffy and others were. After glancing inside the cell, Sia Chan narrowed his eyes slightly and asked Luffy and others, "Where's Robin? Isn't Robin also on this floor?" Robin was taken away by Marine's people, and Ace was also taken away. They said they were going to execute them both at the Marine headquarters. Luffy said with an ugly expression, "Is that so?" Sia Chan's eyes narrowed. "It seems that it is still a step too late. Ace has been taken away. The problem is that even Robin has been taken away. To be fair, Sia Chan doesn't understand Marine, oh no, world government's decision. Theoretically speaking, for something as sensitive as 800 years old, the world government should not expose it to the public. Therefore, for historians like Robin, world government usually handles crimes in secret, rather than with high-profile executions like now. In the end, what went wrong? After thinking for a while, Sia Chan couldn't think of an answer, so he simply ignored it. No matter what the world government thinks, they can just go to the Marine headquarters and rescue the people. It's a very simple thing. Sia Chan looked at the few people and said, "Then I will rescue you first, and then we will go to Marine headquarters to rescue Robin." After that, Sia Chan used the same method to rescue Luffy and others. "Then we have to fight our way out of here, right?" Zoro asked calmly after flexing his wrist. "Then why don't we stay here forever?" Sanji mocked. Zoro glanced at Sanji lightly and said nothing, then looked at Sia Chan and said, "I wanted to find my knife, but they took it away when I came in. You go. Nami and the others are on the upper floor now. You go and meet them first, and I will deal with some things. I will come over to find you later." "Okay." The 3 nodded and then ran towards the upper level. Sia Chan stood there and looked at the cells around him. After a moment of silence, Sia Chan slowly said, "You want to come out?" As soon as Sia Chan's words came out, the surrounding pirates suddenly fell silent, and no one spoke. Looking at this scene, Sia Chan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The prisoners on the 6th floor are just different from the prisoners in the front. The pirates here are all arrogant. Even if Sia Chan said he could give them freedom, he would not be like the pirates on the upper level who immediately gave up their integrity without saying anything. After a while, a gloomy male voice spoke lightly. "Say your terms, Demon King Sia Chan." Sia Chan followed the direction of the sound and looked there, only to see a familiar figure staring at him. The corners of Sia Chan's mouth rose slightly. "Oh, it's Crocodile. It's been so long. No need to talk unnecessary nonsense. Let's talk about how you can let me out." Crocodile replied calmly. From Sia Chan's tone, he could tell that there were definitely conditions for letting them out, Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such nonsense. Simple. As long as you agree to accompany me to the Marine headquarters to cause trouble, I will let you out. Sia Chan replied calmly. Things now have deviated too much from the original situation. Sia Chan cannot guarantee that the Marine headquarters will still have the same defense configuration as in the original work. He thought that there was a high probability that things would change, and if nothing else happened, the world government would have a hand in it. At that time, it will not be so simple to save people from Marine headquarters. And originally, there was a strength gap between the Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates in the original work. I didn't see the members of the Whitebeard pirates getting hurt here and there, but Marine felt like Akainu was working conscientiously. Akiji only vomited a little blood at the beginning, not to mention Uncle Kazuru. There was no dust on it. The people at Shichibukai are also very nice, and it feels like a trip. Alas, in the final analysis, Whitebeard is too old and his strength has seriously declined. So, Sia Chan looked at the pirates around him. If their combat power was added, it would be much easier. Croakdale, Jinbei, Shiryu, Katarina Dupont, Sanwan Wolf. These are all well-known figures, and they are not weak in strength. As for whether he will not do what he promised after releasing them, this is even simpler. For those who play tricks on him, he will always enthusiastically send them to have tea with Chu Yuan. What should I say? Do you have an answer? Everyone, Sia Chan asked calmly. I promise you, Crocodile replied. Isn't it just to go to the Marine headquarters? It's such a simple thing. Comparatively speaking, getting out from here is the most important thing. I'll go too. How can I do something like this to save Brother Ace? Jinbei said as he walked out of the shadows. Count me in. Count me in too. Listening to the countless voices around him, a smile appeared on Sia Chan's lips. The most ferocious pirates he knew were also in the army. It seems that these people still yearn for freedom. Then Sia Chan released all the people who agreed to him, and the big pirates walked out of the prison one by one, filling the entire 6th floor with a murderous atmosphere. Ha ha! Lousy has finally come out after all these years. I can go to Marine headquarters to cause a scene later. I'm so excited just thinking about it. Marine headquarters? Whoever wants to go to that place. Lousy won't go anyway. You don't really want to listen to this brat, do you? A rough voice said. Hearing this, Sia Chan raised his eyebrows and looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a burly man looking at him with disdain, his eyes full of contempt. World Destroyer, Bernie Waldo? Sia Chan said with a questioning tone. Yes, it is Lousy. Since you have heard of Lousy's name, you should also know the terror of Lousy, right? For the sake of freeing me, Lousy will forgive you for threatening me before. Oh, you mean you lied to me when you said you would help me just now? Sia Chan asked lightly, without any emotion in his tone. Isn't the situation clear now? That's right. Lousy has been playing tricks on you from beginning to end. What can you do? Bernie Waldo looked at Sia Chan arrogantly and smiled. That's it. I understand, Sia Chan said lightly. Seeing Sia Chan's flat tone, some of the pirates around him were a little bit ready to act for a moment, considering whether to break the agreement as well. Seeing Sia Chan's appearance, Bernie Waldo smiled and said, Boy, it seems you are quite sensible. Bang! Before Bernie Waldo finished speaking, Sia Chan's figure instantly appeared in front of him and punched him hard in the stomach. Bernie Waldo only felt a sharp pain coming from his stomach at this time. His limbs curled up in a bow shape and then flew out like a meteor. A large mouthful of blood spurted out directly. Boom! His body hit the cage behind him, and the powerful impact caused the cage made of sea stone to deform. When the movement disappeared, Bernie Waldo was seen lying there quietly. His eyes rolled white, and he lost consciousness. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to have solidified, and you could hear a needle drop. Gudon! One of the pirates couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and then there were sounds of swallowing saliva one after another. At this time, these pirates looked at Sia Chan with great fear and even a hint of fear in their eyes. Most of them are not as strong as Bernie Waldo, so now they can't help but feel a little fear after seeing Bernie Waldo, who is stronger than them, being solved with one move. The pirates who were just about to move just now were like well-behaved babies, shrinking into nowhere and not daring to make any movement. Other big pirates who thought they were stronger than Bernie Waldo also became honest at this time. When Bernie Waldo came out to stir up trouble just now, they didn't care. They just wanted to see what Sia Chan would do. If Sia Chan just ignored everything, then there was no need for them to abide by the agreement. For them, the agreement only applies to the strong, and a weak person has no right to bind them. But now that Sia Chan has shown his strength, it's different. They are all famous pirates on the sea, so they will naturally abide by their agreement. It's definitely not that I was shocked by Sia Chan's strength. Absolutely not. Sia Chan glanced around, looked at the pirates who had calmed down, and said calmly, "I'll reiterate. I just need you to come with me to make a big fuss at the Marine headquarters. If anyone wants to break the agreement during this period, the consequences will be..." As he spoke, Sia Chan slowly walked to Bernie Waldo and leaned over slightly. Zilai. Looking at Bernie Waldo, whose neck had been crushed by himself, Sia Chan thought, and a basket of fruits appeared next to him. Not long after, one of the many fruits changed, and Sia Chan casually took it in his hand. Paramecia Momo fruit. It allows the user to multiply the speed, force, volume, weight, etc. of the object they touch. It's a very good fruit. After looking at it for a while, Sia Chan put them all into the system space. Now he already has the gate fruit and Momo fruit in his system space. Will he become a devil fruit wholesaler if this continues? Sia Chan smiled slightly, then shook off the thoughts in his mind, looked at everyone and said, "This is the end. I don't think any warrior would like such an end, right?" Although Sia Chan was smiling, there was a strong hint of threat in his tone. There's no way you have to treat these pirates like this. Only by being strong can you shock them. After doing all this, Sia Chan looked at a very deep room on the 6th floor and thought for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, "Let's go. Let's go out. Give the world a little shock." The 4th underground floor is a scorching hell. A tall man was confronting a group of prisoners. The prisoners clearly had a huge advantage in numbers, but they were more than a step behind the people on the other side in terms of momentum. One prisoner said tremblingly, "Damn it, what kind of luck is this? How do we meet Magellan?" Suddenly, an atmosphere of despair enveloped the hearts of many prisoners. As they have been imprisoned here for many years, they know that Magellan is extremely powerful. If they are forced to escape from prison, they will most likely die here. But, after only hesitating for a short time, most of the prisoners showed determination in their eyes. For the sake of freedom, it doesn't matter if they die here. They don't want to go back to prison. A pirate shouted loudly, "Everyone come on, for our freedom. So what if it's Magellan? I have to escape from here no matter what." After that, the pirate took the lead and rushed towards Magellan. And this pirate's behavior also inspired the remaining pirates, and they all rushed towards Magellan crazily, as if they had been given blood. Looking at the prisoners rushing toward him, Magellan's eyes froze, and then his body began to liquefy and turn purple. Poison dragon. As Magellan finished speaking, a huge poisonous dragon rose up from behind him. The venom fell on the ground and made a sizzling sound, corroding a hole in the floor. Seeing this majestic poisonous dragon, the rushing pirates were stunned on the spot and then ran back at a speed many times faster than before. The courage to challenge Magellan just now has been thrown away by them. Just kidding. The venom would corrode a hole on the floor if it landed on their flesh and blood. The consequences are so satisfying to think about. They don't want to try it. With such strength, they can hit them with their heads. It's good that they want to be free, but they would be fools to act recklessly in this situation where they are bound to die. Seeing the pirates scattering like birds and beasts, Magellan did not hesitate at all and controlled the poisonous dragon behind him to rush towards them. And how could their escape speed be as fast as Magellan's poisonous dragon? Suddenly, screams came one after another. One by one fell to the ground. Magellan did not look at this group of people again, but walked towards the 5th underground floor. He knows that the real troubles are below, and what is being solved now is just a group of rabble-rousers. Thinking of the enemy Magellan he might face next made him feel a little headache. And another serious problem was that when he used Venom to plug the gap open, he also received information from Marine headquarters. General? 2. Yarn. The Marine headquarters couldn't send a single general. The reason was that Fire Fist Ace was about to be executed and the Whitebeard pirates might attack at any time. So there was no way a general-level combat force could come over. The most they can do is send 2 candidates at the general level, which is the maximum they can do. When he first heard the news, Magellan almost scolded the sailor who was communicating with him to death. At the same time, he was also dissatisfied with the practices of Marine and world government. He doesn't understand. Is face really so important? Even if a Fire Fist Ace is really rescued, how much impact can it have? On the contrary, judging from the situation where the prisoners on the previous floors were released just now, it is extremely likely that the prisoners on the 6th floor will also be released. And once the prisoners on the 6th floor are released and allowed to escape, don't those people know how serious the consequences will be? You must know that the 6th floor contains some extremely vicious and very powerful prisoners. Just one person going out can easily cause turmoil in the world, let alone a large number of such people. After getting rid of the messy thoughts in his mind, Magellan's eyes gradually became firm. No matter how difficult it is, he has to stop these pirates. This is his duty as the warden of Impel Down. If you want to get out from here, just step over his body. 5th underground floor, freezing hell. Have all the prisoners over there been released? Usopp asked the 3 Nami in front of him. Let them all out. Nami nodded. This should cause some trouble for the guards here. Our chances of escaping will be greater. Brook said. Chopper said with a little worry. I wonder if Sia Chan has rescued Luffy and the others. Don't worry. It's not like you don't know Sia Chan's strength. You can definitely do it. Usopp said confidently. Now he has a blind belief in Sia Chan, always feeling that he can do anything. Hey, Usopp, Nami. At this moment, there was a sound in the distance, which made Usopp and others look happy on their faces, and they hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. They saw Luffy and the other 2 men in prison uniforms running towards them, waving their hands. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji. Chopper jumped on Usopp's head and waved happily in response. When Luffy and others came forward, Nami looked at them curiously and then asked them, Where's Sia Chan? Why didn't he come up with you? Sia Chan said he had to do something else, so he asked us to come up first. Zoro replied calmly. Okay, Sia Chan doesn't need us to worry about him. What we have to worry about is ourselves. Let's get out of this prison now, and then go to Marine headquarters to rescue Miss Robin. Sanji interrupted what Nami wanted to say. Robin? Was she captured? Nami, who was about to ask something, asked hurriedly after hearing the news. That's right, Miss Robin. Straw Hat Pirates, you are all here. Looks like we can catch them all. Just when Sanji was about to explain the reason to Nami and the others, a seductive female voice came, making everyone couldn't help but look over. Beauty! Omega! The moment he saw the figure, Sanji's eyes immediately turned into heart shapes. This little brother is really discerning. A tall woman with curly blonde hair, bangs covering her eyes, candle-shaped white earrings, and a very revealing pink tight leather jacket said with a smile. Zoro on the side gave Sanji a disgusted look and then moved aside calmly. He didn't know this pervert. Then he looked at the woman opposite and asked coldly, Who are you? Well, I am the chief warden of this Impel City prison, little Sadie. No. This beautiful lady, you are not small at all. Sanji replied immediately without knowing where he was looking. Everyone, it's really hopeless. Luffy stood up and shouted, Hey, what do you want to do? Don't stop us from getting out. That's not okay. As the chief warden, if you just let you slip away under my nose like this, I will have a hard time explaining to Warden Magellan. Looks like we still have to fight. Nami held her forehead helplessly. Yes, little Sadie said softly, and then in the next moment, the whip in her hand was swept out at high speed and attacked several people. Next second, ow, how is it possible? Little Sadie had a horrified expression on her face. At this time, Luffy stood in front of everyone and grabbed little Sadie's whip with his bare hands, looking at her with sharp eyes. We still have very important things to do, and we don't have time to waste here with you. Damn it. Little Sadie tried hard to pull out the whip, but the whip seemed to be embedded in Luffy's hand. No matter how hard she tried, it would not move at all. That's right. Our friends are still waiting for us to rescue them at Marine headquarters. Now is not the time to play with you here. Nami walked out slowly, thunder surging around her body. The next moment his eyes narrowed. 30 million volts, Thunderbirds. The thunder suddenly surged and gradually formed the shape of a bird, constantly making crackling sounds, galloping towards little Sadie. The speed of thunder and lightning was so fast, and little Sadie was a little distracted by the shock of the strength of several people. So when she reacted, the Thunderbirds had already invaded her. Zila, Little Sadie made a strange sound, extremely loud. In an instant, everyone couldn't help but tremble, and goosebumps fell all over their bodies. The same thought couldn't help but come to mind. This man's screams are a little special. After a burst of thunder, little Sadie knelt on the ground and couldn't help coughing a few times. She looked up at Nami with excitement in her eyes. Little sister, your thunder is so comfortable. Is there anything more powerful that can make my sister feel better? As she spoke, little Sadie slowly stood up from the ground. Seeing that little Sadie was not hurt much, Nami couldn't help but frown. I couldn't help but sigh slightly in my heart. The enemies I encountered recently all suddenly became several levels stronger. The Marine encountered in the capital of Seven Waters is the same as is the little Sati encountered here. The strength was much stronger than the miscellaneous soldiers they had dealt with before. As a result, she was like Usopp, who had just obtained a powerful fruit, but never had a chance to show it off. But 30 million volts was her previous limit when she was in the capital of Seven Waters. Now, with a thought, the thunder on Nami's body shone even brighter, and countless thunder and lightning surrounded her, transforming her into the image of a Thunder King. Since you want something stronger, I'll let you see it. After saying that, Nami's eyes narrowed, and he controlled the surrounding thunder and lightning to gradually form the shape of a dragon. 60 million volts, Brontosaurus. The moment Nami finished speaking, the thunder dragon rushed out instantly, with countless thunders surging, and its momentum was much greater than the previous Thunderbird. Little Sadie looked at the Brontosaurus that was attacking her, her eyes full of excitement, and shouted, "Come on!" As she said that, she picked up her whip, covered it with armed, domineering force, and lashed toward the Brontosaurus. Bang! The Thunder Dragon and the whip were directly in a stalemate in the air, and thunder and lightning splashed and bombarded the floor below. Is this the strength you need? Sister, little Sadie laughed, and then she exerted a sudden force on her body, blasting Nami's Thunder Dragon away. Sister, it won't work if it's only at this level. Hearing this, Nami's face turned ugly, and she felt unwilling to do so. The 60 million volt Thunder Dragon is already the strongest move she can use at present. If this move doesn't work, then she has no choice. Zoro on the side stepped forward when he saw this situation and slowly pulled out the knife from his waist. He was not used to it after not touching the knife for a few days. Fortunately, because he was locked up on the 6th floor, his knife was found in the jailer's room on the 5th floor. Holding the knife, a familiar feeling came over him. The corners of Zoro's mouth raised slightly, and he slowly walked towards little Sadie. At the same time, his aura continued to rise as he walked towards her. The teasing look in little Sadie's eyes disappeared instantly, and she stared at Zoro intently. She felt a dangerous aura from this man, which was not comparable to that of the little girl who had just discharged electricity. Feeling the increasing pressure on her body, little Sadie couldn't help sweating in her hands holding the whip. Then she felt cruel and rushed towards Zoro. She knew she couldn't go on like this. She realized that the man in front of her was gathering momentum. If she continued to wait, she was afraid that she wouldn't even have a chance to take action. Zoro looked at the little Sadie rushing towards him and said calmly, "We still have friends waiting for us, so we can only chop you. One sword style, dash and shake." Zoro slashed from top to bottom, and an extremely sharp sword energy rushed towards little Sadie. Seeing this, little Sadie was not to be outdone, and also waved her whip to meet him. The moment the sword energy came into contact with the whip was cut off, and then continued to fly away without losing strength. Seeing this, little Sadie had a horrified expression on her face. Feeling the sharp edge from the sword energy, she smelled the breath of death. If you receive this attack head-on, you will be seriously injured even if you don't die. But she had no choice at this time, not even escaping. After her failure in the confrontation, her momentum was gone, and now she only felt that her legs were weak and trembling. Seeing the sword light getting closer and closer, little Sadie couldn't help but close her eyes. At least this way the fear is not so great. Boom! There was a loud noise. After a while, little Sadie didn't feel any pain, and she couldn't help but feel a little confused. Is this the legendary top swordsman who kills someone and the enemy doesn't even know he has been killed? Thinking of this, little Sadie was even more horrified. It turns out, is this green, algae-headed man actually such a master? After hesitating for a while, little Sadie opened her eyes. Even if she couldn't feel the pain, at least let her see how she was cut. However, what caught her eyes was a purple wall. After only being confused for a moment, little Sadie seemed to have thought of something and quickly looked back. She saw a burly man standing behind her at this time. The sight of that figure made people feel full of security. Warden Magellan, little Sadie shouted in surprise. Thank you for your hard work, little Sadie. Leave the rest to me. Magellan slowly walked up to little Sadie, his eyes glowing with coldness. Straw Hat Boy, who released you? Who planned this prison break? Is it Demon King Sia Chan? We don't seem to have a need to answer you. Zoro looked at Magellan and replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Magellan's eyes turned cold. He was silent for a while, and finally said with a hint of murderous intent in his tone, Forget it, it doesn't matter who it is. None of you can escape from here today anyway. Where did it come from? Where are you going back? Poison Cloud. As soon as the words fell, Magellan released countless poisonous gases and attacked everyone. Everyone, be careful not to get exposed to these poisonous gases. Luffy shouted to the people behind him. It's okay, let me do it. Usopp, who was standing behind, shouted loudly, and then jumped in front of everyone. Usopp was extremely excited at this time, and he finally had a chance to perform. If it were any other move, he might not be able to do anything about it, but this poison cloud? Haha, simple. Haven't you heard of Yin Song Long and Feng Songhu? With a thought, bursts of white mist began to emit from Usopp's body, and then the white mist slowly condensed into the shape of a tiger and wrapped Usopp inside. Forgive him that it hasn't been long since he got this fruit, and he hasn't been able to transform into the white tiger form yet. But facing the current situation, this form is enough. Usopp, who was wrapped in the illusory tiger-shaped white mist, took a deep breath, expanded his chest greatly, and then roared violently. Tiger roars. As Usopp himself roared, the tiger condensed into white mist also roared at the same time. In an instant, a powerful roaring shock wave spat out from the tiger's mouth. Wherever it passed, all the poisonous clouds were blown away. Not only that, after blowing away these poisonous clouds, the attack also sped towards Magellan. Magellan narrowed his eyes slightly and stretched his right hand in front of him, and then countless venom spread from his hand, forming a poisonous wall in front of him. Boom! The shock wave landed on the poisonous wall and made a loud noise. It also caused a large amount of venom to splash, falling to the ground and corroding pits. Seeing the powerful power of this venom, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. It's no joke if you get hit by this. But Luffy and the others were not too panicked, because they could defend themselves against the venom with their weapons. So can fight. Magellan dispersed the poisonous wall in front of him, looked at the people in front of him, and then rushed out the next second. Poison Passage. A channel made of poison appeared on the ground, and Magellan slid directly towards everyone through it, very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji immediately surrounded him and attacked Magellan. But all the three people's attacks went straight through Magellan when they hit him, and they couldn't help showing a look of surprise on their faces. Magellan didn't give the three of them a chance to react. With a thought, a large amount of venom rushed towards the three of them. But after experiencing so many battles, Luffy and the other three were no longer comparable to their previous selves. They all jumped back to avoid Magellan's venom, and then looked at Magellan solemnly. Luffy said, "It seems like a difficult opponent to deal with. It's going to take a lot of effort." Zoro also said calmly. Then the three of them rushed towards Magellan. A few minutes later, this guy's venom is very difficult to deal with. Sanji looked at Magellan across from him with an ugly expression. Zoro said, "Indeed, whether it is attack or defense, we must use haki, which consumes a lot of haki. The most important thing is that the opponent's knowledge is stronger than ours, so it is difficult to attack him. If you don't want to attack, you have to attack. Robin is still waiting for us." Luffy's eyes were firm. On the opposite side, Magellan looked at Luffy and the three of them calmly, but his heart was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. He was quite impressed by the Straw Hats, not just because they were imprisoned just a few days ago. What's more important is that there was quite a big battle when they were escorted here. CP Zero, Garp, and Akiji were actually sent here by these people in person, and they even specifically told them to be locked up on the 5th and 6th floors. To be honest, Magellan didn't understand this decision at the time, because Luffy, who had the highest bounty at that time, only had 120 million belly. To be honest, if he were to arrange the arrangements for pirates of this level, the most he could do would be the 5th level of freezing hell. You have no right to be locked up on the 6th floor. But unfortunately, this is the decision of the world government, and there is nothing he can do about it. But now, he feels that locking these guys on the 6th floor is really the right decision. To be fair, he now wants to arrest and beat up those Marines who have set bounties on them. The combined bounty of these three people is less than 300 million belly, but this strength, are you sure it is the strength that this bounty should have? Isn't it because you guys have someone in Marine? They deliberately set such a low bounty for you? Although they have not been fighting for a long time, Magellan can be sure that the bounty offered by any of these three people is more than 300 million. The warden of his majestic Impulse City was suddenly unable to defeat these people, and even acted as if they were evenly matched. Thinking of this, Magellan's mood became more and more impatient. You must know that there is an existence that can almost penetrate the Impel City that has not yet taken action. He is now being dragged here. The same goes for those bastards from Marine. Can't the support be faster? Yo-ho, it's quite lively. Just as Magellan's thoughts were surging, a faint male voice came, causing him to look over. However, the next second his pupils shrank suddenly, and the expression on his face immediately became extremely ugly. What he was most worried about happened. They saw a young man with a smile on his face slowly walking towards them. Behind him were a group of fierce-looking people. Croakdale, Jinbei, Katarina Dupont, San Juan Wolf, and... At this point Magellan paused, then stared at someone in the crowd and said word by word, "Shiryu, why are you on their side? Are you planning to rebel?" Magellan looked at Shiryu and said fiercely, Hey. Magellan, don't speak so harshly. What is rebellion? I don't want to be here a long time ago. They are obviously a bunch of rubbish prisoners, but you didn't even let me kill them. What else is there to do in a place like this? It happened that Mr. Sia Chan made a deal with me at this time, allowing me to go out and satisfy my hobbies at the same time. Why should I not agree? Shiryu said calmly after taking a puff of the cigar in his mouth. Sia Chan? Trading? Hobby. Magellan couldn't help but mutter these words, then moved his eyes to Sia Chan and asked, Are you the Demon King Sia Chan? Did you plan this jailbreak? You released all the prisoners on the 6th floor? What is the deal? What does it mean to satisfy Shiryu's hobbies? A series of questions were asked from Magellan's mouth, and it was obvious that he indeed had a very strong desire for knowledge. But Sia Chan won't tell him. He doesn't have that much time to spend with Magellan here. Sia Chan turned to look at Shiryu and asked, Do you want to go up and fight with him? Well, Shiryu pondered for a while. One thing to say, although he didn't know what Sia Chan was talking about, he somehow knew what he meant. Then he stood up slowly, looked at Magellan, and said, "Magellan, your methods have long been outdated. Most of these prisoners are criminals. Is there a problem if I kill them? Speaking of which, we haven't fought in a long time. Let me try your current level." Shiryu shouted the last sentence directly, and after finishing speaking, he rushed towards Magellan. The two of them fought together instantly. Then Sia Chan walked towards Luffy and others, looking at them with a somewhat surprised look. Sia Chan also saw the battle between Luffy and Magellan just now, which made him sigh once again at the power of the sit-ups. The three of them joined forces and were able to fight Magellan back and forth in a short period of time. Although I would definitely not be an opponent if I continue to fight, it is still outrageous. This is quite an improvement. But maybe these people will be able to pass the beating by doing a few sit-ups and beating. After all, this is how they have always been here. Sia Chun, aren't these people prisoners on the 6th floor? Sanji asked. That's right. They promised me that if they are released, they will accompany us to the Marine headquarters to cause trouble. There is more power with more people. This way we have a greater chance of rescuing Robin. Sia Chun replied, Okay, it's time for us to go out. After saying this, Sia Chun prepared to walk up. None of you can leave. Just after Sia Chun finished speaking, Magellan, who was fighting Shiryu over there, shouted. Then he took a step back, and countless venom began to emerge from his body, and this time the venom that emerged was no longer purple, but turned red. The giant soldier of poison, the judgment of hell. When the commotion subsided, a huge skeleton giant made of red venom appeared in front of everyone. The red venom dripping from it corroded a big hole around it when it hit the floor. It was much more powerful than the previous purple venom. Although the venomous giant was very oppressive in size at this time, everyone on Sia Chen's side still had calm expressions without any change. Then Magellan's voice came from the venomous giant. On the risk of the reputation of Impel Down City's warden, I will keep you all here. Magellan, since when did you like to dream during the day? How strange it is. Let's not talk about anything else. Just look at how big the gap in numbers is. If you want to keep us here, do you think you have the strength? Crocodile said disdainfully. If you don't have it, keep it. Magellan roared, and then controlled the poisonous giant soldiers to rush towards Sia Chun and others. It's interesting that after being imprisoned for so long, I encountered this situation just after I came out. Katarina Depend said with a sinister smile. Just in time, let me get familiar with this long-lost power. Big Barrel, Bascho licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Most of the people Sia Chan brought out from the 6th floor stood up at this time, and their momentum continued to rise. The next moment, when their momentum reached a certain limit, these people launched an attack on Magellan at the same time. Boom! Continuous powerful attacks hit Magellan's poisonous giant force, forcing its huge running body to stop. However, the attacks of these pirates did not stop there. With another burst of strength from everyone, Magellan's poisonous giant shattered into pieces and pools of red venom splashed. At the same time, Magellan's body flew out like a cannonball, spitting out a large mouthful of blood in the air. Then he fell heavily to the ground. Looking at Magellan, who was seriously injured and lying on the ground, Sia Chun couldn't help but click his tongue twice, and at the same time, he also had a general understanding of the strength of these pirates. All I can say is that all pirates who could be imprisoned to the 6th level have 2 brushes. One-on-one, they may not be Magellan's opponents, but there's no way. These days, who wants to challenge each other when they are out to hang out? Don't you feel comfortable fighting in a group? Sia Chun has a lot of say in this matter. I have never seen so many old guys shamelessly come together to deal with him, a young man of 16 years old, when he was in the capital of 7 Waters. In the end, they even cheated and used external force. They have used the art of inviting gods. Shamelessly used the power of Big Brother to deal with him. Otherwise, one of them would count as one, and they would all have to be left there for him. Naturally, this jailbreak would not happen now. But now he has experienced the feeling of beating others in a group, and I have to say that it is really fun. Although he said he didn't take any action, as long as he got the idea. Ahem. While Sia Chen's thoughts were swirling, Magellan, who fell to the ground over there, couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. But even so, he still staggered to his feet. "Hey, Magellan, do you still want to stop us? You will die." Shiryu looked at Magellan and said with a ferocious smile, "Ahem. From the moment I became the warden of Impel Down City, I have put life and death aside. Even if I'm not your opponent, I won't let you pass here so easily. If you want to get out, step over my body first," Magellan yelled. After hearing this, Sia Chan slowly walked up to everyone, looked at Magellan, and said calmly, "To be honest, your behavior is meaningless, because you can't stop us even if you pay the price with your life. But I admire your spirit, so I will give you a decent way to die." After saying that, Sia Chun instantly transformed into a demonic form. Since Magellan vowed not to let them pass, he decided to send Magellan on his way in person. Sia Chun respects Magellan's behavior, but unfortunately, the two of them are in different camps, so as soon as his mind moved, the stick immediately appeared in Sia Chen's hand, and then he walked towards Magellan step by step. However, when Sia Chen walked about 10 meters away from Magellan, he seemed to feel something. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately raised the stick in his hand above his head. Bang! Sia Chen casually blocked the attack, coming towards him, and slowly raised his head. I saw two people wearing marine uniforms walking towards them on the moonwalk, and soon they both landed next to Magellan. Sia Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a questioning tone, "Momosaji, T-Dolphin, that's right, it's us." T-Dolphin looked at Sia Chen and said, without showing any signs of weakness. Momosaji first glanced at the prisoners behind Sia Chen, then at Sia Chen, and after being silent for a while, he said, "Demon King Sia Chen, it seems these are all your masterpieces. Lieutenant General Garp is indeed right. You are indeed an extremely dangerous person." Hearing this, Sia Chen immediately became unhappy. What does it mean that he is a dangerous person? He had always been a law-abiding person before. At most, when he had conflicts with others, he would just send them to reincarnation. And why is he here now? Don't you Marine and the world government have any clues in their hearts? Sia Chun shook his head, not prepared to argue with Momosaji. It's not necessary. Sia Chun can't change people's thoughts for so many years with just a few words. And most important thing is, he never tries to reason with a woman who lowers her head and can't see her feet. All his efforts are in vain. Why did Marines send you two here? Do you look down on the brothers behind me? Sia Chan asked calmly, looking at the two of them. All the pirates. There's no way. The headquarters is busy with executions and can't spare any manpower, and I think the two of us are enough, Momosaji said confidently. Hearing this, Sia Chan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Momosaji belonged to Marine, and Garp also told him about himself. There's no reason to say you don't know his strength. Why are you still so confident now? Could it be? Sia Chun couldn't help but think of a possibility, and his face suddenly became a little ugly. Want to shake people again? A fight on his behalf? However, the actions of Momosaji and the two in the next second shocked Sia Chun, making him open his mouth slightly. I saw two people quickly setting up Magellan, one on the left and one on the right, and then flew into the distance on the moonwalk. Only a voice echoed in the place. The two of us were enough to run away with Magellan. Oh! Everyone behind Sia Chun had the same expression at this time, with a strange look on their face. They originally thought that these two Marines were going to fight them to the death and were ready to sacrifice themselves here, but they didn't expect. Pull the big one. It's actually a bit abstract. I would like to ask, does your fleet admiral know that your escape skills are so perfect? Sia Chun was still a little speechless after being speechless. At first glance, these two people looked like Marines who had grown up with education in the new era, deeply understand the wise saying that those who understand current affairs are heroes. In fact, Sia Chan could easily catch up with them if he wanted to, but there was no need. Anyway, the strength of these people will not have any impact on the battle situation. The most important thing is that Magellan is still seriously injured and is basically no threat. The biggest obstacle was gone, and the rest was easy to handle. It didn't take long for Sia Chan and others to break through the Impel City. It became the largest prison break in the history of Impel Down since its establishment. Not only did most of the prisoners on the 6th floor escape, but even those on the previous floors were even more exaggerated. Basically, everyone escaped. To put it bluntly, there are more jailers than prisoners in Impel Down now. Ha ha! F***K Impel Down. Lousy finally escaped. A prisoner looked at the Impel Down behind him and shouted excitedly after coming out. And his voice instantly resonated with the surrounding pirates, who all shouted excitedly. Compared to these prisoners, although Luffy and others were happy when they came out, it was relatively dull. After all, they had only been arrested for a few days. It was like staying in a different place and not being able to go out for a few days. There was no big feeling, but you still have to be happy. Otherwise, you will be sorry for the sacred thing of jailbreaking. And a very interesting thing happened, even though what happened in Impel Down now is very different from the original work. But one thing is still uncannily similar to the original work. That is, most of the prisoners on the first few floors were released by Buggy. Coupled with his superb showmanship skills, a large group of pirates now follow his lead. They all shouted words like Master Buggy is invincible, Captain Buggy is so great, Qian Liang Dao Transformation Buggy. Interesting. The momentum of the 4 emperors has been revealed in advance. Sia Chan raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Sia Chan walked to the beach, and with a thought, a ship appeared directly in the sea. Art Proverbs. Sia Chan turned to look at everyone and said, "Get on the ship. Let's go make a big fuss at Marine headquarters." Of course, Sia Chan only said this to Luffy and others, and those who were released from the 6th floor by him. As for those on the previous floors, they are not yet qualified. Then Sia Chan looked at Nami and said, "Nami, go up and find the control center. You can use your fruit power to drive this ship." This is the ship that Enel tailor-made for him at that time to board the infinite continent. Okay, Nami nodded and said. Then everyone slowly walked onto the boat, but Sia Chan noticed a figure who was always standing there looking at the boat in a daze. Sia Chan turned his head and asked curiously, "Usopp, what's wrong?" Usopp still stood there blankly, and after a long time he said silently, "Sia Chan Mary gone." "What do you mean?" Sia Chan frowned. "While we were fighting Marine, the Mary was sunk," Usopp said, with obvious choking in his tone. After hearing this, Sia Chan also stood silently, feeling complicated in his heart. He didn't understand. It was obvious that everyone had loved and cared for the Melly under his influence along the way. So why did something like this happen in the end? Sia Chan stood there in silence for a long time and finally patted Usopp on the shoulder and said, "It has happened, and there is nothing you can do about it no matter how much you think about it. I know that you have very deep feelings for Melly, so I also understand how you feel. Then since it was those Marine bastards who did it, let's go give them some color this time. Let's go and let them experience this feeling." Hearing Sia Chen's words, Usopp's eyes gradually became firm, and then he said firmly, "That's right. We are also going to let Marine and the others feel the pain. You have mud in your mouth. Who will give you a bag of rice? Let's go, Sia Chen. Rush." After saying that, Usopp ran directly towards Proverbs. Looking at this scene, Sia Chun shook his head and smiled, and then his eyes also became firm. "Marine, world government, you will regret what you have done. P.S. Sorry, dear readers, something happened that had a great impact on me yesterday. So, I did an update. I'm sorry. Somewhere in the sea, above the sky. If anyone could reach this height at this time, their eyes would definitely pop out in shock. Because there's a ship flying in the sky at this time. Yes, the ship is flying in the sky. Not to mention other people, even a group of pirates on the ship were also very shocked. Although they say that they can also use their strong strength to make ships fly into the sky, they only use reaction force, rather than flying directly in the sky like the current ship. Of course, what shocked them more was not this. What blinded them the most was the countless gold in the hull. That's right, it's literally blinding. Looking at the gold, these pirates were jealous, but no one had any idea, and all this was because of the young man sitting on the bow of the boat. Money, with their strength, it is easy to make money after going out. There is no need to risk your life here for this gold. It is not worth it. Sia Chan and Luffy were sitting on the bow of the boat at this time, looking attentively at the image of the phone bug in front of them. What is projected in front is naturally the live broadcast from Marine headquarters. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates have not yet arrived, which is why Sia Chan wants to use the arc instead of directly using the somersault cloud. Because he had already learned about the situation of Marine headquarters through the video phone bug when he was in Impel Down City. Now Robin and the others were already on the execution platform, and it would be useless to go there so quickly. And if Whitebeard and the others hadn't come now, they would have been taken care of in the past. That wouldn't be good. It would be better to let Whitebeard and the others draw the firepower first. Because the Marine side shown on the image phone bug now has more combat power than just those powerful Marines. In addition to Marine, basically all the combat forces are in place. Shichibukai is also there, even Blackbeard is among them, and he did not go to Impel Down. This actually made Sia Chan a little curious. With Blackbeard's character, he didn't actually cause trouble. When the time comes, go to Marine headquarters and ask him kindly. By the way, I made up for his regret for not arriving at Bliss earlier last time. Then Sia Chan looked at one of the Shichibukai. Empress, Boya Hancock. Sia Chan looked at the Empress with a hint of excitement in his eyes. To be honest, the Empress is worthy of being rated as the most beautiful woman in the world, and she is really good in terms of appearance. Even Sia Chan, who had been looking at the two top beauties Nami and Robin every day, couldn't help but show surprise when he saw the Empress. In terms of beauty, the Empress is indeed better than Nami and Robin, and her mind is equally broad. Sia Chan could only say that as a man with normal aesthetics, he was moved. In fact, Sia Chan was very excited when he saw the character of the Empress while watching anime in his previous life. Countless times, I have had the idea of how such a woman could take advantage of Luffy. I believe it is not just him, but also many Jaime. First of all, beauty is universally recognized, right? Secondly, as Sia Chan said before, she has a broad mind. And then there are those legs that are longer than Sia Chan's life. The most important thing is the contrast between the arrogant and dismissive way she behaves in front of others and the way she likes someone with all her eyes on that man is so huge. It pokes Sia Chan's heart, okay? But he is not too greedy. Nami, Robin, and the Empress. He just wants these three. He doesn't ask for much. After looking at the Empress for a while, Sia Chan shifted his gaze to a group of people on the other side, with a playful smile on his lips. He knew that this time, not only Marine, but also the world government would definitely get involved. I saw a group of people in white suits standing there. It was Sia Chan's familiar CP0. Behind them was a group of CP9 in black, including Rob Lucci. However, when Sia Chan turned his gaze to one side, his brows couldn't help but frown. 5 elders? Why are they here too? Sia Chan's brows were almost furrowed now. He couldn't figure out why the 5 elders would appear on this occasion. You must know that before he was dismissed by the truck driver, the only personal dispatch of the 5 elders in the original work was the time in Future Island. And it was Saint Satan who went over first, followed by the 5 elders. Although the last 4 people who came after them were beaten back by the domineering power sealed by Joey Boy not long after they appeared. But now the problem is, all 5 elders appeared, sitting on the high platform in front of the execution platform. There's also a place not far from the 5 elders, where a special team was standing. Looking at the appearance of its leader, Sia Chan also guessed his identity. Commander of the Knights of God, Ancient Saint Fegolando Green. Now that the identity of the leader is known, the identities of the team behind him are also easy to come out. The Knights of God have the power to arrest and execute celestial dragons. Moreover, this commander is not an ordinary character. He has participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Although his strength has not been demonstrated, he is probably quite strong. Of course, what worried Sia Chan the most was not them, but the people behind them, or it was unclear whether they were people or not. The King of the Dragons, judging from the current situation where the 5 elders and the Knights of God are also present, I can tell that it is Im's order. Otherwise, even if this execution is very important, it wouldn't be such a battle, right? Sia Chan narrowed his eyes slightly and kept thinking about countermeasures in his heart. But after thinking for a long time, I didn't come to a conclusion. In fact, for him, as long as him doesn't take action, he is confident that he can save Robin. Because although the five elders say that everyone is a fantasy bee species and their strength is not bad, they are actually a bit weak when facing Luffy's Nika form, but their resilience is really terrifying. One-on-one, Sia Chun doesn't think these five elders are as good as Teacher Kai. After all, they are people in high positions. They haven't done anything for who knows how many years. I'm afraid their bones are rusty. I don't care about the Knights of God for now, but presumably they are still within his control. So the biggest question now is whether he will take action. This is very important. Even though Sia Chun is very strong now, and there are probably not many people in the world who can beat him one-on-one, he is still a little weak when facing him. The power of the attack from the capital of Seven Waters was still fresh in his memory. That was not a force he could withstand now. After thinking for a while, Sia Chun shook his head and simply stopped thinking about it. Since the situation is now like this, he can only take one step at a time. No matter what the situation is, Robin must be rescued. So it doesn't matter what happens. After figuring this out, Sia Chun felt much more relaxed, and then continued to look at the video. But suddenly, he discovered something. Execution platform. Why are there
Hello,
three?
everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.